Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to League of Legends live from the Alberta Esports Expo here in Edmonton, Alberta. My name is Ash, and I'm joined by my friend John. John, how you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic today. It's great to be here with you. We're going to have some fantastic League of Legends here at the Alberta Esports Expo. I think we've got about 4 teams lined up to run through our single elim bracket today, and it's going to be an absolute slugfest, and I'm so excited to watch.
Yeah, we have 8 teams total playing in single elimination, so 2 teams play, 2 teams play, 2 teams play, 2 teams play. All best of 1, and then the winner of those will play each other in the semifinals, which is also best of 1, and then moving into our grand finals will be best of 3, first to 2, so we'll get to see some of those counterpick advantages, the adaptations as the game goes on. But we're just waiting to kick things off with the draft here in game number 1. I think, you know, some of the things that we'll be looking to see here is when we have League of Legends at this level, there's what people might be accustomed to seeing in Pro, where the meta is very bot-centric, you know, tank jungles, some carry tops that really only get a lot of impact if jungle pops off early. Yep. But I think at this level, it really can come down to, if I am better than you, I will win the game.
Oh, 100%. You can see a lot of just like straight carry picks in almost any role. Like actually, I think particularly mid lane picks are incredibly strong at this level because you can just roam around the map, as simple as that. So if you get your mid laner fed, he can roam around, make a huge difference on the map. Same with the jungler. And I think those 2 lanes are where I tend to see the most effect. I have seen some carry top laners actually from the Edmonton League of Legends before, just from the previous tournament. I've watched some of the high school tournaments and some of the local stuff, and you can carry that out of that lane, but obviously you are kind of segmented up there and it's a bit more difficult.
Yeah, it requires a bit more coordination from the team to carry through top lane, so we're expecting mid-jungle, and then the meta right now, extremely bot-focused.
Yes.
You know, Caitlyn, Zeri, those are kind of your premier picks. The insane support meta, just playing entirely for push, trying to win the game in the first 3 lanes in bot. But yeah, we'll really have to see what these teams are trying to bring here today, because especially when you're playing on stage and you have the stress of being at an event like this, ease of execution, I think, is most important. If you can pick something with strong primary engage, follow-up, and be able to play front-to-back around objective team fights, that to me is the most consistent win condition, where even if you're playing a little bit shaky, if your execution requirement is lower, it means that you have fewer opportunities to make mistakes.
Exactly, yeah. Just keep it like plain and simple. Don't have to really like overcomplicate things. That's why when in these tournaments you do tend to see a lot of like just very team fight focused comps, as you highlighted. And if they are going to play objectives, it's usually like almost very coordinated, where like they're just trying to go get it almost as right as it spawns. Like sure, you can do a little bit of setup and stuff like that, but a lot of it is like kind of a base setup, and then they're just going straight for that one objective they're kind of focusing on. So say actually back in the high school tournaments I was watching, this was one team that was focusing exclusively on dragons. Their whole game plan was dragons. What it actually was, it was really cool to watch. Is they would take their bot lane, they'd swoop it off top, bring their top lane down when the dragon wasn't spawned, and then they swap it back so they could have it. So they were always having a split push, keeping their AD carry fed, because when they wanted to fight for the dragon, their bot lane was always ahead, giving them just a huge advantage in that, and they'd usually play a roaming mid laner, which is super fun to watch. And then, of course, they were playing against like a top carry team, so it was very, very fun to just watch them interact. So I'm just excited to see the meta kind of develop through this. Obviously, this is single elim. There's not as many adaptations we're going to see, but saying like just leading up to grand finals, because people are going to be watching in between the games. They're going to be seeing what people are doing, what's working, and honestly, people tend to like kind of leech onto that a bit. Like, yeah, it's usually you start where people, I found, almost try to emulate pro play a little bit, and then they kind of watch what's happening here. They're like, oh, that's easy. Why don't we try that?
Yeah, exactly. What it really comes down to, if you are comfortable with your game plan and your win condition.
Exactly.
There's what is good if you are the best in the world, but we're at a live event. People will make mistakes. Things might get a little sloppy. You know, we might see, you know, bot lane takes a tower and then doesn't rotate mid. But again, if you understand your win condition and can play to it, then I think that's really going to be the tail of the tape on this one. And a lot of that's going to come down to the draft, which we are still prepping on stage here for game 1. It looks like we have everyone in a lobby getting ready, so we should be bringing you the draft for game number 1 here pretty soon.
Exactly. Well, I guess while we're waiting a little bit, just highlight. Sorry, I just got a massive bit of feedback in my mic, everyone. So I just heard.
It's okay. We've had a few technical difficulties getting things going today, but it is the reality of working at an event of this size. We have not had an esports event in Alberta of this size. You can see the venue behind us. There's some exhibitor booths here and all of that. But here we go, getting in to the draft for game number 1. We have U of A Amber on the blue side by the looks of things, and we will get that draft back up for you as soon as we have it ready. Might be getting things
But
sorted.
I did notice a Shen ban early on.
There was a Shen ban, so...
Oh, I forgot one entire thing. So actually what will happen with a lot of these things is, everyone's going to look up the enemy team at op.gg, and they're usually going to ban their mains.
Exactly.
I completely forgot about this.
Just ban number 1, and it seems like I'm going to presume that these are in order here. It looks like we're spectating from the blue side, so we'll have to confirm who their opponents are once we get into game. But yeah, it looks like red side mostly playing that top jungle focus with the Shen and Graves ban. And he's such a consistent pushing mid that allows you to roam like we were talking about before. Maokai, one of the premier junglers in this meta as well, along with Sejuani and Vi. Jack's pretty common top lane, and Talia, another clean roaming mid, so we'll have to see what the draft is for blue side. Ooh. I like picking a tank here. This really indicates that you're going to play front to back. The Mundo can flex into the jungle, but I would expect it to be top lane, especially with the changes to itemization coming into the season.
No, exactly. Just a very, very stable top laner to pick. He's just able to kind of weather almost any storm. Like, Mundo doesn't really have like a massive losing matchup, but as a result, maybe he can't like carry as much as long as he gets fed.
That being said, Gangplank is an absolute gem of a pick into this Mundo. Gangplank, another champion that really likes having the time to scale up, especially with the changes to crit itemization coming into this patch, was focused on 80 carries, but when you're Gangplank and you're allowed to build Quick Blade second, you have a lot of power, especially in the mid game, that Gangplank coming online a lot earlier, and Caitlyn, probably in my opinion, the premier pushing bot lane. We'll see if it's paired with the classic Lux support to play for lane control, but red side playing for a lot of scaling and a lot of push. We'll see if this GP is able to punish the Mundo, and we'll have to see what blue side's response is here. I presume that they'll either match bot lane or maybe pick jungle and mid, but we'll have to see what they go for. Sylas. Not super impactful ultimates to steal for him as of yet. The Gangplank is nice to have, and the Caitlyn is a little bit of upfront damage that you can use. But red side will need to draft a lot more engage, and that's when that Sylas pick can really come online. Pretty safe blindable mid as well. It will lose lane early on to things like Azir. But outside of that, I think Sylas is a relatively safe pick to play here. And it looks like a Kiana coming into the jungle, one of your specialties, actually, John.
Oh, yeah. Kiana is a great joy, because one of my friends is a Talia main. So we will just do the funniest wall combos you ever seen in your life. But Kiana is actually just a fantastic pick, too, because not only can she actually clear pretty fast, especially with the new jungle changes, she gives you a lot of roaming potential. Sure, she maybe doesn't have the CC, but luckily we have the Sylas and we have the Mundo already pre-set up. So those lanes are looking pretty gankable so far. But
and I think this is probably a set mid, actually, into the Sylas, because I would expect this Gangplank to still go top into the Mundo. It might be something weird with GP mid, or maybe they're absolutely insane carrier-brained out of their mind and it's GP support with the Caitlyn for the insane barrel push at level 2.
Ooh, a ban on the 80 carry. Yeah, so taking out Xayah. So I think we might see an 80 carry focus ban on the side of Frat here, because I know we have Xayah left, and then Zeri is still on the table, if that's something U of A Amber can pull out.
Yeah, I think banning AD here for red side on the 4-5 makes more sense than trying to target the support pool. Blue side is lacking some engaged. You have a lot of follow-up engage from the Kiana and Sylas, but not a lot of hard primary engage. So I'd love to see, something like a Nautilus come in for their support, and then Kai'Sa would be a great pick to compare in the bot lane for that. Their damage output is pretty mixed well on here from the blue side, so maybe another tank engaged from the support, and then anything to follow up from the AD role. The Sona ban I find interesting. Maybe they know. And yeah, Ashe, one of the best supports in the game right now. So much push and that consistent engage. Ashe arrow in the mid game is on like a 40-45 second cooldown. You get to throw that out every other wave for the most part, and it really gives you a lot of control. But the Vex ban coming out as well, interesting. So maybe they know something we don't, and this set and this Gangplank might not be going where we expect them to.
Yeah.
Set could be played in the jungle as well, but still a lot of questions left to be answered here as these drafts round out. Red side has a little bit of an engage, blue side has a little bit of an engage, but I'd like to see a little bit more from both teams coming in from the supports. Caitlyn Lux is the expected pairing here to play for that push like we were mentioning before. So we'll have to see what's answered on blue side in the 4-5. Varus, pretty stable bot lane pick overall. And again, I'd like to see an engaged support coming out from them as well. But into that Caitlyn Lux, maybe they'll pick a Varus Karma or something like that to match the push. We'll have to see what blue side wants to go for.
No, exactly. And honestly, I'm thinking the Sona and the Vex ban were actually just like the mains of the other players, because we have the mid lane and the supports left on the other side. We had to remove the Annie early, so maybe the Vex is like the next one down on the player pool. Because, yeah, I kind of agree they're a bit more weirder to go into, but I think if you consider maybe that's just their main, their most played champs.
Oh, and the Morgana. Okay, so they are playing for push, and this does mean that this Kiana and the Sylas will be able to run rampant in team fights with the Black Shield on them.
Yes.
But again, their primary engage is a Varus ult, which is not the most consistent. It is something, and then obviously a TP behind from the Mundo will disrupt team fights a lot. We'll have to see what Red Side rounds out their draft with. Still, questions around where their top side is looking. Again, we think it's So with this Diana, I would assume it's going into the jungle with the Gangplank going top and set in the mid lane into the Sylas. It could be Sylas in the jungle with the Kiana in mid lane as well. But we'll have to see what these drafts round out at. I assume they can. I think the general rule set is that you can swap until 20 seconds left on the clock as we wrap things up. But it is looking so far like it's Sylas in the jungle for Arcel and Wee Wee Boy playing the Kiana in the mid lane. Which honestly I think you're a lot happier with if you're playing the set mid into this. Being able to play into an AD matchup makes you a lot happier given the itemization set. If they want to go full tank, can rush items like Iceborne Gauntlet, or they can go for a Stride Breaker for more teamfight impact. Again, both sides lacking some of the engage that we were wanting to see coming into this game. But again, if they can execute their drafts, that's what's really going to matter.
Yeah, exactly. I think the mid lane matchup's going to be kind of interesting too, because Set has a lot of actually counter engage in that match. Because if Kiana goes in, it's just taking a massive risk because you can just pull him back in. He has the W to weather the storm of all of the damage, and I think it's just going to be honestly a bit of a scary matchup to just run kind of head for into. But I think highlighting actually on the U of A Amber side, I know we're kind of scared about their engage a little bit, but I think actually the combo of Kiana ult, like Varus into Kiana ult, actually would be pretty potent. I don't think it's like a team-wide ult, but if like you say manage to get like 2 people in the Varus ult, it's very, very easy to set up into the Kiana ult.
And especially with the amount of, like they have their, when we say that we're looking for hard engage, we're looking at like, generally speaking, we're straightforward front-to-back teamfight engage. Yeah. But what they do have is they have a lot of angles and they have a lot of options for their engage. Sylas, Kiana, and the Mundo on the flank will be devastating here. As long as, you know, the Varus is able to keep themselves protected enough, you can have 2 members flank around, maybe Sylas around from the jungle, and the TP coming in from the Mundo. So the engage is there, but it is harder to execute than picking something like an Ornn or a Nautilus or some more consistent, direct hard engage.
Yeah, no, most certainly, most certainly. And it's really going to be, I think, kind of hard for them to get into the other comp, because obviously the Gangplank, the Lux, and the Caitlyn are going to be playing pretty far in the back line, and you don't really have, like, you have the gap closers in Kiana, Sylas, but the thing is they're targeted gap closers. You need to be right on top of them, and as long as they're spacing their Caitlyn and their Lux out, it's going to be almost darn near impossible for those two to actually just get directly on top of them.
Exactly. That being said, though, if blue side can get ahead early, I don't know what red side is going to do about a Kiana and a Sylas with Black Shield running into their backline.
Oh, exactly.
There is not a lot of peel on that lineup. Caitlyn with, you know, Gale Force and the 90 caliber net can make some space for herself, and Lux if she can get some good engage. But thinking about it a little bit further, that actually might be what red side is looking for, because they have a lot of counter engage tools with the Gangplank and the set.
Yeah. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see, because yeah, they could just like, you obviously engage on them, but the Gangplank and the set do have the survivability tools, obviously set with his shield, but also you can just pile drive whoever is worrying you out of the team. And I think with the rest of red side's team almost kind of playing in the back, like their engagers go in, and then their Varus is very, very volatile. So if you're able to like take whoever's on top of your thing, like maybe Mundo, and like slam him into the Varus, you've now almost like denied their like kind of just team fight structure that they're trying to use. And I think they do have enough peel to just kind of keep their AD carry and support alive, but I think the spacing is going to be so important, particularly for the Caitlyn and Lux, because if they're playing too far forward, yeah, you got a Kiana, Sylas just right on top of you, and life is not very enjoyable when that happens.
Yeah, and really, again, we haven't seen a lot of these teams play up against each other as of late. So the tail is really going to be in these first team fights around Herald and Drake.
Yes.
Obviously, the setup for that depends on laning. Caitlyn Lux is that debut. Debut is not the word I'm looking for. It's the epitome of bot lane push in this meta. You pick Caitlyn Lux so that you win the first 3 waves bot, you push into their tower, you take 5 plates, you take the turret at 10 minutes, and you rotate them around the map, and you continue this demolishing plan of knocking down the turrets. But I mean, the bot lane on the blue side is not weak either, with the Varus. Again, a very safe laner. When you don't know what to pick, and you pick Varus, you know you're at least going to be in a good spot on that end.
Exactly, and having the Morgana to pair is actually going to really help with the Lux matchup. With the Morgana's Black Shield timing is like on par, because you can just stop the root from coming out. You can stop a lot of the poke damage that the Lux is able to do, because earlier on the Caitlyn isn't really poking you. They're more focusing on just occasionally getting the headshot and more farming, and the Lux is just trying to annoy the crap out of you. But the Morgana is actually able to, I think, to deny that a little bit if played correctly, and also can stop any like harder or more scary engages they have. Because I think we are going to see potentially, like, say, a level 3 gank from the Diana onto bot, because they might want to snowball them forward forward so they can do exactly what you're talking about. Rotate around the map, dominate in their lane, because I think that's where they are going to find the most resistance is between the two of them there.
Yeah,
Without
exactly.
further ado, we are getting into game here.
So looking over lane setup and summoners here, it is Dark Harvest on the Sylas playing for full carry, none of this, half tank AP Bruiser Sylas. Kiana with the Electrocute is pretty expected. Varus is playing Poke with the Comet, so we will be seeing that lethality Poke Varus. Glacial Augment from the Morgana is pretty expected, and of course Grasp in the top lane on both sides. Conqueror from the Diana gives her a little less burst, but a lot more survivability as she goes in. Same thing with the Set, and then Fleet Footwork from the Caitlyn. Would have liked to see, you can probably get away with Lethal Tempo here, but what Fleet will mean is that she'll stay a lot healthier throughout the laning phase. And then again, the Comet on the Lux playing for a lot of the poke. But here we go, getting into game number 1 of League of Legends. U of A Amber on the blue side versus the Frat on the red. Again, best of 1. This game is it. Single elim. If you lose this, you're out. Thanks for coming out to the Alberta Esports Expo.
Great to see you. Got you out at 10 a.m. And if you go home now, well, that's a whole day to just be a little sad.
But it's a good thing that this event has so many other things than just its tournaments for these players to enjoy if they find themselves on the losing end of this matchup.
Exactly. You can go drown your sorrows in the Artist Alley. We got vendors over here. And there's free play setups if you're like, I could have done that better.
Exactly. You can prove to yourself that you were superior and maybe you just got more dogged in game. But yeah, pretty calm level 1. I think especially in a tournament environment like this, going for a risky invade on either side when given the engage and counter-engage tools seems like a little bit much. It looks like the Sylas will be starting on his red and moving up top side. So we'll have to watch the Gangplank and the Mundo when that comes in. And Diana, as we were expecting, starting on their top side and moving down to look to cover their bot side as they push in. But again, the story of this game can be defined in the first 5 minutes based on how some of these early lanes go, so we'll just have to wait and see.
Exactly, and interestingly enough, I saw the Frat has actually got quite a lot of wards out very early along the bottom. Maybe it's not the most optimal structure, but it shows that they're trying to go towards it very, very early to stop potentially maybe early invades from the Diana and just deny some of that pressure. But I'm curious to see what lane they're going to go through, how the jungle pathing is going to turn out. But the early ward usage is a little interesting to me.
Yeah, so Gangplank only losing 1 minion topside for the leash, nothing too bad. I think this bot lane early on is really going to be the story. A huge, very aggressive posturing from the Caitlyn Lux, and this is what you want to see. But this Varus has been trading back onto the Lux pretty well. Obviously, the Morgana should have a bit more sustain in their kit from the Varus. You see the Lux chugging their potion already. And this is what you're going to see from this bot lane. It's Caitlyn and Lux pushing in, trying to play for early plates. I think Sylas actually could punish this.
Oh, I see an early kill. The light comes down, and that is just an instant early kill from U of A Amber. An overstep from the Varus, unfortunately, gets him caught out. The Morgana, only level 1, obviously does not have access to Black Shield. And I think a lot of that came down to the Morgana's super willing to invest the binding for an engage. You don't really need that early on. I think it's better to save it for potentially a counter engage. Just say maybe your Varus gets caught, you can at least catch the Lux of the Caitlyn walking up in the Dark Binding to just reduce the damage that's going to be on your AD carry level 1.
Exactly, or saving that skill to see if you're scared of the fast level 2 from them, maybe taking Black Shield first to play for that counter engage, but regardless.
Screen, the Morgana goes down as well, and that is such a huge lead down to the bottom lane, and you've highlighted it so much that the bot lane I think is going to be the focus, and we're there this far ahead, as long as they know how to rotate, take the pressure, and just keep the push going. I think this is going to be a very U of A Amber-sided map. I know it's a bit early to decide that, but this is a very big lead early on.
Yeah, exactly. This is exactly what you're looking for on the side of Caitlyn Lux. You have the push. You already have a plate and a half. This Caitlyn is super accelerated. I don't remember exactly who got both of those kills. I think the Caitlyn got the first one.
The Caitlyn did, yes.
Yeah, if you have the double kill for the Caitlyn, this base that's going to come back is amazing. Another binding, just going to be some
the trap placed down into the headshot. Perfect combo. Oh, man. That is just beautiful damage they're putting down. And you just see, he is under the tower, and he has no health.
Yeah, you can see Caitlyn 20 CS to 4 on the side of this Varus, and it looks like the Diana caught out the Kiana in mid lane from that gank, so it's been all U of A Amber so far. In fact, playing on the red side here with the Frat on blue.
Exactly. Oh, it looks like they're invading on the mid here. I think potentially looking out for the Sylas, but what I do want to highlight a bit is look at the warding on the bottom of the map for U of A Amber. So they realize their advantage is here, and they've set up a preemptive ward to potentially catch or rotate from the jungler, so they can play as high up as you saw where they were. They're constantly pushing it in. They're setting up the vision to enable that.
And just look at the difference in bot lane. It's Caitlyn coming back with pickaxe, double longsword, boots, and Varus is still sitting on their starting items. They have 8 CS 4 minutes into the game. This is an absolute disaster in the bot lane for the Frat.
Yeah, no, exactly. It looks like the Frat party unfortunately went a little too late last night. And,
the White Claws were consumed and maybe coming in not quite prepped for their game here. But it's all right. This, we're talking about, yes, it is a 3K gold lead of 5 minutes. This is exactly the position that U of A Amber wants to be in. But that being said, you do still have, some scaling potential from, from the Mundo as he scales up to, really disrupt things in these team fights. They are, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, they're very behind.
They're very behind,
But they do have the opportunity still to make plays to come back into this game. I like that this Kiana is, pushing and starting to roam around the map. That really is the win condition that they can play for to try to equalize things in this early game, is take their pushing mid and jungle and try to rotate around. I don't think this is going to be too much here in the bot lane. Some poke back, and Varus actually has to
great
watch this
Slack
stuff.
shield. That would have been death. Fantastic reaction there from Halle Bean to keep our boy Varus alive.
Yeah, that Black Shield is really the only thing that I guess this Varus does still have their flash because they didn't burn it in the first kill. They didn't really have an opportunity to once they got hit by that first Lux binding. But checking in the other lanes, Gangplank is up, as you would expect Gangplank to be. Set actually winning out in mid, probably thanks to that gank coming in from the Diana.
A little fight here in mid, knocks up the Kiana, but Kiana is able to escape on it. Diana a little too far behind to follow up. But actually, I think what's going to be interesting to see is you're highlighting the potentials they have to come back. It is the Sylas and Kiana, but you'll notice that most of UA's gold and kind of advantage is focused on the Caitlyn here, and that is one of your most immobile champs. She only does have the net to kind of get out, so if they're able to catch the Caitlyn out, maybe get some shutdowns and stuff like that, it will be a good idea. But we have seen U of A Amber has completely set up the vision preemptively. 2 control wards down in the river has allowed them to have complete control of this bottom lane, not only in gold league, but with vision, and that just gives them this free Drake here. There's not honestly a lot Frack can do to contest this.
Yeah, no, I love this macro play from red side. You're taking your bot lane advantage, which means that the enemy bot lane cannot come and contest. You have the push in mid as well. This Drake is free, and this gives them plenty of time to set up before the Herald spawns at 8 minutes. This is looking like a clinic from U of A here in Game 1 so far.
Now, I'm not going to lie, they came in with a game plan, and they have perfectly executed it. And obviously, I mean, likely accelerated it as well because of how the bot lane advantage has developed. Now, it looks like Gata is just going to pace out a little bit. Not a lot can happen because it does have the stun from the river buff on the Q. But
yeah, Set just putting his body out to defend the control ward.
Okay, no, that dark binding might have been good, but it doesn't matter.
That's probably Halle Bean down to the ignite.
Yeah, no, you can't really be looking for the engage bindings here. It's not going to get a lot because your Varus just simply doesn't have the damage to burst these 2 down, especially when you consider Lux Shield. And then the damage that's going to come back onto you is just significantly higher. Now, Chicken Hawk, unfortunately, isn't kind of escapable thing. Gets hit by the binding, comes in, going to get the trap locked down, and we're going to get another kill down the bot line. It looks like we are, and Wild Cobra is up to 3-0, a 200 gold bounty on that ready, and a nearly 30 CS lead on that.
Yeah, this Caitlyn is incredibly accelerated. We're probably going to see another plate and a half go down in the bot lane. 7 minutes in. I don't want to. I think at this point.
Oh, yeah. Gets the slab box into the tower. Now Kiana ult comes down. Is Weebly Boy going to be able to escape? No, cannot get away from the empowered W. And that's by I loves you. Getting up the kill. I love that name.
It's definitely one of the better
names.
Oh,
Halle Bean is caught in the middle of 3 people here. I like how they're actually focusing on taking down the plates first, getting the advantage they need, and they might be able to rotate on this. Potato Grip gets the engage on Chicken Hawk. The damage is coming down. Luxel comes down, finishes him off. Halle Bean gets almost absolutely eviscerated from the ult, and Potato Grip is trying to finish it off. But tank too many turret shots, but does manage to get out with the double kill, and that is definitely going in favor of Amber. But they're on the board.
Yeah, you get on the board. 2 for 1 there. Not bad. But that being said, not really that much invested on the side of U of A either. Diana didn't have to burn her flash. The Lux burned her flash as she was tanking the tower, but you expect to maybe burn 2 or 3 flashes in a dive like that. Extremely well played. I like the read from Arcel on the Sylas, knowing that the dive was possible. But it's honestly, they're just smacking them with their wallets at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Just a massive gold lead. I do like that they are starting to contest the vision, though, because U of A Amber has had just complete control of the bot side vision this entire time, and it has allowed them to just play super far up. It's probably what allowed them to set up that gank and even potentially know that the Sylas is incoming, and it also allows their bot laner to just kind of roam freely within that area as well, because the set is ahead of the Kiana by quite a bit right now as well, and that just means that Weaver Boy just can't engage, and Bai can always follow. Now, we do have a little engage on the mid lane. I honestly don't think they have enough damage to finish this off, but Arcel engages. They get a full combo. Q comes down,
this
and Bai loves you. It's going to fill down onto the Arcel, but we don't switch over the top and fight in top lane there. But that was more just a trade back and forth, and oh my god, that was scary. Arcel barely gets out of it. That empowered W almost blew him up.
Yeah, Set still had flash at that. Conqueror fully stacked. You could have seen that turning into a
double.
double.
Oh, my god, just gets the engage onto it. Does not have ult, though, so can't finish off the kill there, but so much damage coming down, and Weeby Boy just has to play further on the back.
And look at how disrespectful this bot lane from U of A is able to play because of the vision coverage that they have. They know that the Sylas head to base, And we were mentioning that Herald before, Herald being taken topside.
Oh,
but
it just finishes it up. You can't get out of that. Unfortunately, it messes the flash too. And they just get a kill down on the bottom lane. Honestly, it's just going wrong everywhere for them because it's the point where their tower is no longer safe. The Lux bindings are hitting home too often, allowing the obviously trap combo from Caitlyn to finish him off, and you're just getting one shot completely.
It's 7,000 gold. It's the entire tower bot lane. This Caitlyn is incredibly far ahead, and this Kiana is so far behind that she isn't even able to contest any of this push. Gangplank has free push on top. The map is just falling apart here for the Frat. They're going to have to do a lot to be able to turn this around.
Yeah, Arcel gets engaged on it. Gangplank ult coming down to just slow down the movement. But honestly, the Silas by himself is probably going to finish this off. But Ohami is doing great play, finishing off there. Just actually has a great gold lead. I don't think he's going to finish off. Arcel needs to play super well to finish this off. The Q lands with the trading back and forth. And honestly, Ohami's just too far ahead. Potato Drip comes in for the re-engage, finishes him off. And that is going to be a double likely going on to the Diana. Great heads-up play from U of A Amber here to finish this off. And honestly, just watching Ohami just play fantastically on the top lane. Yes, he is very ahead. So he had a giant life lead. But he had the corrupting pot. He waited for his orange and was just actually dodging enough skill shots to kind of just keep alive. And the Silas, unfortunately, is just a little too far behind to be able to finish off the kill there.
Yeah, the timing on the cleanse from the stolen settle really mattered. But
oh, that was a great Kiana ult. Stopped the engagement. Potato Drip honestly still has kind of the rush down here. He's going to finish it off.
Should have one more dash.
Oh, needs it away. But Wee Wee Boy, actually, that was a fantastic rotation of a thing. That was the only way he could survive. And fantastic cooldown usage keeps him out of that. As much as that was a very scary play for him, he played that absolutely fantastically.
But that being said, this bot lane is rotated mid and is pushing on the mid tier 2.
Oh, exactly. The tier 2 rotations coming out, and they actually are honestly just kind of setting up for Dragon here as well, spawning in the 7-second here. Yeah, no, completely caught out, and this is going to pretty much just guarantee the Dragon for U of A Amber here. Gets it off. Now Harley being unfortunately gone on the re-engage, and they're not going to follow it off. Probably just going to go straight for the Dragon, finishing off the ward coverage from as well. Using control ward, just finishing it off. Just clinical play. You highlighted it earlier. They completely set up for this Drake. They got the pick.
I mean, Arcel's looking for a steal, but they know they're here. They can turn on them as soon as they go in. Oh. Beautiful with the settle.
Yeah, completely pushed him out of range. Because, of course, you can still use Smite during CC, as many people know. But that set ult pushed him in the back corner, got him completely out of range, and just denies any chance of that being flipped.
Yeah, only way that could have gone better is if the set ult put him back over the wall, just sent him right back where they came from. But clean play from U of A. Their macro has been good. They've been able to convert their laning advantages into huge leads around their map. 2 towers to 0, 2 Drakes, the Herald as well.
Yeah, it's just honestly just domination. Almost every single lane member being nearly 30 to 40 CS up. That is why we see just like, yeah, this 12k gold lead coming down. And it's honestly, I think it's down to they're just going to slowly use the Caitlyn to push down the turrets. Oh my god, what a combo. Just finished it off. Now, I know Arcel might be going in for something here, but does not have the potential. You need to not engage on this. Trying to get on the Caitlyn. Great waiting on the binding there from Ho's PR to finish it off. And just, yeah, they just can't really do anything. That was probably about the best engage you could possibly get, but the Caitlyn is so far ahead that you're honestly going to need like probably 3 members to get it.
They're pushing onto the tier 3s at 12 minutes, John.
I know. This feels like, I don't know if anybody
and who can stop them?
This feels like if anybody watches the LEC, the G2 versus Heretics game, it's the fastest recorded game in the history of the LEC. I'm going to say, I got the vibes here. It's looking like
the speedrun is real. They took the tier 3 at 13 minutes into the game. This Caitlyn has 5 kills, 650 gold bounty on them. Probably basing with 3,000 or 4,000 gold at this point.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm going to get the pick on the Caitlyn here. Gets the engage from super long range. Oh, the Luxall just trying to finish it off, but that was not enough. Great usage of the net to get out.
Yeah, and crucially taking Cleanse as well. You know, we didn't mention it during the draft, but Caitlyn taking Cleanse into the Varus Morgana matchup is smart in the lane, but also means that when the Caitlyn is out that far by themselves, they're relatively safe. And honestly, not much to say about this this rotation up to top lane. Living Mop, you know, unable to mop things up here. Vi loves you in 1v2, but...
Yeah, I don't think it's even going to be enough. Yeah, just with the W fully empowered, they can kind of slowly chip away at him. Oh my god! Gets the slab down. Vi finishes him off. And we have engaged down here, and 2 members of U of A are 2v1ing at this moment. They're trying their best to get the pick. Vi finishes it off the ball. Potato Trip finishes up the kill.
Not even bothering to continue onto the Morgana. Says that the Wolves are worth more gold to them.
I mean, honestly, this point, I hate to be blunt, but actually, I do appreciate that you have Amber. Honest to God, with the gold lead they had, they could just run it straight down mid. But no, they're choosing to play it clinical, almost like kind of treat this as bad as it sounds, as kind of a warm-up for their strategy, because they're fully executing it. They're focusing on their tower, they're getting their rotates, and they're just kind of just focusing on playing that really solid game. I think it's going to reward them later on because they were able to play this match.
Yeah, with a gold lead like this, exactly as you were saying, U of A, they have the option to play a lot more disrespectably, but are instead focusing on keeping their macro clean, building their clean fundamentals, and I think you're just gone.
Yeah. that all, boom! And Wild Cobra with another one, up at a 6-0-4. It's just, yeah, absolute bloodbath. There's no other way to put it, and I think the only way Frat kind of gets in this is if U of A Amber makes a mistake at this point, because there are massive amounts of shutdown gold on the side of U of A Amber, but that is going to require them making a misstep, and it just doesn't look like something they're even capable of at this point. Yeah, Bai gets the engage, lock it down. Arccell absolutely melts, and I Loves You just finishes that off.
Yeah, godlike here on the set. Honestly, John, with how U of A has been playing this so cleanly, I think this game might just end on the second Herald push.
Oh, exactly. I think, yeah, I like that again, they're focusing on it too. They're not just like hard pushing, they're waiting for their objectives, they're playing cleanly, and it is just beautiful to see.
Yeah, their vision control has been spectacular as well. The Frat really just has not had an opportunity to play this game from the outset. And we joke around saying that the game can be won in the first 3 lanes bot. This game was won in the first 3 waves bot.
Yeah, no, exactly what it was. They started with early ward control on the bottom. They managed to get that double kill early on, but when you have an engage coming here, Data Drip gets it down, dodges the Kiana ult, pulls him back in with Diana ult, and finishes him off, and gets the kill on the Wee Wee Boy by finishing off with the Q. And the Living Mop manages to get out with his life. Mundo does not go where he pleases. He goes back to his tower.
No, not looking like the boss at this point, looking more like the janitor. Really not a lot to clean up with, and this is what we were talking about before. I expect U of A at this point, the Gangplank's pushing in on the mid-inhib at 15 minutes.
Oh, Hammy has to get that flash shot. That is so scary. And the Living Mop engages onto Hammy, looking to mop him up, but no, the barrels are coming down and to put him on fire, and unfortunately, the water bucket was empty, but not quite enough to finish him off here today.
And here comes the rest of the team with the Herald as well.
Oh, and the Arccell is trying to go in for the engage, get the Gangplank out, dodges the Lux ult, and he does manage to get the hit onto their Wee Wee Boy, trying to engage, but not enough damage. The Gangplank is absolutely melting them, and the jungler on the side of U of A comes in, they finish it off, and honestly probably don't even need the Herald at this point. They're just running it down. Going to use the Herald to finish it off here.
Dancing
but
Herald
the Mop
in
is
game
finally,
1.
he's the janitor left at the school, trying to make a stand in the zombie apocalypse, but it's not enough. The zombies have absolute steroids injected into them, and the U of A Amber is looking to finish it off here in absolutely dominating fashion. 16 minutes and probably going to be about 40 seconds to finish it off here, and they take the win. They got me wrong by 1 second, 2 seconds. I'm incredibly hurt.
30 kills to 1, 22,000 gold lead,
yes.
17 minutes into the game. The only word for that is demolition.
Demolition. No other
decimation.
Decimation.
Embarrassment.
Yeah. That, if you were in a frat, would result in hazing. I'm sorry. I got to put it that way, but again, I would like to highlight, just not focus on the loss too much, it's just how well U of A was playing that. Because again, they got that gold lead, they could have just ran it down mid.
No, but
just straight up.
Again, they focused on the clean macro. They didn't. Unfortunately, we didn't have the time for them, to play around further objectives like a Dragon Soul or a Baron. But given their gold lead, they knew we can take the second Herald, and it will be enough for us to push through. Like you said, maybe didn't even need it, but I respect that they're still playing the game correctly, and they're making sure that they're not using these opportunities to build bad habits. I like the discipline on the side of the players, and I'm really looking forward to see what U of A can do in their next game. Moving on in our bracket, you will see them shortly in the semifinals. I actually think they will be our next game that we have.
Exactly.
Just need to review the bracket here.
Oh,
just getting things wrapped up here on stage.
But yeah, no, definitely I'd also like to highlight too is because they were playing around the objectives, playing so cleanly, the only way the Frat had back was the shutdown gold. One player had to make a mistake, overcommit, and they get that money, and that actually would maybe give them a chance to get back into the game even slightly. But because they were playing so clean, there was no mistakes to make. There was no one to catch out. There was no one overcommitting. The only scary things they had is when they were putting those 2v1s. But those 2v1s happened when they were so far ahead that you need at least 3 or 4 members to even just kill one of the members of U of A Amber.
Yeah, exactly. The only kill that they did give up was the Diana in that bot lane dive that was honestly super worth it to continue to accelerate this Caitlyn and Lux, push down that tower so early, getting a Caitlyn that far ahead that early in the game. Just a beautiful thing to see.
It's a beautiful thing, too. And it definitely came back to draft as well a little bit, too, because U of A Amber was just able to grab, just those power picks earlier on. Was able to get the Caitlyn and the Gangplank, round 1. Or I guess round 1 for them because they got the double pick. But just getting those early picks, that gives you huge advantage in top lane. You have a carry top lane that can hold top lane. It almost doesn't even need to interact with the rest of the map because of the ult. And then you have Caitlyn, the best pushing bot lane. And particularly when you're playing, unfortunately, kind of this level, if you're able to dominate your lane, you can just turn it into so much more. And Caitlyn enables you to do that, and you saw it here.
Exactly. And, it's challenging to scout when maybe they're playing on alternate accounts to prep for this event. I don't know how much of the Caitlyn Lux that they were playing before. Even things like the set mid. I think I've actually seen some of that from them before. But it's challenging when you don't have, a structured, continuous league to have this constant stream of data coming in to be able to know what these teams are playing. And even still, U of A may have prepped the strategy coming in for this event. We're not really sure.
I almost really recall Bai being on one of the high school teams back that we commentated. I think he played top lane for them.
No, I remember at the EPSB event, Darius getting maybe a triple or a quadra kill in the red side blue buff, and carrying that performance on. It's great to see players continue to have the opportunities to continue to thrive in esports and have their opportunities to play at stages like this, at events like this. But as we are getting our next match ready, I think that's all we have here for you right now, and we can throw it a break and we can be back with the next game here at League of Legends from the ALBERTA Esports Expo right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to League of Legends here from the Alberta Esports Expo. I'm Ash with John again, and we're here to bring you the semifinals of League of Legends. Our teams are set up on stage. It looks like we're getting into draft shortly. After that game that we had previously, I'm excited to see what our next set has in store for us. I think the winner of this set will likely end up playing U of A in the finals.
Yeah.
Obviously, things could happen. There's still a bracket to be played, but I'm curious to see what we're going to get out of both of our teams in this upcoming set.
No, me too. It's going to be very, very interesting to see. Actually, I think maybe with us going to like some of the other teams, we might see more like that kind of main banning like we saw like with the frat. They were kind of just going through it, just banning the mains of kind of each of the people. So I'm curious if that'll persist, or maybe it'll be a little bit more coordinated to kind of go through the draft as it is. Because we saw just how powerful getting those meta picks in your hand. Now, we also did highlight earlier, though, play what you're comfortable with. Sure, Caitlyn's broken, but if you can't pilot that character to save your life, it's definitely not worth it. But if you can get those characters in your hands and you're good at them, it's so scary. And we saw that with, honestly, just the Gangplank and the Caitlyn first pick in the last game.
And we've seen that in Pro as well, where teams in LCS and LEC will pick Caitlyn Lux and lose lane. Which I understand. Losing lane with Caitlyn Lux is an accomplishment. That is something that you have to try to do that. So just because the pick is good, you still need to be able to play around it, and especially a team-defining pick like that. It'll be interesting to see. So U of A Amber back up on stage, playing up against the Kodiaks from Lethbridge, I believe.
I think so. Admittedly, I don't
believe
know,
they're from the U of L. And so looks like we're seeing things from the Kodiaks' point of view with AFK Shadow, Wusher Garvin, Violent Chill, Phased, and I can't remember their supports player, but we'll get them here in a moment. And a Lulu first ban coming through, so it looks like they understand that the U of A has played through their bot lane, so let's take away some of these flexible picks that they can use to play through that win condition that they executed beautifully in Game 1.
Exactly. It's a great way to highlight. It's going to be our ban here. Hecarim coming out. So a jungle ban coming out early. I know Hecarim has had some priority, but maybe, again, that might be a little bit of a main pick, because I know there are kind of like a little bit more higher priority junglers from what I've been watching.
Yeah, I would definitely expect this to be a specific target ban onto Wusher Garvin. And Elise, this is, you want to talk about meta bans. Elise changes how you think about the game when you pick Elise, especially in the current meta. Normally it's very bot-centric. You play slow, you play around your bot lane. As soon as you pick Elise, the entire map is open. It means that you can extremely play through that bot lane win condition, but you can also play through your top and your mid. Just so many options. Love seeing that Elise taken off the board.
Exactly. Oh, and the Caitlyn ban here now as well. Yeah, targeting bot. So I'm curious what the next ban is going to be. We've seen the kind of a bot lane focus here from Kodiaks.
Yone must be a target ban.
That must be a target
obviously,
ban.
we didn't see the Yone in Game 1. And also interesting to note, U of A is banning out the Caitlyn themselves, understanding the power of that pick, not wanting it to be first picked away.
No, exactly. Do not want the bot lane situation they had last time to potentially go against them.
They don't want to see the Uno reverse card. they have their green draw too, and they say, look, we have the game plan is here, and we don't want to mess it up from there.
Yeah, we definitely want the match. A Shen ban coming out. I did see a Shen ban in the last game as well from the
frat, yeah.
So the top laner on the side of U of A Amber must be very good at this champion, if I had to fathom a guess.
Yeah, but again, it's the U of A side that's banning out the Shen as well.
Is it the Kodiaks here? If I don't have the names screwed up on my thing?
Well, no, because these are not the players from U of A that we're seeing on the blue side.
I am reading off the overlay. My bad, everyone there. But we do Maokai pick out here, a very, very high priority jungler in the current meta.
Yeah, Maokai first pick, super safe here. A lot of consistent engage. This is the kind of hard engage that we were wanting to see in the first game. Speaking of hard engage, if this Jarvan comes through, which I expect it to with 1 second left, so we have engaged junglers on both sides. Jarvan with a little bit more priority in the early game. But Maokai can also become a considerable AP damage threat, which kind of opens up the flexibility on the side of Kodiaks to pick an AD mid like Tristana, for example, something that hasn't seen a lot of play but is extremely strong in the current patch. Picking that mid Tristana, giving you that permanently pushing lane and the ability to knock down towers is amazing. And a pick like Maokai or Elise or even the Lilia that we've been seeing a little bit over in Europe really enables that. The Thresh coming through, so definitely going to be a different look in the bot lane this game. Thresh, super enabler for just about any bot lane carry, gives you a lot of safety and utility. We could be seeing, more immobile hyper carries like Jinx and Aphelios, but really the options are wide open there. Interesting to see what blue side will pick here on the 2-3. Looks like going with the Sylas. Again, that safe blind mid option that gives you a lot of control and things like that.
All right, and we are just looking at the next pick here. Silas is currently locked in on the side.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, the Varus? Yeah, kind of hovering over top of that. We might actually see very similar. Yeah, changing the bot lane now.
Okay, so I've received word that there are actually 2 U of A teams here.
Oh.
And so the U of A team that we saw previously was not Amber, but the other U of A team. So this is U of A on the blue side here.
Oh, yeah, I recall, actually. I think I'm in their Discord. I think they have U of A Green and U of A Amber, if I recall. So we must have been watching U of A Green.
And, okay, I am now very excited for this game. Ooh. Samira Thresh in the bot lane from the Kodiaks. This is a team-fighting team.
Yeah,
they do not want this game to go to 45 minutes. They want to win the game around objectives fights between 20 and 30 minutes. And I have not seen a lot of Samira in this meta. Having to play into Silas Maokai in these team fights might be a little bit dicey, but we'll have to see. They can probably take the cleanse and figure things out from there.
Ooh,
yeah, probably looking to either double ban top out here or maybe take away a pushing support like Karma that can really punish this Samira Thresh. But just more top lane bans across the board, the Jax and the Gangplank. We'll have to see what the pools come down to. There's obviously still a lot available. Cassante has been a very big pick. I don't know if either of these teams play it, as it is a bit of a newer pick. But we'll be curious to see what comes out. And we're also still looking for the mid laner on the side of Kodiaks.
Yeah, exactly. And I think they are, like, the side of Kodiaks already has like a heavy focus on potentially their bot lane because Jarvan going down there ganking it. So I'd be interested to see if maybe they pick a rotating mid and like either go all in on that, or do they pick a stable mid to kind of deny the Silas from roaming.
John, I think Kodiaks is going to R5 Ornn here.
Ooh.
I think with this Fiora and this Jax and this Shen ban, this looks to me like an R5 Ornn, but we'll have to see. I'd expect them to pick mid here if they're going to R5 that Ornn. Could obviously be other safe, tankier engage tops. But we'll have to see. They know they're playing into the Silas. So picking mid here would be fine, and it is the Ornn coming through.
You're so smart. Like, look at this guy up here, the Ornn locked in. But yeah, just honestly the pivotal top pick, top tank pick that you can get in this situation. And it's going to give them so much stability top because you can just survive the ganks, you can engage, and you can at least farm back and forth. And Darius
was was one of the things that can come through to punish the Ornn. And the Annie in the mid lane, so a lot of consistent wave push, roaming, and burst.
And I think actually the Annie is a...
Oh, the Annie should be support with the Varus, actually.
Yeah, I'd be down there, and then my brother Silas mid. So this is going to give them quite a lot of poke there. I'm kind of interested, though. Oh, no, you know what the Annie is going to do a fantastic job of is if the Samira and the Thresh do engage, the W is going to be able to very likely get a double stun if they go all in, and that actually, or like even with the ult later on, and that's going to be just a great denial, allowing them to turn.
And the Trist mid coming through from the side of Kodiaks.
You're a prophet. You're literally a prophet.
I thought the Trist mid maybe would come through from the side of U of A, given that, they had, but they did pick the Silas, so... Looking over at these drafts, Kodiak's win condition is very obvious. They want to play through the Trist mid in order to get some tempo early, to gain control over objectives, and then team fight through with this insane team fighting team of the Ornn engage for primary, the Jarvan to follow up and catch people out, the double AD of Samira and Tristana, and the Thresh to keep the Samira safe as she goes to dive back in. The one thing to look out for is there is almost no magic damage on the side of Kodiaks, which means that this Maokai, if the game goes too late, will not be able to die. And also, John, it's Silas support.
Oh, you're right. What?
It's Silas support coming through for the U of A, with the Annie going into the mid lane, into the Tristana. And I think Annie should win this matchup early just because she'll outrange Tristana, but probably around level 8 or 9, I don't think Annie has a shot in this lane anymore against the Trist.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see how the Silas support pick works. I'm kind of just trying to logic it out. He does have the stun and the engage to probably just lock the Samira down from even starting your combo, and at the ranges they're trying to play, he has the heal, a lot of sustain, so he becomes a target maybe you can't almost kill in that situation, but they could just focus, well, the Varus, just stays further out. So maybe the Silas plays kind of right here, kind of just stops the Thresh from Samira from getting past him in a way, and allows the Varus to just poke away and get the damage down.
The thing is, though, there's so many crucial ultimates on the side of Kodiaks that the Silas can steal away, and can still steal away from the support role, so you can still have the stolen Ornn engage coming in, the stolen Jarvan ult and things like that. But imagine if you had the AP behind it of a mid lane Silas.
Yes.
Where that Silas then would be able to be your primary engage, but also chunk out the entire backline with things like this EP scaling that Silas ult steal gives you on a Jarvan ult as you fly in, come in with the chains, Jarvan ult on top of that. Huge amount of burst damage could have been coming through, but it is coming in with the support role. So we'll have to see how this Silas pick plays out into the Samira Thresh. Definitely some off-meta picks from both teams, but this is what we were talking about earlier, where you need to play to comfort what you know you can execute too. And I'm honestly very excited to see how this Kodiak's draft goes, because Orange Jarvan with double AD, especially with the Samira as well, this is so much team fight.
No, this is absolutely insane. I was kind of just mulling on it a bit. The Silas actually as a support with the roaming jungler might be very interesting, because you will have access to a lot of ults and stuff like that, and if you roam with the jungler, the counting jungle becomes actually quite crazy. Like, not only
Silas
Maokai
roaming onto mid lane does sound extremely annoying
and you get
for
the
this
Jarvan
Tristana
ult.
to deal with.
And you get the Jarvan ult as well if you can steal that from the jungler, so the invades get so scary, because this Jarvan like just almost can't escape because you have 2 hard lockdowns.
The thing is, though, that Tristana is able to buffer the rocket jump out of the CC,
True.
so still a lot of safety. Even if you go top lane, Ornn has the Bella's Breath on the W to gain the Unstoppable and deal with a lot of this crowd control. So there's definitely possibilities here for both sides. It can come down to execution, but what we know for sure is that red side on the side of Kodiak's, they want team fight, they want objectives, and they want push.
Exactly. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of how this develops out as the game goes. But I do like that we have like very kind of clear win conditions that you kind of broken down. So it's going to make the game, I think, almost easy to follow depending on where they get the advantages and stuff.
I'm just laughing to myself because we've discussed so many things, and we haven't discussed the Darius.
Oh
Darius is a game-defining pick
Yeah.
that U of A has in the top lane into the Ornn as well, which it can be an extremely punishing matchup for Ornn as well.
Yeah, it's one of the...
I think this game is going to be good.
Yeah, I think this is going to be...
I think this is going to be a very exciting and entertaining game, and I'm really hoping that this doesn't turn into a stomp from lane phase, which it can turn into with Darius. But I'm definitely hoping that we can see the game kind of progress into the later stages, because I'm very excited for what both of these drafts can bring.
Exactly. Yeah, no, just the versatility of both. Obviously, we do have a lot of like just team fight and stuff from the Kodiaks, but on the other side too, like the Tristana and even the Darius and stuff like that gives you a lot of split push potential too. So maybe if you want to kind of you can just change between maybe that split push style and that team fight style kind of as you want, but just even for both teams. So I'm curious to see like what play styles are going to lane into, how they rotate between them, and just overall like what lanes are they going to focus on? There's so many questions to ask, and I think actually early on we will be able to answer them, because the focus is going to become very obvious. I think probably around like level 3, because if one team goes for a gank or like sets up like a lot of vision like we didn't even see in the previous game, it's I think going to dictate a lot of the flow that we'll see later on.
All right, so here we are getting into our second game of the day. In just a moment, we'll get there. We can't rush things too much.
No, exactly. You can't rush perfection, which I'm hoping this match will be just a beautiful, lovely experience.
I love that the longer that we've had to think about this draft, the possibilities have opened up in our minds. And like, I'm legitimately extremely excited for what both of these teams can bring to us.
Yeah. It's like I got the whole like path in my head, because there is so many places to play through. You have, like, you can almost
Speaking
just go
of playing through 5-man level 1s from both teams, but just going to be ships in the night with U of A, with AFK Shadow on the Darius, Wusher Garvin on the Maokai, Violent Chill playing the Annie in the mid lane with teleport, so not as much all in as it could have been. Phased with no cleanse on the Varus to note into Thresh, Ornn, and the Jarvan, so might be punishing there. Is playing lethal tempo, so we will have on-hit Varus, as opposed to the poke Varus that we would have seen in the previous game.
Yes.
And Dark Harvest Ignite Silas, so this is a kill lane. This is a threatening support. And yeah, ships in the night here on the level 1. Looking over at the side of the Kodiaks, it's Basher playing the Ornn in the top lane. Grass there, pretty expected. Footy with the Jarvan, Conqueror, again, you expect. Zed Pies with the Hail of Blades Tristana gives you so much push. Food Battle with the Conqueror on the Samira, again, gives you a ton of that team fight utility. And the Glacial Lockman with the Thresh, again, bringing the Ignite as well. So crucially, no cleanse on either of these bot lanes. No barrier either, and ignites from both supports.
Yeah, so going to be very, very aggressive. But now that I think about it a bit more too, if the Varus is able to just kind of poke them away freely, the Silas is actually just going to be able to almost like all in, particularly with the Knight, and at least get like one pick. Now it's going to be completely down to the Thresh to deny that. But yeah, I didn't actually even consider like just the raw kill potential they have early, because Varus outranges both of these characters extremely. Samira early on, pretty exploitable, and even the Thresh can only keep her so safe, particularly in the first 2 levels.
Exactly, and you see this, they're kind of seeding the early level 1 here, but
oh my god, they're already ganking here. Top! The Maokai goes and gets the root onto him. They're just pulling this back perfectly. The bleed is fully engaged, and I think the bleed will be enough with flashes. Make sure the kill is down. Now we got to be engaged down on bottom, getting a little bit of damage in, but actually traded out pretty equally. But oh my god, we were talking about all these possibilities. The last thing I expected was a level 1 and 2 gank on top lane.
Yeah, it was just Super clean as well. Interesting to note, we actually missed it as we were talking about earlier. Maokai invading and stealing away the enemy red, and then immediately ganking with the level 2 onto topside. It was clear that U of A's plan in this early game was to play through this Darius, and with this Darius ahead already, this is going to be dangerous for the double ADs on the side of Kodiak's.
Yeah, slides out of there trying to get the steal. Oh my god, he flashes on him, gets the ignite down. He might be able to barely get out of this foot. He escapes with their life, but that has set the precedence. We now know what this Sylas wants to do, and he wants to go in.
Exactly. This Sylas has been picked for map control. They're content to leave their Varus, and again, a very safe pick, can slowly farm away with the range on the E and the Q, can just walk out of range of the Thresh, and this still has the push going in, is actually kind of disrespecting the situation playing this far up, but especially with their Maokai on the other side of the map, but Jarvan unfortunately not in a position to punish that. Sylas just gets to roam, help pick up some pressure and vision control for the side of U of A, and then walk back bottom and test the push again.
No, exactly. I think the vision control is a pretty crucial thing to navigate as well. With this, the Sylas can just leave Varus because he has just such a massive range advantage against these two characters early on, and allows the Sylas to just roam up through the jungle, get rid of the vision, and allow this Varus to keep playing this far forward. And they are starting to get the wards and stuff down there. As you can see, the pings coming down on the map. They know where the Jarvan is, and they are kind of playing with respect to that. We are looking for potentially a little bit of a cheeky play with the Thresh if they can get it. No, but as you see, they're playing so well around it, playing behind their minions, and just as long as they can keep this up, like the bot lane is not very easy to exploit.
Yeah, that's fundamentals, kicking it back to the tutorial. Stand behind your minions.
As I learned in the League Craft video that I proceeded to immediately forget, as I entered it again when I used to play this game.
That's just part of the experience, John.
That's very true, very true. Now, we have had the first kind of push on bottom lane the Kodiaks have had, and this was on purpose, because look at this Maokai coming down. They set up the wave. They got the engage on them. Sylas goes in, gets on top of the Samira. The Maokai is almost in, gets through the root, follows through under the tower. Now the Thresh going to pull back under the tower. Great. He's able to trade this back for a 1-for-1. Fantastic play from Night Hero to at least get on the board, but what a engage, and just the way they manipulated the wave to set that up was beautiful.
Yeah, no, they had that hard push early on that allowed the Sylas to leave. They wait for the wave to crash back into them, which means that the Maokai has time to set up, wrap around the vision control in that bottom brush, means that the setup is there. Honestly, the Thresh did everything correct. They flashed back early to build the space so that the Samira could have been pulled out, but the Maokai knew, we need to get this, we need this Varus to come ahead, so that the Samira isn't allowed to build up the lead so that she can dive in and wreak havoc in teamfights later. You'll definitely take that trade, giving up your life as the Maokai in order to get this Varus ahead and put the Samira further behind.
And we have double buff Thresh, you know? That's funny to me. But, oh, it looks like they're setting up for a bit of a plan here. But as you can see, both of them know they have vision down there, but the rotate up from the support of Thresh, they might be looking to set something up, going all the way around. Oh, the Sylas is rotating up. This is so scary.
Yeah, this could get dicey early on.
Okay, now the Thresh is stuck under the tower. They're looking for the re-engage here. Now, no flashes are really online because they were invested in earlier ganks, and this will allow Kodiaks to get it here. But if flashes were online for the Maokai or the Sylas there, that would have been death. And speaking of death, we have another kill up top lane from AFK Shadow, and this is looking scary. And what's scary too, but yeah, just rocket jump. You put it better. Even if he had gotten hit by the stun, he buffered it and would have been able to get no problem.
Exactly. Trist is so safe in this lane, and solo bolo for AFK Shadow means that this Darius is 100% online. You know, the Ornn will come through later, but that's kind of you can't even play to that win condition as much. Sure, the Tristana and the Ornn will give you a lot of power later on, but as the game goes on, this Maokai will get tankier. This Darius will get tankier. This Sylas doesn't even need to build that much damage and can play as more of an AP bruiser, just being an enabler of further CC.
Exactly, and I think a key thing too is how the jungle matchup is going to go process as well. Because if they manage to get the Maokai ahead, that's going to negate that early advantage that Jarvan has. And with your Darius so fed, you can just completely control that top side. You almost won't even need the jungler up there later, and this opens the Maokai up to affect mid, to affect bottom, and you just have this absolute bruiser up there. Or they can go all in and just get their Darius so fed out of their mind, take control of the top of the map, and then slowly work their way down. Maybe they might even do like a lane swap or something like that if they're really feeling like it. I know not as common in the current meta, but when you have such a lead like this, he might almost be able to fight bottom lane pretty soon.
which I think is fine. You know, they took first strike, so they're trying to get the value out of the sapling play, which is extremely strong on this current patch.
Oh, it's the engage. I don't think he's going to go into this. Yeah, no, wise play, does not get it, and the silence engage is not going to think it. We will see a slight disengage, I think. Oh, wait, no, is the Maokai going to get within W range? He is going to knock back the Thresh. Thresh playing for his life. Is the Nightmare Hero going to be able to escape? And he does. He gets on the Wither's Bloom, and I like how he waited on a lot of his ability rotations there. Even though the Maokai got on top of them, he kept his E, he knocked back 2 and was able to escape from that incredibly scary situation.
Yeah, Samira W blocking the Silas chain for the engage as well. Pretty well played from the side of Kodiaks. You know, their bot lane getting into a potentially dicey situation and executing well in order to come out safely. Violent Chill, though, might need to watch out. Does have the stun and level 6, so this could get turned around, but they're going to look. I think they can probably just walk out of this one, though.
Yeah, exactly. And you had access to the flash as well on top of the ult and everything, so very, very hard to kill in that situation. And the bottom and the jungler.
Footy might need to watch out walking into this dragon, though.
Yeah. Oh! Okay, yeah, Footy barely got into there with his life. But yeah, the dragon control here was so pivotal too. So I think that made the mid lane play even scarier because they can just rotate up, trade out even if the Annie somehow manages to die. So just great control here. And actually, I didn't highlight earlier the vision control as well. The U of A has 3 wards to the Kodiak's 1. And then the other one on the middle of there as well. Sorry, Kodiak's had 2. So just but dominating control by the U of A because they controlled the top jungle of U of A, well, Kodiak's only had the 1 bush and the dragon pit. So they can completely see them approaching, where Kodiak's had a giant blind spot of how U of A's approaching, how many members are there.
John, this top lane is doomed.
Oh, it's so
This top lane is over.
I'm not gonna lie, and he's pulled the way back as well to force the Ornn to play up. The Thresh is like, you see, they have him up there. Usually you wouldn't do this, but
you need to send people up to break this freeze, otherwise AFK Shadow is going to continue to get further and further ahead, and can punish as soon as the Ornn oversteps. You saw the solo bolo earlier.
I know, he's just freezing this. This is just
Ornn just
so
isn't
scary.
tanky enough yet.
But I like that they are rotating onto the Baron. Sorry, not the Baron. The Rift Herald, which they actually might use to crash top to break this, either break the freeze or mid to open the Tristana up to roaming.
I think you take this mid for sure. I don't think you want to leave Darius with a longer lane that the Ornn has to push into. And, you know, a bit of a delayed cross map coming through from Kodiak's. U of A taking that first Drake, trading it out, you know, with a bit of a delay for that first Herald. And I do think the Trist is what Kodiak's needs to play through here, jumping in.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be able to finish off a kill here. No, just a little bit of poke back and forth, but this does force Violent Chill to go back. And if Violent Chill is forced to back, we have the jungler, we have the support kind of available if they want to make a further play. But of course, it's Tristana too. You really don't want to leave her just alone because she can melt your tower a lot earlier than many of the other characters in this game.
Yeah, huge wave pushing in bot side here, but Jarvan's top lane, so is in his top jungle, so I don't think
the Ignite, I think it's going to blow up. I think it's barely dead. Yes, beautiful combo from Z5. That was gorgeous. I have no other way to put it.
That was absolutely clean. You jump in, you have the explosive shot on them, you stack it up, Ignite on there as well, and you can see Violent Chill knew that they were gone. You know, the shield wasn't back up in time. Have I mentioned the top lane is over?
Yeah, maybe once or twice.
I'm actually surprised that this Maokai is catching mid instead of looking to dive this Ornn on this wave. I think this Darius and this Maokai are strong enough at this point to actually dive through the level 6 Ornn, especially with a wave this big.
Yeah, I know, I totally agree. Yeah, it seems like they're more prioritizing, just for one, obviously getting the clear, getting himself leveled up, but he's really kind of focusing on mid, focusing on bot for these lanes that he's playing. And I think they're just like, okay, our Darius is ahead, and they've chosen not to snowball it and instead to use the advantages gained to gain advantage on the rest of the map. Now, I am hopeful maybe they get more out of it because as you kind of highlighted, the Darius could just be ridiculous now. Like, he already is, but so much more. So I hope to see them kind of use that advantage to at least get something around the rest of the map because it's not looking like they're actually gaining a lot from the advantage as is.
To be fair, though, they were sitting on a lot of gold, Engage coming in.
Ooh.
Nothing of that. Yeah, the Darius was sitting on a lot of gold based and came back with both the Sheen and the Hearthstone Axe. So what would have been lacking a bit of damage in that dive. So electing to play it a little bit safer. But you can see how scared this Ornn has to play for the entire game. Immediately loses all of the vision control that they have. Really the only thing keeping this Ornn safe is this one pink ward in the bush, but
yeah, no. Whoa, gets the re-engage onto it. Jarvan comes down, lockdown onto the support for U of A, finishing out the Kodiaks. What a great turn, but no, gets 1 for 1. Oh, perfect flash to get out of the Jarvan. Oh, now the re-engage potentially come down from the Maokai. The ult fits in barely. Misses on the Samir. Great usage.
Violent Chill coming in.
Violent Chill coming in. Does have access to flash,
TP
but
on
does
the
not
tower.
have the combo. Barely hits it on the edge. Finishes off. Now will Cody Food Battle get out? No, Ornn comes down, and they would potentially get the re-engage onto it, but no stun's going to further down. And all of the CCs used up on either side. And man, honestly, that was a really scrappy fight. A lot of the CC just did not go the way either team wanted. And I think that could have been a very different story if those had hit.
Yeah, you know, Kodiaks do get the one quick kill, but traded back. A bit of a questionable flash in from the Thresh at the end of that play. Not sure what they were looking to accomplish going in with that little health in that spot. Maybe a bit of a misplay. It happens to the best of us. But at the same time, that big play happens, and what's going on topside? Big boss up top, AFK Shadow, is sitting AFK, collecting all of this money on this Darius. 60 CS up, 2-0, plates on their back as well. This Darius is going to be a problem, John.
No, it's going to be absolutely terrifying. I think it might be interesting to highlight when we have a little bit of just like, look at his individual gold and just see like how far it's at. We can kind of stipulate on it, but I think seeing the number might be, have a little bit of impact.
It's going to be a lot. And you can see proxy farming, forcing this Samira, one of the carries on the side of Kodiaks, just away from all of this money. They're getting further and further behind as the Varus is also getting further ahead, has free time on that bot lane tower trying to take plates. This Darius will get 3 plates by themselves. Walks, okay, is still in range to get the local gold there. And yeah, this Rift Herald is starting to time out, so they drop it back, try to funnel some money into the Samira in order to get anything happening. But in the meantime, you see this Tristana is online, is just pushing the wave, walking out, rolls up to your tower, does 1 billion damage, takes 3 plates, refuses to elaborate, and leaves.
And actually, I think what's key, though, is they were rotating all up there like they were going to actually make a top play. But the Dragon is spawning right now, and U of A has all of the vision control of this. So what I want U of A to do is just trade the Dragon. Maybe it sucks you lose the top tower here, but Darius can hold at the second tower. It's going to give them longer lane, like you kind of isolated, and they just get a free Dragon. They can take bottom. This is a great cross-map play. Kodiaks are making something happen, but I think U of A is getting a lot more out of this.
Yeah, and Kodiaks had to send 4 people top lane to make this happen, which means that the Samira is not going to have as much gold injected into them. And also with 4 people here, it's going to be a lot harder. Probably can't even push this tower. Plates will fall off in 10 seconds here, and they'll probably be able to get it after that. But they see the Annie coming in, and the Annie and the Darius is honestly a large enough threat by themselves. Wusher Garvin on the Maokai, taking the Drake to cross map, and honestly, you're super happy as U of A with how that play goes.
No, exactly. Like, it was good of them to make that play to just at least get something out of the Rift Herald, but yeah, they just lost too much. They lost almost the entire bottom tower, and that went directly onto the Varus. But they were able to get the other Dragon, which starts them off, and it's just... I highlighted it, but that was just such a huge play in the advantage of U of A, and it's reflecting the gold total. They're up almost 4K now.
And again, we talk about what this Kodiaks draft wanted, and they wanted these team fights around these mid-game Dragons and around these mid-game Heralds, but they've just been put that little bit too far behind. Sure, you have the Kraken Slayer on the Tristana, but that's not going to be enough damage to carry these fights. This Jarvan is maybe looking to go Gore Drinker. Honestly, given that you have so much 80 damage coming through from the Tristana and the Samira, maybe could have opted to go full tank, but the Samira isn't going to be a threat until probably another 3 or 4 minutes. Meanwhile, your Varus is 2-0, Shieldbow on deck, has the Rage Knife, the important part of the Rage Blade, to actually get that stacking damage going. Your Annie sitting pretty. Sure, they're down 1 kill and 10 CS, but they're still going to be there. As long as they have their flash and they're engaged, they're going to get the job done. And this Darius has their Triforce at 15 minutes, is up 2-0,
Oh, no.
has like 4.5 plates of gold into them as well. Like, things are starting to look a bit dire here for the Kodiaks. Sure, it's only 4K at the moment, but you can see that individual gold lead for the Darius, 2,500.
Oh my god. Yeah, absolutely crazy. And actually, yeah, you can see there's like a gold lead for most of the players here now. Actually, the mid lane is trending definitely in the favor of it, but oh man, that is just such a scary lane. Because, yeah, you want to go for these objectives like we see here at the top here, but just the Darius almost by himself is enough to just scare you away.
And it's a 2K gold lead on the Varus as well. Like, this Samira needed to be accelerated and get ahead so that their comp could execute in team fights. Because now, the Maokai will start to get only tankier from here. They've built their 1 damage item. They don't need to do anything else. U of A gets to drop Herald mid here. Probably 2 turrets. Everyone's forced to take the long way around. Sure, this Ornn is getting a little bit of gold topside, but...
I think it's going to turn a lot. I don't think you want that guy closer to you.
No, not really. Yeah, use the Maokai, take 2 towers.
Tristana, is he going to get out of the side here? No,
yeah,
gets the flash and finishes it off. And now they are up a player. And most importantly, that was a lot of Kodiak's damage. They put it down onto the Varus. Yeah, the re-engage, but I don't think it's going to be a lot. It's versus going to be footy dying. Doesn't even manage to get the ult down in time. And AFK Shadow can just walk under this tower. Does literally no damage to him now. The Fed Darius is now up to 4-0. They're just running it down mid, got a nice split side push down on the bottom, and the gold lead is going to be ridiculous now.
Shadow AFK no more. They have brought their gold lead into the mid lane, crushing through, pushing on the inhib turret. 16 minutes into the game. Annie's still pushing bottom, is going to pick up a tower there. This game has fallen apart for Kodiaks. They had clear win conditions and were not able to put the protection in place to allow this Triss to gain the push in the mid lane and this Samira to gain the money and the advantage that they need in order for this comp to function.
No, exactly. They're behind now. The advantage they would have is in those like dedicated team fights, like you said, but the damage is just too high on the side of U of A now, and they have enough engaged to match it that it's not going to make a difference anymore. You're like the Samira is never going to get the ult off. You have Maokai denying it. You have Annie, even like Silas as well. Like just. And even Darius. Like, there's 4 ways to stop it, and that's, like, most of their damage at this point. And then the Tristana, well, sure, she has Rocket Jump, but if she has to leave the fight at any point, your main damage dealer is gone, and now there's just a huge advantage for U of A. So I feel like they can't win a 5v5 fight, and it's going to be down, and I don't even think they can really contest the split push at this point either.
Yeah, they're down too far. They have a scaling out in the Ornn and the Tristana, but they're going to need to stall for, 25, 30 minutes at that point to get there. And this Darius is only getting further and further ahead. The Maokai's starting to get tanky.
Like, it's a pick on the mid lane. Going to maybe finish him off here. One more hit. No, just goes for the re-engage. Going to lose his life probably out of this. But they want it so they can trade onto the Silas. Just get some precious gold onto their Samira. And they're looking to get onto the Varus. But he's so fed. Just absolutely butchers footy and is looking towards Cody. And he's, I was about to say the food is back on the menu, but managed to escape. He's like the crab escaping the pot. And we got an engage up on the top here, but honestly, the Darius has so much health that this is just idle trading now for him.
Yeah, 10 kills to 4. Dragon coming up again in another 35 seconds. Infernal Soul likely not even going to be an issue here for U of A. Game will probably end before that at this point. Just a bit of a disaster from Kodiaks. You had that clear win condition that you had to find, and unfortunately just weren't able to play around it. AFK Shadow, got their individual advantage, had a little bit of help from that creative pathing from that level 1 invade that allowed Wusher Garvin on the Maokai to steal away the enemy red buff, gank level 2, and set this Darius up for success, gain that individual lead, bring it into the rest of your team. And again, both teams from the U of A have displayed respectable macro, and it's been good to see. I'm excited to see these teams further on in finals.
Oh, exactly. And I mean, you just see it. They completely set up the vision control on this bottom lane. There is no way a Kodiak player can even get within like a meter of this Baron without being immediately seen. And they can just have the Maokai just melt it down almost by himself, while the other team just kind of holds the lane and looks for potentially a flank play. They're going to get to the Silas on a Cody Fubina, looking to take the Samira out early. The Dragon object. Oh my God! The Jarvan stole it. We didn't see it. That's actually, it's an objective bounty too, so that's going to get them gold on the lead. But the team fight ensuing. Footy's locked down by the Maokai, getting open, and finished. It gets melted on the end of it. Now the rest are there, but that Threshold completely denied the re-engage. And actually, Kodiaks got back in that. They got the objective bounty. They stole the Dragon and even managed to get out with equal kills.
Yeah, and unfortunately not quite equal, as the Samira did go down on the backside of that. And that, again, your Samira is not up to be able to hoover up any of this money that's coming in after. Yes, the Drake steal is nice for them, but again, I don't think Infernal Soul was going to be... Like, it would have been nice as a win condition to have for U of A Amber, but honestly, playing around their Darius, Deadman's played on deck, no sense of magic damage on the side of Kodiaks. Maokai's probably looking to build in some armor as well. This Varus has their Rage Blade, looking to get into the Wit's End. Honestly, I don't even think you need Wit's End at this time. There's no magic damage on the enemy team. Could even play for something more aggressive like a Hurricane in this spot.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, no, definitely. I get the point. It's like, yeah, this is, I think, their foot back in, but they need a couple more of those plays to just even be able to equal out the gold. But I will highlight, if they are able to kill the Darius, which, God, that's hard, or even the Varus, there's huge amounts of golds on those two individuals, and that's kind of where the comeback potential is based for them in the gold economy. But otherwise, yeah, they just have to kind of fold here, wait for mistakes from U of A.
Yeah, you can see the fight happen, right? Someone gets mispositioned. Speaking of fights,
Ornn's coming in, they get them knocked up onto the team. Silas is right in the middle of them, absolutely eviscerating the Samira, and as they sit down, the Samira just gets locked down. That's all their AoE damage in this fight, and they need the disengagement. It's not going to happen. The Maokai, the cats have trapped you in. Now they are looking to potentially turn on the Maokai, get a pick to even it out, but no, the Maokai is still alive and barely goes down at the end of the fight.
Darius going off.
The Darius is doing too good. Does not even need to dunk until later on, and they go down. Absolutely scrappy. The Maokai all coming up huge there. Locked down 2 members on the escape and allows U of A to just finish this game off. And there's probably nothing they can do because the Samira's come up in 5, but you have 5 members of CC. He can't touch him.
Exactly right, John. 5 for 1 in that fight there. The Maokai going down, but the Darius just allowing to get stacked up, popping off here. This game is over.
Yeah, no, like the Samira then could get on here, but like the Samira does not have the damage. Darius comes in. Look at that Q. Literally almost killed them with just that ability by itself. And U of A Amber plays around. They're just top lane. Actually, I love the map control. The top lane and the map control were so key there.
Yeah, and we've seen this from both of the U of A teams. They've been able to take their individual advantages and translate it into clean macro play going around the map. And, you know, we were really excited for the Kodiak draft that they had coming in. Very clear identity of team fight with this Tristana being able to jump in and the Samira flying in. But again, that it didn't even get to the point in the game where their all AD comp mattered.
Yeah.
You know, the Maokai still went Demonic Embrace first. And it wasn't even an issue that, you know, even if they did get to stall the game out to that point, who's going to kill that Maokai? Yeah,
like you can't finish off the Maokai. Like, I mean, even there, he didn't have the proper defenses, and it took the entire team focusing him when he was by himself to die. It was just so insane from that. And I mean, I think it's really interesting to maybe highlight that the Samira didn't go cleanse. You have 4 individual ways for them to interrupt you, and you've seen every fight. He was using Samira getting caught first. He would try and get re-engaged, just gets hit by the second hard CC. So he wasn't really being peeled for properly, and just honestly did not have enough resources, I think, to get out of those situations. Maybe like Michael's cleanse and just more stuff to keep your Samira going, because that is your AoE damage. They don't really have a lot from the other characters they have on the team.
Yeah, exactly. You know, there is a world where that game looks completely different, where, you know, the Jarvan finds the Maokai early, catches them out, they get that, you know, follow-up gank onto the bot lane to get push, you know, the Varus is locked under their tower. There is a world where, you know, Kodiaks can win that game, but again, I have to shout out the clever pathing and the level 1 invade coming through from the U of A, getting the steal on the red buff to allow the level 2 gank to get this Darius ahead. Both these U of A teams have impressed me with not only their ability to gain advantages individually, but how well they play as a team, playing around the map as a whole. They're not just playing for themselves and saying, I am strong, we can go around me. They're saying, look, we all have our points of power, and we can use this to get a further lead as a team and really accelerate these games in a super clean fashion. I'm excited to see what our finals is going to look like.
Yeah, exactly. Just to see the run between those two teams. And actually, a key thing is both the U of A teams have done a fantastic job with their vision. Like, yeah, we've talked about them increasing the advantage for each other, but just the way they're setting up plays. Every single time they're going bot, there's been at least 2 or 3 wards there. They cleared them all out, and then they would do their play. The dragon control, they set up for the fight. Like, you saw near the end there, they had complete control of the enemy's, like, just jungle side with vision that nobody could come in there. They saw them immediately, and then allowed them to pull just the Maokai to dragon, and the rest of them just went like, no, go away, let us have this.
Exactly. But that being said, I think that's it for us here up on stage. Teams congratulating themselves, walking up, and we're getting set up for the rest of the tournament. So we will be right back with more League of Legends here from the Alberta Esports Expo. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ALBERTA ESPORTS EXPO. It's still us, it's still Ash, it's still John. You know the vibes. We're here with the semifinals of League of Legends. We have one of the teams from the U of A versus our oncoming challengers who don't have a team name in their start GG. So we will learn that shortly. Also, we had this brilliant bit planned where the players just finished doing their draft on ProDraft, and we'll be talking through it as they go through it in the client. We were had with this bit planned where I was going to go take a picture of everything, and I was going to perfectly know every single pick and ban as it was coming through. I was going to be a genius. But alas, here I am telling you about this bit, which means that we're probably not running it.
This is what happens when you have a failing eyesight like I do, and you cannot see the colors. And this man can't get up because his cable is just like.
Yeah, if my headset cable was a little bit longer, I could have had the angle for the shot. You know, my eyes are pretty good. I did pay someone to cut them up and shoot laser beams into them, so I'm doing pretty well on that front.
It's pretty sci-fi, bro.
Cybernetically enhanced. Unfortunately, no augmentation.
Oh, that would have been great, because if you predicted everything, we could have called you a machine. It would have been hilarious, but no, alas.
Unfortunately, LASIK is not good enough to let me see the future.
But you know what is? Your massive brain.
True. Although, speaking of seeing the future, to anyone watching in Pacific time, I can tell you that the future is exactly as it is right now. It's just an hour ahead. I hate to disappoint you, but the future is not that exciting because our next game has not started yet, which we're about to get into, the draft.
Yes, and we have I love the names on this team. We have Wellian Small, Jamaican Banana, Miss Poggers, Imp Kaiju, and Dingled Duck.
Yeah, and then on the red team, on the red side, is the U of A team who was playing Caitlyn Lux earlier. So this is their team coming into this. So Diana first ban. Makes sense. It did pretty well in that game. Maokai coming through, pretty safe, like we've seen throughout the other games. Very consistent engage, can go full tank or can give you a little bit of that magic damage. I'm wondering if they're just going to ban Caitlyn.
I feel like they have to take away like any of the bot lane, just like mega champs away from them, so like Caitlyn Lux and stuff like that. Great.
But instead, so they're targeting jungle here with both the Diana and the Graves ban, which we'll have to see how that plays out. Oh, they're called the Bedtime Boys?
Oh,
that's awesome.
That's godlike. That is godlike.
And they're not U of A Amber John, they're U of A Shungite.
All right, hello, idiot here. Is that just like a mineral? What is that?
No, it's you know the crystal people?
Yes.
It's like that.
Oh, okay.
But okay, Aurelion Sol coming through. This has to be a target ban because I'm not gonna lie, nobody plays Aurelion Sol.
Yeah, it has to be a target ban too. Like the Graves has come back in the previous game as well, so the jungler must be pretty well versed with this champion. It's like their most played because the other team they played did ban it as well. But a lot of jungle bans, and I'm kind of scared a bit with this because this does open up U of A to just picking a absolutely ridiculous bot lane. But they banned the Ivern.
Yeah, speaking of target bans, Zoe has been seeing some prominence again because I'm not gonna lie, that champion is broken. Having safe long-range engage from that far away, that's zero commitment, is very strong in the late game. Ivern has to be a target ban because, again, nobody plays Ivern. I mean, given that the Ivern's banned, we probably won't be seeing any Ivern Rengar shenanigans, but Ornn coming through on the red side. I'm not sure if they're going to pick these in order or if they're going to pick for each other, so maybe it's Ornn Sedge as the top lane matchup. I don't know. I'm sure if they're picking this in order or not.
Yeah.
But even still, first pick Ornn, can't be punished by that much unless you pick, into those hard commitment counter picks like the Darius that we saw previously. So they're sticking in draft order. So Sedge in the jungle gives you a lot of frontline and primary engage. Annie continue again. We saw that in the previous game. Gives you the burst and the push in the mid lane. Okay, Jarvan Ornn. I would find it hilarious if the Bedtime Boys said, you know what, Kodiax? I see your draft, and we're gonna run it better. I think that would be really funny, and they have 2 out of the 5. I don't expect them to, but it would be amusing. That
would be quite the spectacle.
Regardless, still a ton of team fight coming in. Vex as well would also give them a lot of team fight, and Vex into Annie. For anyone who plays TFT, these champions have both served the same role in TFT as your AP frontline units.
Wow. Yes.
Because as it turns out, they both have shields. If they pick Yi.
Oh no. Ezreal. Oh, Ezreal.
Okay, Ezreal, pretty safe AD'd, can't be punished by very much, relatively self-reliant. You can pair it with a Karma for a lot of push and things like that.
I'm almost more surprised they didn't actually go into a more of like a hyper carry role, particularly because they already do see the Ornn and the Jarvan coming down. and also they had early pick to just kind of like set themselves up for what they want.
Yeah, it is going to be challenging for this Ezreal to cut through the Ornn later on into the game. Through the mid game should be pretty comfortable, and as long as they can, play for range and play for poke and all of that, the Ezreal leaving them for the setup will give them a lot more forward coming as well. Curious as to the Syndra ban when they've picked Vex.
Yeah, they picked Vex already because that's definitely not going support.
But they might know something that I don't. Banning out Aurelia, one of the best Ornn counters as well. Katarina as well, so they must know something that we don't, because I would expect this Vex to go mid lane, and they've banned 2 mid laners.
Yeah, unless this is, like potentially flexing the Vex into support, because that's 2 mid lane target bans. You don't play those 2 champions anywhere else, so it's just confusing. So I mean, if they maybe do come out with another sneaky mid lane pick, it wouldn't be unsurprising.
Yeah, I like banning away the Aurelia and the Darius as well.
Keep your Ornn safe.
Yeah, this draft is looking pretty clean.
Oh, Karma comes down.
Okay, so I've been told that so red side has been picking in order, but blue side has not been picking in order. So the Vex and the Ornn were actually B4 and B5, which then makes a lot more sense because then you're picking the Vex after the Syndra and the Katarina have been banned out. So understandable. This is, kind of what gets into when we have to set things up on Pro Draft beforehand and then get into it is, we as casters can only work with the information that's presented in front of us. But that being said, they have a Caitlyn.
And a Nautilus, potentially. I'm surprised that, picking up the Caitlyn and Nautilus will be just a great kind of engage in the bottom lane. But you do have Ezreal who can buffer the E to get out of a lot of these situations, and has the Karma Shield to not only give him the tankiness, but also the speed to get away and kite. So
this also means that Caitlyn, Jarvan, Nautilus was their 1-2-3 on blue side.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Those are picks to get. Okay, that means that this draft makes a bit more sense coming together. Yuumi is dead. You're not picking Yuumi.
What?
We all know that. Taric would be. I mean, top lane Taric is a thing, but I think they're just having some fun with us.
Oh yeah, they got to play with us. See, we're getting
Jax would be expected.
Admittedly, that's the premium top laner left too, particularly after the Darius and Aurelia bans for kind of piling into the Ornn. Not only is he just like a solid pick in general, when you want to play into that Ornn matchup, he is good. Yeah, I think they just both have really well-rounded comps. I know. There's probably a key kind of game plan we can look for either one if you'd want to highlight it for us.
Yeah, so on the side of the bedtime boys, it's a lot of team fight with that Ornn, Jarvan, Vex, your Caitlyn in the back line, and your Nautilus to either peel or set up some engage as well. So this is looking kind of like a similar team fight win condition to what we would have hoped for from Kodiak in the last game. But with a little bit more safety, the Caitlyn is a much stronger laner than the Samira was. Vex into Annie, I think, should go pretty even back and forth. But then looking over on U of A Shungite, the Jax and the Sedge is just going to be a lot of beef in the top lane and the jungle to get through. Annie Vex should go relatively even in terms of push. So it's going to be one of them will get slightly ahead, push the wave, and then roam. Vex as well with her long-range dash. Is pretty scary to watch out for when they're roaming. But red side is definitely looking more to poke out here, and blue side is looking more for that straight-up team fight.
Yeah, I kind of like this comp because it's to bring it back to kind of the difference between this and the Kodiak's draft. You are looking for that higher team fight, but the thing is they have more AoE damage, better spread throughout their team. Everything was reliant on that Samira for just the AoE damage in the later fights, and just she can just get denied so many times because she has to keep moving to do her damage. Well, here you have Vex to get continuous AoE. You have some from the Norn on the Norn. Well, that's a new champion. It's Norn, not.
It's not. It's definitely not Ornn.
It's definitely not Ornn.
You know about Trucker Hat Ornn?
Trucker Hat Ornn. He turns the hat around. Hello, my fellow kids.
Riot Games, we want that. We want that.
That'd be such a good skin. But so they have a bit more AoE, and they can also combo it into the Jarvan ult as well. So I think
you know what else they have, John?
What do they have?
They have magic damage.
True. We are not full all in on the physical damage as well, which will be great. And actually, that's particularly too because they are playing Sejuani. If you go full all in
if you went full AD into Jax Sejuani, it's like the game is over.
Yeah, you don't get to
Jax does not need to build damage at that point. Jax with his new ult gets so tanky in team fights that could have been some bad news bears on that front.
And definitely Sejuani with all just her passive and has some of the best armor stacking in the game outside of say like Malphite and champions like that. It's just you get to create a brick wall, but now has to diversify the build out a bit more, deal with different threats, and it'll be interesting to kind of see how that develops. Yeah,
Caitlyn Nautilus is an interesting pairing as well because you normally pair a Nautilus with something that relies heavier on the CC like a Kai'Sa. So it can behave somewhat similarly to a Caitlyn Lux, but it'll have less inherent push, but the all-in threat will still be the same.
Yeah.
Where the Nautilus hook can come through and then the Caitlyn trap to follow up and the burst from there. So it can be scary for this Ezreal Karma. That being said, Ezreal has access to one of my favorite mechanics in League of Legends, bufferable abilities through CC, extremely interactive, and I mean, it is legitimately higher skill expression gameplay, but it means that you're allowed to play on the edge a lot more, which I know some people like personally. I think it's kind of silly, but hey, I don't make the game. I just sit up here and talk about it for the wonderful people both here in the venue and at home.
No, exactly. Yeah. Actually, I think the Karma Ezreal pairs very well into that, because obviously with the whole dynamic like you just highlighted between Caitlyn and the Nautilus is like you want to lock them in the trap, you want to lock them down. Yeah, the bufferable jump stops that whole initial combo, and then usually what happens, the Nautilus will put out the waves, and then the Caitlyn can just auto attack for free. But you have a shield to speed up from Karma, so not only are you able to get out of the base combo, you're able to get away from the residual slow afterwards. So it's actually very hard to engage onto those two in a very meaningful way.
Yeah, a ton of poke coming through in that bot lane combo from Ezreal Karma. Nautilus being that melee support does have to walk up in order to contest the wave, as opposed to, the range supports that we've been seeing mostly in our previous games. So I'm excited to see, how these teams go. Vex is not a pick that we've seen a lot as of late. Vex was something that came through, maybe a year and a half ago as one of the more viable mid laners. But what Vex does do is it offers a lot of team fight, it offers a lot of push, and it offers a lot of roam, which is what we've been talking about all day, is wanting to see from some of these mid-jungle combos. Pair that up with a Jarvan, you've got mixed damage coming in if, you 4-man dive bot, or if you rotate your top side up to support the Ornn. Jax can get a little bit too far out of position, tries to chase an all-in, and then Vex flies in from half screen away. There's potential for some things to happen.
No, it'd be interesting too, and a lot of what we've seen in the previous games too is the top lane just getting out of control off of either early ganks or early interaction with it. So particularly in this matchup where if that Jax is able to get started early, he's going to be able to just freeze the wave and almost have a repeat performance that we did see from the other U of A team. Though Jax obviously doesn't snowball quite as hard as the Darius does from smaller amount of kills, it's still, you are into Ornn. Ornn can't really do a lot to interact if the Jax is able to get out of control. But without further ado, we're getting into our next game of the day of Bedtime Boys. I love this name. I have to stop on it a bit. Versus U of A Shunganite.
Yeah, we're just, the joys of spectator delay. We've got a set 3 minutes so that the players can go on. I can cheat my head over and I can tell you that people are playing the game. There's, people walking out to the bot lane. But, like we said, I can't see into the future. I cannot abuse my power, and I must focus on the game that is in front of us, which, like you mentioned, Bedtime Boys versus U of A Shungite. Still best of one, but it is our semifinals. The winner of this moves on to play for it all. To play for the BO3. We can see the adaptations in draft and things from that. Looks like no cheeky level 1s from either side. We're going to fan out and play it relatively safely. Obviously, there's a common level 1 that you can do with Nautilus where you send 5 people down mid lane and you send the Nautilus out in front. And if anyone steps up mid lane, you throw the hook, burn a flash. Great advantage. If they don't burn the flash, then they're just dead.
Yeah, exactly.
You saw Core JJ really popularized that on TL. Not opting for that, just playing somewhat safer. It looks like maybe Jarvan forgot to buy items, or actually did they get a deep? Yeah, so they placed a ward and swapped over to Sweeper. Actually, both junglers doing that. Sedge as well. So we've got some high-level gaming going on.
Exactly.
Optimizing as much of this early game before the minion spawn as they can.
And they're doing a good job, too, of just having that. The vision down on the bottom kind of indicates to me, too, we might actually see an earlier bot focus from U of A, or they just want to either or deny that kind of early, Jarvan gank as well. Obviously, it is good to set that up early to maybe, kind of understand the pathing of the jungler, but it does give you a very nice, just almost defense space and to see, where they're approaching from. Now, there is a key blind spot in the U of A vision of, just straight from the tri-bush down. So any ganks directly in the lane might be a bit scary, but they'll be very easy to see if, maybe they rotate onto Scuttle, maybe they go into the jungle from that. So just good vision to kind of start off early on to secure the bottom.
Yeah, which definitely could be a factor. You expect Ezreal Karma to have the push in this lane. Although Jarvan is pathing bot side, but, if Malrang has taught us anything, it's that you pick Jarvan, you do one camp, you gank.
Yes, it's true. And honestly, with how snowballing potential these lanes can get, it is a good idea as well.
Well, I'm playing super aggressively at this level 1.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, and actually, I think the key part of that, too, is with that jungle. Sorry, with the vision.
What are we talking about, John?
It's that he's here. He's coming in. The Jarvan gets the lockdown early. Great flash whips it out, but the Jarvan is able to get the re-engage here, but we don't have any more tools coming down. The Ignite, the heal comes down. One more auto finishes him off, and he is slowly burning down. But I think he will get out of this Wild Cobra trying to look to turn this around, and actually does get a pretty good damage trade on the back of it, and the Karma stays alive because they managed to flash away from that hook last second. Great play, but damn, what an early gank.
Yeah, have to check in to see what was spent. Flash there from Caitlyn trying to jump in aggressively to secure the kill. Only the flash from the Ezreal, the heal from the Ezreal and the flash from the Karma. Also to note, no cleanse on either of our ADs. I think in this game, the CC threat as it comes in, if you get hit by Ornn ult, you're probably getting followed up by Jarvan, and so there's not a lot of point taking the cleanse, especially with the inherent safety that Ezreal has. And, you know, Sedge and Annie, you know, have relatively consistent lockdown, but again, you have some safety with the 90 caliber out of Caitlyn. So I don't mind the 80s not bringing cleanse in this particular game. But that being said, the all-in threat is now back on the side of U of A if they want it in the bot lane, because they still have their Ignite available, whereas the Bedtime Boys they do have the flash on the Nautilus, but it's the heal still remaining on the Caitlyn.
Well, exactly. I think the heal actually did kind of come pivotal there from Wild Cobra as well, because that is like the main reason that their Karma was able to get out of that and not start an early snowball in the bottom lane. So the cleanse, yeah, does give you a little bit more protection later in the game, but I think with the Karma Ezreal combo, you already have so much inherent safety, and the heal itself already kind of proving its worth, because that is what the Bedtime Boys have, is a ton of early just burst damage.
Yeah, and if we check in on top lane, this is exactly the spot that you want to be in Ornn versus Jax. The wave is pushing into you. You have the slight experience lead. You're up in CS. You know, this Jax has been prioritizing the push, but the Ornn has been able to, you know, sit back, collect all of their farm. This wave is going to push out pretty aggressively, so, you know, I'd like to see Potato Drip on the Sedge, you know, try to come up and punish this Ornn as he pushes the wave out. But that being said, you can see Jamaican Banana on the Jarvan, still sticking around the top side. So looks like both junglers able to match the play. But that being said, you know, the Sedge is looking bot side. I don't think anything's going to come out of this fight. But the Sedge is actually looking to cover their bot lane that's pushing up relatively aggressively on the Karma Ezreal, as we were talking about earlier.
Exactly, yeah. They're keeping the vision control down there, and with the Rift Scuttle coming in, it's going to kind of cement U of A's vision over the bottom here. And there's a lot of scrapping up at the top lane here. I don't think we're going to see anybody finish off just as the antagonist, but it looks like Sedge is looking for a gank. You can see the pings coming down on the map from the Bedtime Boys, aware of that. And Potato Drip has figured that out early on, is dripping back into the jungle. Man, what are these names?
Yeah, and honestly, a great read from the Bedtime Boys as well. They didn't have direct vision of Sedge, but the beautiful thing about playing jungle is that you work with the information that you have, and you can process of elimination, make a lot of inferences on where their pathing is. And they made the call at, look, Sedge is either still clearing their top side, which isn't super likely, or they're playing around bottom. So let's just make sure that we don't step out of position, because we are in the position to be punished. They know that their vision is lacking, and that's clean play around jungle pathing.
Exactly, yeah. It's like, now the key thing is U of A does actually have a ton of vision for this dragon that is spawning now, so they have the pushing bot, they have the vision set up, so we're probably going to see it back potentially into a dragon fight, and they can pull down the Annie if they want as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Bedtime Boys like kind of respond to this. Do they pull people down? Do they try and make a play somewhere else? Because I really think this is what U of A is kind of setting up for here.
Yeah, if we check back in top lane, Ornn got a cheater recall off as well, which you really should not be allowed to do in this matchup, and will still be able to push this Jax back under his tower. We'll have their TP available. I don't think they'll be able to get level 6 off of this wave. But like in this matchup, you should not be allowed to do this. This is illegal.
Yeah, exactly. This is a stop you have. The Jack should always have that kind of slight life lead, not let him get back, because you can just kind of poke him under tower or just like hard shove his wave if he leaves. There's a lot of ways to punish just doing a kind of greedy back as Jax.
That being said, though, they're going to get away with it, and they're probably going to force the TP out of Jax. Yeah, forced to respond to this full wave pushing in. Ornn not quite going to get level 6, but has the opportunity to roam mid if they want, or can keep the Jax under tower. Sedge on the top side, so he's going to have to look out. Potential for a 4-man bot being set up. Looks like the Vex and Jarvan just going in to clear out some vision. Yeah, the bot lane for the Bedtime Boys is basing, so nothing off of that, just kind of trading farm back and forth. Definitely the most even early game that we've had so far.
Definitely. And actually a big thing Bedtime Boys did accomplish there, though, is they completely flipped the vision into their favor, and they gained a teleport advantage from the top side. So they do want to look towards Dragon. They actually have a bigger advantage now, because it forces the Jack to be up there. So yeah, you kind of don't want to leave the Jack just by himself to solo farm, but you do have the teleport if, say, the fight is going poorly bottom, or you want to take bottom and then maybe take the Dragon, and then rotate into something more. And also, they do have the teleport on the mid laner as well, so just a cross-map potential. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong team. But they do have the Vex who can roam down with Ignite to even kind of turn something more. So I'm surprised none of them have kind of pulled the trigger on the Dragon yet, but they are kind of setting up for it.
Oh, Jamaican Banana coming in.
Jamaican Banana gets on the banana. Well, gets the lockdown on it, but no, not enough continuous CC. Ohami manages to get away from that, and that is just honestly a clean outplay. Does not get engaged on.
Yeah, you're happy with that trade, though. You know, you burned the Ornn ult. Jarvan wasn't level 6 yet. You get the flash, so Jax is without summoners. Is not as, I mean, they're slightly far ahead, but, you know, they're very vulnerable now without that flash. You know, if they, you know, misread the situation and try to jump in on the Ornn, if Jarvan's in the back, not going to be fun times for them.
Just aggressive trading in the mid lane here, trying to gain the life to try to push one of them back, because if you get them back, you now open your mid laner to the ability to roam. So I don't mind the very aggressive play, particularly when you do have good ward coverage, at least near you. Now, just seeing fighting back and forth here, he is kind of caught out far, but has the charge, and not a lot going to come out of that.
And again, still has the TP because they took the cheating recall before.
Exactly.
So they're in a position to be able to trade some of their life out. No ult,
oh my god, he is
they're
going
just
to actually
dead.
finish him off. He's done.
Yep.
Oh
Leaf
my
Strike should be back up.
No.
Doesn't want to commit for it.
Yeah, does not want to commit on top of that. Now, the Ornn actually didn't have any resources, but you see that is going to force him to back, and he might actually have to burn the TP to stop the Jax from just completely demolishing the tower.
Yeah, you have to base a lot further back, though.
Oh, gets the knockup. He does have Leap Strike. He doesn't want to completely back into the tower because he is looking to trade, but no, he overstays. That is going to be Ohami getting the first kill of the game, and U of A rotates onto the Dragon after clearing it. No, they actually didn't clear out the vision. They just took it straight up because they know they have taken away that teleport advantage, and they can't turn the fight.
Yeah, honestly, huge wins from U of A Shungite overall. You know, Jax getting the kill on the top side. Don't think anything's going to come from this. Instead, can just dash away. Jax getting the solo bolo on the top side because Ornn tried to recall too close to their tower. You know, you have the pushing mid, you have the pushing bot with the Ezreal Karma, lets you rotate up for that Drake. I'm surprised that, you know, Mountain Drake not normally something that you can prioritize, or that you're looking to prioritize that early, as opposed to, you know, an Ocean or a Hextech or something that will give you a further laning advantage. But that being said, hey, when you have the opportunity to make the play for the free Drake, you take the free Drake.
Exactly. And yeah, no, just kind of a lot of pacing right now. We're kind of back to farming. We've had our moment of bliss, if you will, but I've just kind of reset back and just I'm curious to see if maybe they kind of like look towards kind of clearing out vision, or they're going to kind of set up in the next little bits of this game.
Yeah, also with the Ornn dying in that exchange, it means that you can't cross map onto the Herald. Your Jarvan was bot side anyways, so U of A just able to win on multiple fronts there.
They also do actually have the TP advantage now that I'm looking at a bit more. They have the Annie available to not only roam naturally but get in there, but we're looking potentially for a dive bot from Jamaica Man, gets the hit in. The Ezreal comes down, gets a ton of damage early, but the Jarvan ult is completely eviscerating them, and Imp Kaijo has managed to finish it on the back line. Great follow-up, and we look up top lane for a little skirmish between these two. Oh my god, well, Small is trying to get the comeback. He's got the lead, but oh my god, the deflect does not let him finish him off. Absolutely well played by Ohami, holding his cooldowns for the pivotal moments, and there's so much action on it. Now Bai is looking for it. If he does have flash, can get engaged on it. Probably going to be finished off. The heal comes down, but that's not enough damage to get away from the Annie, and it is a bloodbath. We had pacing, and now it's war.
No, the floodgates are wide open, and the counter-strike coming up just in time. It was looking a little bit dicey with how big the minion wave hitting onto Ohami was there.
Oh yeah, no, Potato Drip's going to get out of here. I think he does manage to secure the... Yeah, he managed to secure the Rift Herald, does not manage to go down, and that actually is the best way you could do for that, because that was pretty scary.
Yeah, got the smite, but I think Jarvan might be able to come and pick it up.
Oh, you can't do that anymore. It's actually just exclusively locked to the teams. But I remember back in the day when I would have that stolen from me all the time.
Oh, sorry, yeah, Potato Drip did get the spy. My mistake. Just checking in on the state of the lanes and all of that. Jax is up a little bit. I think Miss Pogger should be able to return back to farming up this wave, but needs to be careful, at a considerable life deficit. Checking into the gold totals as well. This Jax is now up 1,300, which is quite considerable. 700 gold in the mid lane as well. The Caitlyn up, 400 or 500 gold in bot, but not going to be super impactful as of yet. But we only want to check back in, maybe in 10-15 minutes on that to see where those laning advantages have gotten themselves to.
Exactly, yeah. I'm actually surprisingly a lot of control of the map taken yet. There's been objectives, but the amount of plates taken is pretty minimal, and it's actually been a pretty controlled laning phase from it. Even though we just had some fights and some kills early on, and that's really, I think, attributed to kind of an increase in the game. Both teams are kind of still focused on farming, kind of just setting up control in their jungles and occasionally looking for fights across the map.
Yeah, that being said, Vex has been, a non-factor so far. Hasn't been able to get any of those more impactful roams off. Potato Drip looking to come in for a lane gank, but all of the vision coming in, just looking to clear it out. Walk clean through minion vision there. So just looking to use that sweeper and clear out some vision, so maybe they can try and come back to the spot lane a little bit later.
Exactly, yeah. No, he saw the ward and he's like, okay, I'm just instead going to just clear out the wards here, try and set us up for the rest of the game. And we do see the side of Bedtime Boys kind of setting up near down here at the bottom. I think they're just kind of looking to clear out vision and maybe just deny a play. And it doesn't largely account to much, but I did think they were going to set up for something a little bit more there.
Yeah, I also don't know who's happier here given the state of the game. You have 2 kills on your Jax, which is huge, and is up 20 CS. But you also have 2 kills on your Caitlyn, hasn't been able to push that much. And I think the big thing is that this Vex has not had a chance to get into this game. First Drake went relatively uncontested. I think U of A is a little bit happier with their position here, John.
No, exactly. Like, and just big farm leads on a lot of these maps. So yeah, like the Caitlyn is ahead, but the Jax has a farm lead, the Annie has a farm lead, and even there's a farm lead in the jungle here as well. Now we have a gank under there. Yeah, Miss Poggers unfortunately was not able to champ her way out of that, and it goes down in the mid lane to the lovely gank here, and that was key because they denied the vision. Traditionally, the Bedtime Boys have been doing a good job of keeping a ward on the top bush there, but they the U of A cleared it out with the control ward, and they knew that that was an avenue where maybe she felt a little, they felt a little safer playing around, and was able to exploit that.
Yeah, Jamaican Banana forced to suck up this mid farm means that Sedge can invade, get a little bit of vision. It looks like they didn't have ward on them, so not as much lost as could have been off of that play. But that's the thing, is this Vex has continued to have zero impact throughout this game, and they're really going to need to turn things around when it comes into team fights. That big AoE fear will help them a lot in team fights if they can time it with, kind of the wombo combo engage that they have set up with the Ornn and the Jarvan, and then the Caitlyn sniping from the backline, the Nautilus to peel. But
yeah, looking for the engage on here. Jumps on top of the Karma, but Jamaican Banana is slowly getting right away. He is not ripe enough for this fight, and unfortunately it is Rotten, has fallen down, but gets the Gauntlet hook to finish it off here from Dingle Duck. But the counter again coming in here from Potato Drip is going on to Imp Kaiju. Gonna try to knock him down, but great deny here from Dingle Duck, and the root comes down, trading back damage, and it looks like they are going to cleanly get out of that, or they may be looking for a turn here, just get out with the damage, trying to finish off Wild Cobra. Wild Cobra might have overstayed, but the Annie rank is coming in, and all he wants this so hard, and it's not going to be enough to kill. The rotate's going to come down, and the Annie roam has finished it off here. Way too greedy here from Imp Kaiju, looking for that kill, and Miss Poggers comes down, but a little too late for that fight, but is able to at least secure down the lane.
Yeah, that play was super forced from the Bedtime Boys. The Jarvan went well ahead of the rest of his team, and sure, they were able to lock them down for a while, but the Caitlyn's too far away. There's no damage coming in. The Jarvan's tanking 2 for free. The Karma escapes alive, and then the rotation from Annie coming in afterwards as, all of the junglers and everyone, the whole family shows up to the affair. But the U of A just comes out, 2 kills up, nobody down. The Karma makes it out alive.
And it's like the Ornn did get some control in the top lane, but pivotally, they rotated Ohami to mid lane to push the wave up and keep secure of that, because they know they just gained a massive advantage bot from that whole punish, and because they pushed the mid wave up, they now have priority. They have control this dragon setup, and even though, yeah, the Ornn got some money, it wasn't enough to, just cave the difference between the Jack, and it's really worth doing that.
Yeah, TP's unleashed for both of the top laners, so this could turn into a big brawl. We have some members in position. Actually, it looks like U of A is going to see that there is a threat, that this play could go awry, isn't going to try to force it too hard. They do want to try and poke out, at the setup for the Drake with the Ezreal Karma if they can. But that being said, Jamaican Banana,
ooh, yeah, nope,
not going to commit any further. The Vex was rotating down, but I mean, at all this time, this Jax is hitting away on this top tower, and if you let Jax hit on a tower, that's where Jax wants to be.
Oh, exactly. He's completely just bridged the gap that we saw that happened top lane. Sure, the Ornn got a bunch of hits on the tower, but Jax just evened out the tower life total, and has evened out the health as well. And
that being said, though, Sedge took this base, which gives time for the Bedtime Boys to look for here. This Annie engage.
Oh, Bai does have ult? Maybe they're just looking for a steal here with the poke. Yeah, no, they got good control of it. TP comes down. I don't think you needed that. That was a little bit of an overinvestment. Maybe scared that the rest of the team was present, because you can see that Bedtime Boys does not have a lot of vision in the jungle, so maybe scared of the follow-up fight that could occur. But this is really tragic, too, because it's opened the Jax to just take that tower for free. That is a huge mistake.
Yeah, top lane is going to be lost off that, and the play to take the Drake was good, but investing a little bit too much, and this win condition for U of A in this Jax is continuing to get further and further ahead now.
Exactly, I'm just trading back, so it's kind of interesting. They're just slowly rotating the Ornn back up. I think they're going to try and catch Sedge out here, but Potato Drip has great awareness, really not getting caught in the jungle, and manages to get out with the blue buff on that. Fantastic play for the invade, and is slowly setting up vision to maybe potentially look towards his Herald a little bit later. Yeah,
you can see that the Vex is starting to do damage, but Flash from Bai calls them out, says, "You've walked up slightly too far, my friend, and I'm going to take you life. I'm going to take your life. I'm going to take your tower." And, Jamaican Banana tries to walk in and clean things up, but, yeah, has to flag and drag out of there, because I think Vi could have taken them with, the rotation that they had. Luden's Echo, Sork Shoes, and an NLR in the back. This Annie has a ton of damage at this point in the game.
Oh, exactly. That fight has absolutely propelled by just miles ahead of Miss Poggers from that result. You're 5-0, huge bounty on it, and just a 40 CS lead as well. So we're talking about mid lane is kind of trading evenly back and forth, but that bottom lane play has thrown that awry. Your Vex absolutely can't roam now and can't really get back in the game, and that's just terrifying. Well, you have this looming threat of an Annie with teleport that can just show up anywhere.
Yeah, and their bot lane has been doing a great job of keeping this Caitlyn locked under their tower. Because again, when you have that double ranged matchup into the melee support, unless you get the all-in opportunities, which, you know, they have, and they had that play where they tried to force a little bit too hard. If those plays don't work out for you, it means that Caitlyn is not able to, you know, roam around the map, be unlocked in the way that she wants to, and especially now that this Drake is down, it'd be great if, you know, the Bedtime Boys could push up a little bit, take bot plates, rotate mid, you know, try and open this map a little bit more now that plating's off. But they just haven't been able to have that opportunity. That being said, the Vex coming
goes in, gets locked down on the ult, is knocked down the Karma, and there's going to be no escape for them.
Double
TP
TP on the back.
But TP'd on the backline. This is talking about the Annie, and the Jax are able to respond in almost any time to turn around this fight. Jax stun comes down, the Annie stun finishes it off there, and they have gone down. Imp Kaiju barely gets out, but no gets hit by the air ult on the back of the fight. And U of A, with a beautiful teleport flank, has taken control of the bot lane, and absolutely propelled himself over 10k gold. Nearly 10k gold in this game.
Yeah, huge double TP there from the solo laners of U of A. I'm not sure if the Bedtime Boys maybe forgot about those timers or thought that things were out, because we are past 14 minutes into the game. Those teleports were unleashed. They just teleported right on the minion wave.
Yeah.
They didn't have, you know, a forward ward or anything like that to go to.
Well, yeah, there wasn't like a lot of setup from Bedtime Boys as well up like there. I think this is going to be back and forth here. I think
the Sedge could kill him, John.
Oh wait, yeah, no, because he used his E to try and re-engage on the fight instead of escaping, and now Potato Drip. Now this is literally the wet noodle fight of the century. Sidesteps the Ornal from the stun, and going back on Stopple comes back. Oh, gets the lock in there, and actually this is much closer than it anywhere to be. Welly and Soul gets the knock up, looking to turn around, but Potato Drip, one more rotation is all he needs to finish this off. And Stopple comes down. Oh my God, he barely got out of that. The Potato is clearly superior to the Uwu name.
I'm not going to lie, I saw that fight kick off, and I thought that the Ornn was just dead to rights, but you saw the value that those grass procs brought in. Gave Ornn 400 health back in, but even still, the Sedge is far enough ahead, able to take out the solo laner on the side of Bedtime Boys. This is not the game you were looking to have. The Annie in the mid lane, 7-0. Luden's Echo, a Shadow Flame as well. There's so much pen on this Annie, and almost no resistances from anyone. The only defensive item to be seen is the Radiant Virtue on the Ornn, who hasn't been able to bring into fights to get value out of that item. You know, the Nautilus is, you know, trying to build up to something tankier, but they've also been locked into their tower, haven't been able to roam and affect the map. U of A has just been putting on a clinic again at being able to push this advantage and play around the strong parts of their map.
Oh, exactly, and they've set up complete control of the bottom wave here as well. Like, not only do they have control of the towers, they have full vision control. I know the Dragon is about a minute out, but they have pre-set up for this so well, and it's almost going to force, if Bedtime Boys wants to deal with this, they have to go on a basically ward run. But that is absolutely terrifying when the other team is just so far ahead of you that even if one of you gets caught out, you're done. They just get a free objective and can even rotate into the Baron, which is coming up very, very soon. So there's two key objectives here. It's like the Dragon is kind of the less committal fight. You can kind of play around it, particularly if you're U of A because you have such good ward control. But they also have a great setup for the Baron as well. So you don't know which way they're going to go because they're so set up to take both.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, normally that warding mission, you know, when you have beefy members like an Ornn and a Nautilus, should be, you know, an okay time for you, but the carries on the side of U of A have been accelerated so far into this game that even the Ornn can't walk up, you know, to cover for the Nautilus putting down vision.
Exactly. No, they're just posturing here. They're pushing up their waves. I think it's all just setting up for this. I could see the Baron rotate coming down and then them trying to end the game off of that. Or they might just take the Dragon and go for a little bit more scaling. But an engage coming down here from Mahami is trying to lock down the Ornn. The Ornn does manage to get the knock up here, and Jamaican comes in with an appealing gank, gets the knockdown. Caitlyn ult from downtown, but the damage is almost not enough, and he is going to have to deflect up here very, very soon. The healing is just coming down. There it is. Not going to die from that. Gets the stun down, but they're looking for the rotate here from Imp Kaiju. The hook does not hit home, and Potato Drip is going to slowly work them away. And Ohami, great cooldown rotation to just stop that from happening. They are going to be able to clean up the Herald off of that, though, but that is not how they wanted that to go.
Yeah, you know, Bedtime Boys try to rotate in to punish the over-aggressive Jax. You have the Caitlyn ult and the Ornn ult coming through, but the Sedge was wrapping around, and meanwhile, the bot 3 are taking the Drake the whole time. That's 2 Drakes for the U of A. You know, if Bedtime Boys hadn't gotten that one Infernal Drake off of, you know, admittedly a good timing and macro play on their front, you know, they'd be down considerably. 3 Drakes, 20 minutes in. Ocean Soul as well. Like, that's not a spot you want to be in against a poke comp.
No, not even remotely. And it's to the point where, yeah, like the enemy laners can actually just go and counter jungle because they have so much vision control. The solo laners are so far ahead, and it's just going to be so difficult because not only are they bleeding out the lanes with the way that they're pushing, they're also going to slowly bleed out the jungle, and that allows them not only complete control of the objectives, it's going to just keep their jungler behind if they manage to keep this pressure up.
Yeah, you know, 10 kills down, 10k gold down, no towers. They have the one Dragon, a couple of kills to their name, but Bedtime Boys, Looking like they might be getting put to sleep in this one.
Oh, exactly. It's time for bedtime. They put the mask on, and U of A is just trying to blind them. Now, they are just setting up for this, though. I think we are going to see the Baron play very, very soon here. But Potato Drip and House are kind of just like cycling out, seeing where everybody is and trying to get some vision coverage down first. Yeah, that's a great word. Their spots the jungler, so they kind of know where the rest of the team is posturing. Now, Ohami is kind of just pushing Jack onto the sword, keeping that split push up. And you see, it's kind of keeping bedtime divided. They're like, okay, do we go punish this Jax? Do we make sure they don't have complete control of the Baron? And it's kind of got them scrambling.
Yeah, you can see the bot lane is forced deep under their mid lane tower because they have to be in position in order to cover for their Ornn if the Jax does try to all in. But they also need to be able to, push back out this mid wave as, U of A has pushed out that mid wave, gained further control over their Baron, and it's looking more and more dire for the bedtime boys as time goes on.
Exactly. We've almost moved past bedtime into depression time.
Yeah, no, Mom's knocking on the door. You are not supposed to be up this late.
She's going to pull the power cord on your game real soon. But Ohami is able, you see, he's actually able to just like hit the tower for free. He has enough sustain here, enough things to get out of that. Like, sure, he took half his health, but he just walked under and did that. He does not care. Yeah, and still has the teleport available, has the Blade of the Ruin King as well to heal up off of these incoming waves. This Jax is not going anywhere anytime soon. And meanwhile, the other 4 of U of A are continuing to, further cement their setup and control over this Baron area. Jarvan was able to, walk up and get a little bit for them, but outside of that, you see the sweeper coming in from Bai. If we can get the vision for bedtime boys around this Baron, it's quite dark. They have very little information. That being said, they might have a down. Bai is looking to potentially get picked off to make him out with the grid engage. It's a huge shutdown. Teleport from the Jax is coming in, looking to turn around the fight, and they are just kind of pushing back and forth. Miss Pogger's potentially going to be caught out here. Ezreal hits home, but has enough CC to not barely die off that situation. Now, Soeli and Small is coming in, looking for the engage to make a banana on the side. And they're looking at Ornn ult comes down, trying to hit home with it, but you see they spread out into 4, only getting very, very minimal off of that, and they do not need to re-engage on that. U of A is so comfortable just forcing bedtime to just overcommit on the cooldowns here.
That being said, though, 1,000 gold shutdown going over to the Vex on that. I think she might be back in the game at this point.
Yeah, no, definitely going to be pogging after that shutdown. We potentially bridge that gap with the mid laner, but no, still Bai up 7-1 with 221 CS at this point. Absolutely incredible lead. And it's going to be down to, I just think it's a ticking time bomb of U of A just being able to take the Baron. But if they keep making mistakes like this and getting people kind of caught out, it is going to be problematic. Because with the new, obviously, the comeback mechanics that came out not too long ago, you can see there's almost like 900 gold just on shutdowns on the champions himself. And there also is a Baron shutdown, too, if maybe they like manage to kill them off and flip the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, the gold was 10k, it's now 9k, so they're starting to bring it back. This Vex needs to spend this money, and we'll have to see how much more powerful they can get. This Caitlyn, though, is so far behind. 24 minutes into the game, still not on the IE. Checking in at the rest of it, this Annie is so close to so many spikes. Both the Zhonya's and the Death Cap will be massive, both for either the survivability or the burst. I can't recall if they had a stopwatch in that last play, but they have one now, which means that they likely won't get caught out like that again. But here we go, Jax jumping over the back. Things have been dark, and this Jax has so much sustain. The Sedge is so tanky. They can 2-man this Baron while 2 members push out mid. The Annie is split pushing bot. Has the TP if they need to come back in. This is a great Baron sneak from U of A.
Yeah, you can see Bedtime Boys has literally no vision on it. They only have the Rift Scuttle, and U of A knows this because they went and just did a whole sweep of the frontal jungle after that one fight and allowed them to just sneak this in, and now they can just focus on lanes, but they don't even need to push all down one. They have a perfect split push comp. Their Annie is so far ahead. Jax could just play together, and then the 3-man unit of the bot lane and the Sejuani could just kind of play around the map and just, the bot lane can also just be an anchor that they just place somewhere, they don't have to worry about it, and then the Sejuani can move between those 2 lanes, and they could just slowly bleed the Bedtime Boys out.
Yeah, and sole point for U of A here on this Ocean Drake as well. You can see the Annie, most of the team rotating down. Jax, of course, sticking around in that top lane, wanting to push this Baron in. A disgusting individual advantage for that Jax. 4K.
Well, I mean, even if you look on like the Annie, too, that's nearly a 4K gold advantage as well. So these individual leads are just gigantic. And we have almost 2K on the bot lane as well. Miss Parker is forced to flash, but the jump strike's going to come down. And Ohami is playing a fantastic game here. They get the dragon on the side, and it is looking like it might be lights out for Bedtime Boys. The alarm is ringing, and it's time to put yourself to bed.
Yeah, solo bolo onto the Vex, and you see the Jax C3 and think, honestly, I might be able to take this at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think they could just push down the side lanes here. They still have Baron buff active. Empowered minions is going to be all they need. And if they're just able to divide this already just limited team of Bedtime Boys up, they can't really do anything because you need to commit like 3+ members onto the Jacks just by themselves. But if you do that, the bot lane just literally just runs straight into your base. But the Jacks can do that too because he's at the point where he just demolishes tower. Now it looks like we might be moving towards potentially the last fight of the game. The Ornal goes down onto the back line of U of A, but U of A wisely just sidesteps back, just focusing on taking the tower again. They know there's not a lot of damage between these two members, but just huge engage from the Ornn, but there is no follow-up. Oh, it looks like Banana. He gets an appealing engage onto there, just locking them down. They are all stuck in the prison, but no, Wild Cobra just has free reign on the back because they did not have their Caitlyn. They did not have their damage dealers available. Potato Drip goes for a hit through the wall. That was actually kind of nasty, and it's just down for looking at this. Now, Imp Kaiju and the Duck might be able to get something here because the health totals are low, but that requires U of A not playing together correctly and not rotating their Karma spells correctly. And you see the poke damage is evened out. Great engage here from Potato. Does Imp Kaiju manages to gag out, and Dingled Duck, unfortunately, is going to be served on a roasted platter today as U of A put the boys to bed in absolutely stunning fashion and secure themselves a place in our finals today.
Yeah, you know, that fight was looking good, but they were just too far behind. The Vex flew in and died almost instantly. The stopwatch on the Annie means that she survived for so much longer, buys so much space, and congratulations to U of A Shungite punching their ticket into the grand finals here. That being said, 3 members up, but not quite enough. Just focus on the Nexus and U of A in grand finals.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Just another fantastically well-played game. Just the objective control that this team is able to output is just, it's honestly stunning to see, like, particularly just at the local convention. Like, this is stuff I'd expect from a much, much higher-level team, and it's just the vision. I keep highlighting it, but they're doing such a good job of rotating it, setting it up. Like the Bedtime Boys could never see into the Dragon Pit. They couldn't see into the Baron Pit when they were setting up for it. And they always would just have control of these things. And as a result of that, you saw there wasn't actually a lot of jungle success from Bedtime Boys because just the vision was so good at just spotting the Jarvan, and they would just preemptively get out of these plays.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen this against both of the U of A teams that, you know, Bedtime Boys able to have, you know, one of the better showings in the early game, but as soon as those advantages start flowing, no one has been able to really, you know, play around the map better in order to, you know, play outside of where the advantages are being made in order to create advantages for themselves. You know, the macro's been a little bit lacking, and like you were mentioning, both of the U of A teams have shown genuinely impressive macro for, you know, far above what I was expecting for a tournament like this. So kudos to both of those teams. The other semifinal should be wrapping up soon, and then we'll have our grand finals for you. But I think that's all we have for you here. Next time you see us, it'll be grand finals, best of 3, and that's I think where things will get very interesting, John.
Oh yeah, because we're going to see a meta develop. People are going to do counter picks and stuff like that. I think it's just going to be fantastic to see the two teams that make it up there kind of develop around each other in that best of 3 format.
So you won't want to go anywhere, but we will be right back with the grand finals of League of Legends here from the ALBERTA Esports Expo. John. Too much action going on here at the Alberta Esports Expo. So much to take in and see. And thank you, everyone, for sticking with us. Welcome back to League of Legends here from the Alberta Esports Expo. We have a surprise for you because things have been running pretty well. So we have the other side of the semifinals. It's the State Trojans versus, I think this is actually U of A
this is you, Alberta Amber.
Yeah. Which should be good. State Trojans coming off of definitely what seemed like, from what I saw of the game, a hard-fought victory. So I'm excited to see both of these teams take the stage. Obviously, these have, they have an institution behind them, so hopefully there's a bit more structure. Obviously, we've seen the impressive macro from the U of A team, so shout-outs to their coaching staff and the program that they have there. They're instilling good League of Legends into their players, and I'm curious to see what we see from State here on the other side of semifinals.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, the classic, we have the two distinguished ones. I saw the State guys are actually warming up their DPIs, kind of getting everything ready earlier. So it's definitely a good preemptive sign that they kind of they understand their mechanics, and it's very likely they have a very coordinated play. Because I have heard actually quite a bit of things about State. Because if I recall, I think it's Vic's brother runs the State program.
Yeah, Andrew Tran is the academic coordinator for esports at State Trojan. So shout outs to Andrew if you're in the crowd. I don't know if you're at your booth. He's somewhere, and we appreciate everything that he's done.
Oh, exactly, putting on a fantastic program down there at State. And honestly, I just like to talk about collegiate a bit more. Actually, now that I've graduated university, I'm almost sad because all the programs ramped up the year I was done.
Right as you were done, yeah.
Because U of A, they had a little bit going on, kind of a side team, but now they have a fully established esports club. It's going on. State has this leadership, and now we get to all see it live here at the Alberta Esports Expo, which still stuns me that I get to say. Yeah,
I'm old, so that ship has sailed. But nevertheless, we are both here. State Trojans on the blue, U of A Amber on the red. Sedge, Varus first bans from U of A, pretty standard, and then State coming in with the Shen ban, which we have seen banned against Shadow previously.
Okay, Shadow has to be cracked at Shen. This is the third Shen ban he's gotten in this tournament.
I would have to assume that they're good at the champion if it's warranting all these bans. I love seeing the Ashe support ban. That champion is broken. There's way too much utility. Banning out the Caitlyn as well. They say, look, we're gonna force Phased and Gauche onto other bot lane picks that don't quite have the same agency throughout the early game that U of A has been able to see. But that being said, you leave the agency early and you leave up the agency late. Zeri is the first pick on blue side.
Exactly, and with Zeri being kind of the primary last hyper carry in this meta available, they probably knew that was coming out. I'm curious to see how State is going to pick around that. Ooh, Lucian Nami?
I mean, Lucian Nami is the classic answer. You trade the Zeri Lulu for the Lucian Nami. It could be a Draven Nami as well. But
there it is.
Yeah, Lucian Nami, the expected pick coming in from there. So you can either pair your support with a Zeri now. Obviously, the Lulu is the premier now that Yuumi is dead. Nobody misses them.
No, that definitely
not at all.
The cat is gone, and I'm happy.
Yuumi was miserable for pro. Yeah, Lulu's the kind of the premier pairing alongside the Zeri. Gives her so much agency as these team fights go on. That being said, U of A Amber did have that very strong and potent laning phase, which means that we should be able to expect them to hold up to State's Lucian Nami. But the game, will be the true answer of that. Generally speaking, if we're going by, LCK drafting traditions as it has been handed down through generations and generations, you'll pick jungle here. But it looks like Violent Chill might lock in a Sylas for themselves. It's been a safe blind pick that many of our teams have been going to. There was the one mix-up with the game where we had Sylas support, which was honestly a super intriguing pick.
Yes.
But I would expect Sylas to go mid here with Sedge banned out. It looks like they're going to answer mid with the Galio.
Yeah, another just very, very safe mid laner that kind of opens himself to rotations and just kind of moving around and playing around the map, which is what you also get out of Sylas. So actually a very similar kind of playstyle towards Z2. Obviously there is more agency in the bot lane, so Galio roaming down is going to be very scary. But obviously the ban onto the Aurelion Soul. Interesting, because I think we already have both mid laners picked. Does the Aurelion Soul go somewhere else, you think?
No, it must be a target ban at someone from U of A. This ASOL ban, we've seen it before as well, and it's a little bit of a head scratcher for us at the moment, but clearly they've done their prep and they know. Anytime you pick Galio on red side, I really like throwing bans on the top lane so that you can cover for the R5 Camille. Ornn will be taken away, so it looks like U of A is more concerned about that primary engage instead of the follow-up engage from the Galio. With the Azir ban as well, maybe they think this Sylas is in the jungle. But with the Scion and the Ornn taken out, all of the premier full tanks are out of the pool. And Sate could use a bit of beef coming in either from the jungle or from the top lane. Again, I think Camille, anytime you can pair it with Galio, is extremely effective. You have very consistent single target lockdown. But Malphite as well, true tank in the top lane and gives you that primary engage with the Unstoppable Force.
Exactly, and the combo into Galio is a great like secondary part of the engage, and that allows your Lucid Nami on the backline to just kind of erupt into them. Now I'll be interested to see maybe with the jungler, maybe they go for one with a bit of like actually AoE damage, because they are lacking a bit in that department. They do have the initial Galio Malphite engage, but after that it's a lot of single target damage with the Lucian and Nami.
Okay, and a blind, oh no, Gwen going into the Malphite, so I'm still curious to see if the Sylas is going into the jungle, but honestly, like, you could pile on the engage with something like a Vi here for U of A Amber. Curious to see if Udyr would actually be great here as well. Gives you a lot of that front line that this team is lacking. Udyr this patch is insane at the moment. Gets so tanky. Also has the capability, doesn't need to with the Gwen. But no, it looks like the Sylas is going into the jungle, and LeBlanc is coming into the mid lane to go against the Galio. Sate will need a jungler here. I don't think it's jungle Malphite or jungle Galio or anything like that. A Vi on their end would let them double down on their engage. Jarvan would serve the same purpose as well. And now, with both comps rounded out, looking at it, you have a lot of skirmish and team fight from Sate, which I'm excited for. You know, 2 sources of primary engage from both the Malphite and the Jarvan. The Galio to follow up. If you can't get Galio Camille, Galio Jarvan is just as good. You know, meme circles on meme circles on meme circles is a good time in team fights. But looking over at the U of A, very magic damage heavy with this triple AP topside with Gwen, Sylas, LeBlanc. If they can get these carries going online, it will be challenging to deal with, but to note is there isn't really a true tank or any champion that's, you know, intended role is to be that front line for the U of A. So this is going to be a much more challenging comp to execute. They have picked champions like Gwen, Sylas, and LeBlanc that all give them the agency, but there's also not a whole lot of peel for this Lulu and for the Zeri with the Lulu attached to them. Hopefully the Lulu is enough. Zeri does have a fair bit of mobility in her kit as well. So interesting to see how these drafts shake out. Obviously, Sate with the ease of execution, you know, with their teamfight-focused skirmishing comp. But if U of A can get ahead, as they have been through previous games, you know, Gwen with a lead, Sylas with, you know, a lead in the jungle, and then LeBlanc with a lead as well, it could be devastating if they get too far ahead.
No, exactly, because yeah, as you highlighted right there, it's just like U of A was so good at creating their own individual advantages and then turning into something more. And I think it's almost more of a precedent this game, because you have so many beefy boys and just very easy to layer on CC on the other team that even if only one of your carries is fed, they can just lock them down, deal with the rest of the team. But if they're able to get ahead, they're going to mitigate that tankiness, mitigate the CC problem, and they'll be able to run right over top of them. But yeah, that is where the difficulty comes from. It's just being able to keep your laners ahead, keep them in the game, when the other team has just so much precedent to get on top of you. And I think actually an interesting thing to note with both teams is they're both so mobile. It doesn't look like the big beefy boys in their side would be, but you have Jarvan roaming around. You can get the
roams from the Galio as well, the heroic entrance.
Yeah, heroic entrance onto things, a lot of rotation. Even just like when he's level 3, get the full combo onto something. But then that matches with the Sylas, LeBlanc, and even the Gwen can rotate down pretty easily to just make a big difference on the map. Now I'm curious what actually the summoner spells are going to be in top lane, because maybe the Gwen wants to go a little more aggro, get a pun it, get ahead. You probably run Ignite, but if you want to run the teleport, then we might see a little bit more cross-map gameplay.
Yeah, I think I would expect to go teleport Ghost here. You do have the agency if you think that you are just that much better to take Ghost Ignite. But as we've seen in some of these previous games, having the teleports coming through allow you to turn situations that might otherwise be losing fights into fights in your advantage, especially post 14 minutes once those teleports get unleashed.
Yeah, definitely with both these teams being together. They have the org, they have the coaches and stuff like that. That coordination is there to make those teleport plays come down. Because not a problem with people enter brackets is they give themselves like teleport and stuff like that, and they expect themselves to be able to make these like kind of pivotal plays, and maybe they only practice like a week before. But these guys, they have a team, they've been in tournaments, they run the collegiate league, so the teleport plays and just the cross map potential is definitely there.
Yeah, that being said, though, you know, the draft from the U of A is very magic damage heavy, but you are also playing Zeri into 3 melee. You know, the entire top side of Sate's draft is melee with the Malphite, the Jarvan, and the Galio, which means that, you know, Zeri can go for a slightly lower damage, like single target damage output build, and go, you know, into a Hurricane, probably second or third item, and deal with this triple melee squad that's going to be on top of her, especially given that her only real peel is the Lulu and if the Sylas is hanging back. Because you look at Gwen and LeBlanc, and they have one thing in mind. They want to go forward, and they want to go in, and they want to kill your backline.
Exactly, and that's actually really pivotal against the comp, too, from the side of Sate, because Sate really only has like that one big damage source in the in Lucian. Like the rest of their things are like wombo combo damage. They want to like burst you in that immediate burst, but you get out of that, they don't actually really have a lot of residual damage after that. That's where the Lucian comes in for basically the cleanup squad. But if you're able to get on top of the Lucian, blow them up, well, even if maybe you don't have that front line for the team fights, they just really don't have the follow-up to get away from all that.
Yeah, it's good to point out the lower damage comp from Sate's side as well, because yes, it is very engage heavy. You know, they have 3 forms of engage in both the Malphite, the Jarvan, and the Galio, and then the Lucian Nami to play for that mid-game tempo. You know, Quickblade's Lucian in the late game as well also can hard carry fights just with how many spell rotations he's able to get off. Yes. Quickblade's being such an amazing item for Lucian on the current patch. It should be interesting to see.
But I think we're going to see a lot of like kind of bot lane focus, if I had to guess from it, because that's like Sate's crutch. Not only do they have the potentially winning lane in the form of the Lucian Nami, if you can outplay your opponents and just get precedence on it, the rest of their carries aren't really worth like getting fed. Like if they do, it's great, but it's just kind of a win more thing where, yeah, you get that bot lane fed ahead and ready to go. You get control of the bottom lane objectives. You have this Lucian Nami that can even maybe like switch to other lanes if you need as well, and you just kind of keep your other players stable. Where I'm kind of curious, what do you think the U of A squad is going to kind of focus on for the map?
So it's really interesting. They have the tools to play around almost any side of their map. I'm very curious to see if this Sylas jungle will, you know, go for another clever level 1 setup in order to try to get this Gwen ahead early against the Malphite. Gwen should have a hard-winning matchup into the Malphite regardless, but if they do take the time to invest further into it, then this Gwen can be a real problem. Looking over everything, again, it's this Dark Harvest jungle Sylas that I definitely was not expecting, but it seems to be a pocket pick coming through into this. Looking over everything else, Ghost Flash from the Zeri, so no cleanse into Malphite, Jarvan, Galio, and Nami.
That's scary. That is
also,
terrifying.
no cleanse into Lucian Nami means that a mistaken lane can be the death of this Zeri, but if the Zeri is allowed to move Pepper...
Oh, Pepper's going to get caught out. The CC is coming on it. Yeah, has to burn the flash, and that is huge for them. Because, yeah, if Gwen can get fed up on the top lane, they're good. Because now the Malphite does not have that safety net, and you might actually see a very early gank.
Oh, Oxen has to back away from
he's going
this.
back, and the Jarvan's going to get picked early. This is so tragic. They fully committed onto the dive, and this is big. Because that kill got onto the Gwen. The Malphite does not have flash, and this top lane is now looking terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, the only saving grace here for the St. Trojan side is that the Jarvan should still be able to get back out onto the map and won't be too far behind in their clear. But now Gwen gets to come back to lane with a Doran's Ring as well. She's going to be doing so much more damage and have so much more consistency with that, you know, further mana gain during the laning phase. Gwen normally not a champion to, you know, have big mana concerns, but with the Doran's Ring in there as well, she's just going to be able to have her free reign over this flashless Malphite.
Yeah, exactly. Just has so much damage potential on it, and you have even just early gank potential from the Sylas as well. And so if they keep good board coverage and kind of focus around this top lane, that might actually be the pivot U of A Amber's going to go.
Bot lane's looking for some cheese, maybe.
Ooh?
No, they were staying around in that bush a little bit long, but just going to take the long way around, seeing if they could punish some greedy pathing post-leash, but Sylas starting on the top side, nothing going to come out of that.
Oh, I think I see it. Look, Sylas is coming in. Going for the greedy pathing. There it is. They're going to get the fight onto the
the level 2 gank as well.
Oshi Garvin's going in. Look for the lockdown onto Pepper. And AFK Shadow is just getting on there. And this is going to be another kill onto the Malphite potentially. Yeah, making sure it goes on to AFK Shadow. It's not as useful on the Sylas. Wants to keep that Gwen snowballing. And that was really the big pick, too, when they went into 2 Doran's items. Obviously, those don't scale. But if you can keep this lead going, you now just open the map for so much potential that you can just turn it into, like, I don't know, just too much.
Yeah, and also Sate has lost all control over this bot lane as well with the Lucian Nami into the Zeri Lulu. This, I hate to say it, John, but this game is starting to fall apart. I'm not going to say it's over quite yet, because like we said, this team fight engage, yes, the Malphite's behind, but the Malphite isn't someone that you want a lot of your gold on anyways. The issue is, how far ahead does the Gwen get? As soon as the LeBlanc is unlocked to, you know, leave that lane and affect other parts of the map. There's Sylas roaming around as well with so much catch and damage potential, and then the late game insurance of the Zeri Lulu. The U of A Amber squad is looking at a very good position for this game.
Oh, exactly, and they're just kind of engaging on top of it, but I think the scary thing, too, is U of A Amber doesn't have to commit to team fights because they have this just incredibly mobile comp that can just rotate around the map. That's kind of Sate's way in. Like, even if, like, your Galio, Malphite, and Jarvan don't really have much on them, they still have their massive CC abilities that can do something.
Is he dead?
No, it doesn't have another spell rotation on it, but
if he
overcommits here...
Next W cooldown, though.
Okay, that was a bit scary, playing very, very high on the tower, but yeah. Oh, God, we got to pick in the jungle, and Option's going to be going down, but no,
LeBlanc collapsing.
The LeBlanc is coming down. We'll be able to get that with the Scryer's Bloom. Oh, that has to invest the flash onto it. And things are turning from worst. Worse, I guess,
They've
man.
gone from bad to worse, John. This Jarvan was behind already, but getting picked off, moving around the map, 2 deaths 3 minutes into this game, this Jarvan really was the one pick that could affect the map. The Lucian Nami, they took Exhaust Ignite. There's Exhaust on the Lucian, which means that he does have some of those self-sufficient tools, to deal with a lot of these divers coming in. But it also means that the laning presence of the Exhaust Ignite is lost, as they're just going to be forced under their tower for, honestly, the rest of this game, because Jarvan is not going to be in a position to bail them out anytime soon.
No, exactly. And you can see, like, that's a trade that should normally go in the favor of Lucian Nami there, but with just the lead that UVA has been able to get, the Zeri just does so much damage. It is able to play up with this far, too. Because, look, they have the complete control of the ward coverage to the point where the Jarvan just can't come in at all. He's going to get spotted immediately. They can pull back, and this allows them to get a huge farm lead, take control of the bottom. And this is what should have been for Sate, because Sate has the potentially winning bot lane. They had Jarvan to get early advantage, but because the kills have gone the wrong way, they haven't been able to get enough off of it, and this bot lane is looking very dire. And I think that's just incredibly scary, because that is their win condition.
Yeah, and you saw 2 members, filing in one by one. Oh, Wusher Garvin might be looking for a gank on this Malphite. This wave is pretty big, though.
Oh, the Pepper does not have enough spice to get out of this. Oh, looking to escape from it, maybe. Oh, they're looking a little bit salty. But
Flash
I think
not back up.
Yeah, one more rotation of spells, though. Has the advantage of speed, and they're just slowly walking him down. And unfortunately just gets cut into there. And I've got to say, man, Pepper's got to be a little salty now.
Oh, you have to be salty about that one. 3 kills on the Gwen. You're the Malphite. You're supposed to be, the weak side champion here, as the game is focused around this Lucian Nami in the bot lane. And this Silas, he's pitched the tent. He's happy. He's living his best life. And he says, look, I've got this doll with a giant pair of scissors, and she kind of goes crazy in the late game.
Exactly, and when camping, too, he didn't have to bring any condiments with him. Well, he's just farming Pepper for free for this mountain.
Yeah, definitely there will be, this is not a boiled chicken type game for Wusher Garvin. This is full spice.
Full spice. Anyway, our dumb jokes aside, looking back down at the map structure, the dragon has spawned, and it looks like Sate is kind of just trying to clear out wards here to not allow UVA Amber to just take a bigger advantage. And 2, with it being the Infernal, it does give them extra damage. And yet, which is how mobile this comp is and how pick-focused they are, the more damage is, yeah, as much as it's a win-more mechanic, what Sate has is they have tanky champions. And the more and more that gets negated, the more and more they just have absolutely no chance of winning fights. And Engage comes down here.
Got a flash here.
He's got a flash. Out on top of that, the Engage is coming down, but FaZe, because of the exhaust, is able to actually trade effectively, but almost goes down the... the Nami's not able to finish off the kill, and the Lulu's going to slow them down.
Silence on the backside.
There. Silence is probably going to come in and finish this kill. Definitely, it's worth a dive here, because they have enough health that they can just land the hit. Oh, the chains are not going to land, and Enu Meyer manages to get out of that. But damn. These are fights that Lucian Nami should be getting, and they're just not happy today. Oh, are you kidding?
Portal combat!
Portal combat! He just pulled the Hillisang and jumped on top of him and finished him off.
Also, this Lucian is losing out on a huge wave as a result of that triple stacked wave coming in on the dive. This Lucian is so far behind, and honestly, I don't think it's going to have a chance to be a factor until much later into this game, at which point the Zeri may just already be online.
Exactly, yeah, when you have the typical hyper carry versus Lucian matchup, it's like Lucian needs precedence early. That is when his advantage is, and he's absolutely having none of it. His laners can't support him because they're so far behind in their own. The jungler is down, has no control of his own jungle, and the vision coverage too. It's just not going their way. Now, Jarvan is trying to steal this dragon down here, but I really don't see it happening unless Big Mistake goes forward. Okay, I was a bit scary for a second there.
The polymorph, though, to stop the smite.
Oh, you can smite through polymorph.
Can you?
I think so.
Well, regardless, no smite was used. Solid attempt on the steal, does importantly make it out with their life. But also, like, this round 1 Galio pick has been extremely punished. This LeBlanc is up 25 CS. Galio has been under his tower the entire game and has not been able to have an impact on this map. You pick this, this mid-jungle duo of Jarvan Galio so that you can roam around, force the 4-man bot dive after Lucian Nami pushes the wave out. You can cover, you can rotate to Drake, you can build your advantages that way. But this LeBlanc has had free reign of the lane to keep this Galio forced under his tower. Hasn't had the base. Look at him. He's got 3 books and he's been under his tower so long, he has time to read all of them.
Exactly. He's educating himself on how do I win the laning phase. I mean, at least he's got Sate to go take one of their wonderful programs from.
Is set up on the infrastructural side there, but this Zeri Lulu is extremely accelerated. This Gwen has 3 kills. This Malphite has 24 CS. Do I need to say anything else?
Yeah, it's like it's really hard to spin this in a favor for Sate because they picked a comp that their top and their mid are kind of designed to be behind a little bit, but usually you're able to kind of keep up.
Not
with
this far behind though.
Yeah, they're meant to keep up with just their raw tankiness. Even if they go down a little bit in CS, play around the Lucian Nami. Lucian Nami's behind. It's to the point where the tanky laners can get one shot by their counterparts, and there's absolutely just kind of no control of the jungle here just because of the vision control and just the general presence that U of A Amber has over the map. So I hate to say it, but they're going to need a hell of a miracle. U of A Amber is going to have to make a giant mistake for Sate to get back in this game.
And honestly, I've been impressed with Wosher Garvin on this jungle Silas. You know, has been able to really affect the map in meaningful ways. LeBlanc in the back, there might be a kill, has the stolen Galio.
Oh yeah, he does have the access to it. But you see that he actually knocked him up, forcing the chain to whip. That was a fantastic outplay by Kami there to stay alive.
Yeah, clean play there from the Galio on the side of Sate. But again, the real story of this is that the Lucian Nami has been forced under tower the entire game. You look at the individual gold, they're down 900. It's not in a good spot. You look at the top lane, the Gwen is up 1,800. You look at the jungle, the Silas is up almost $1,000. You look at the mid lane, the LeBlanc is up $1,000. You look, even when your support is up 1,000 gold, you know things are going wrong.
Yeah, that is definitely when the economy is declining. And okay. Yeah, no, just
clean bubble, but you're not in a position to follow up. You don't know where the Silas is, and if you overstep, you will die.
And honestly, the trade, like, he doesn't have enough to one-shot or even, like, take a chunk off of him. The trade back from Zeri has been significantly more. We've actually seen it throughout the laning phase as well. Like, he'll get a good engage, he'll get the bubble, he'll get invested into it, and then Zeri will just trade back and take, like, about 75% of his health.
Now, that being said, we do have to remember that Sate's draft is around that Wombo combo engage. The Rift Herald is still up. You know, they would have to sacrifice a lot in order to rotate their Lucian Nami there, so I think it'll probably come down to either the second or the third dragon where they make their stand. But at that point, I don't know if the Gwen is going to be stoppable at that point. You know, the Galio might be the only thing that could tank her, but again, he needs to build the damage so that he can be impactful when he flies in with the heroic entrance.
Exactly, and it's like, that is, these guys just going to be an instant solo kill here. Going to wait out the chain. Fantastic play from Violent Chill. Just clean. No other way to put it, onto Kami in the middle lane.
Yeah, they've been punishing in this lane extremely well. The Galio has been forced under their tower the entire game. Less than 50% HP every time they're on screen. And, you know, once LeBlanc finds that rotation, you're done.
Yeah, exactly. Now, it is key, though. I think U of A Amber still does want to avoid the team fight. As much as Sate is behind, if they do hit the circle, the meme circles in the correct rotation, and Lucian's able to get it, they might be able to get a pick on a few of the key members. But what they can do instead is just push down certain lanes, rotate, get picks like they're doing here if they ever want to do any objectives. They don't actually take a raw fight for it. They get advantage first and then rotate onto it.
Yeah, and speaking of advantages, as LeBlanc is able to keep this Galio under tower, which means that she has free roam over the map, is able to pair up with the Silas, head top lane, force this Malphite away. Flash is gone, ult is gone. This Malphite has no teamfight utility anymore. The next Drake is coming up in, what are we looking at, 3 minutes? So it will have the ult back, but not the Flash. This TP coming in is into 2. Sure, the Jarvan is there, but with the Galio covering with the roam up from the mid lane, looks like they don't want to overcommit onto punishing this Malphite.
No, exactly. And U of A was aware of it the entire time, too. Had the LeBlanc who'd be able to rotate even later on the fight. And because you're going into the Gwen and the Silas, you can't instantly kill them because of their survivability abilities. So that would let the LeBlanc come up, rotate, and just completely turn the fight.
All in from area.
Yeah, FaZe is coming in, got to get the engage. The exhaust comes down, actually mitigating down the damage. Now their focus is going on to the Lulu. Great. Oh, the culling goes down, but comes down with the gigantic growth, stays alive, and even gets the engage on it. But Axon's getting picked on the top here. And you saw it, though. That's the Lucian Nami had the perfect engage there. The Lucian actually played that incredibly well, making sure the culling got full contact. But it doesn't matter. You're so far behind. The health totals are just enough by themselves to even make a perfectly played fight go wrong for you.
Yeah, didn't need to commit the wild growth earlier into that fight, which means that the Lulu has it to save themselves in the spot. Oh, okay. Oh. It's tanking the tower, but I think it's enough anyways.
It's yet again another actually fairly solid outplay, but it just does not matter when you're this far behind. You can kind of just take your wallet out, slap them across the face, and call her a day.
Yeah, I mean, this LeBlanc has 3 kills, a Luden's Echo, 8 stacks on the Dark Seal. Probably going to see a Medjai's this game. I have to assume that Violent Chill is feeling themselves. Might be coming into this game violent with no chill.
Oh my god. Exactly, but looking... Yeah, no, there's no way he doesn't turn that into a Medjai's.
And then we look at top lane. Gwen is up 60 CS, 3 kills, 500 gold shutdown on her, but she also has so much built-in, utility and self-peel with the Hallowed Mist. How are you going to get on this Gwen?
Yeah, I've highlighted a lot of time kind of the comeback mechanics too, because right there is nearly 1,500 gold, but that's almost not enough to like even bridge the gap, because that obviously, if they say we get a miracle thing and they kill all 3, that at best just evens out the gold total.
All right, not the best drop on the Herald mid. There is a rotation coming over, but Lucian caught
out.
out.
Gets caught out. They're getting engaged. They're actually going to finally get their kill on the thing. Whoosh Garvin goes down. And then they're rotating onto the Jarvan, looking to finish him off here. And LeBlanc is kind of pacing back and forth. But you see, they have the people. They have the advantage here, and they still just cannot commit because the life totals are a little bit too low. But that was a great pick to get down to Silas, but they do lose their Lucian as a result.
Yeah, that play was interesting because I think the Herald was timing out. So Silas just wanted to put it on the map, get some value out of it. Pepper forced to ult. And now, you know, this dragon coming up in a minute, there's not going to be a Malphite ult for it. The Malphite doesn't have flash. The Galio's being caught out. Where does he go? There's a Lulu in the back. He's just a man in a chicken suit running for his goddamn life.
No, this is literally, my man is just making a comedy sketch live here. He's twisting around. It's the guy who's completely defenseless, just trying to get away from a bunch of men with swords just surrounding him.
Yeah, it's like, sure, you get a 2-man bubble from Enyumire here on the Nami, but holy cow, that damage.
That was absolutely insane. It's just a double kill from there, and it's not even really that the Nami was like incredibly out of position. They can just force this now.
Yeah, even with the 2-person bubble coming, there's no follow-up. Nobody else is there. Nobody can deal with that. The Chicken Man is unfortunately going back to their fast food franchise. Because I think their career in this game might be over. This game in particular, I should point out. They have a bright future ahead of them, but
of course, they're at
probably not in this game by the looks of things.
Exactly, but hey, at least he's got the side job on there. He's already suited up. So if he has to go to work after this, he is good to go.
It's true. Won't have to stop at home, but might need to stop somewhere else and see
well,
what they can get
might have
going.
to stop home. This fight goes hard. Gets the engage onto the Nami. Fantastic use of the double distortion to get on the back. And now Kami's just slowly being melted away by the Zeri. And honestly, they can just push straight into this tower. The life totals are so low, and they have a LeBlanc. It's gonna be it. Now there's an engage onto the back there, but it just does not matter. Kami on that.
Oh my God.
That was so sick. Kami knocked him out of his first distortion, forced him under there, and then they didn't rotate the tower aggro properly. That was unfortunate, and that is actually a fairly big shutdown as well.
Yeah, this Galio is going to get a nice injection of gold, but again, this Sate lineup needs their setup for team fights. They need the engage to come through either from the Jarvan or from the Malphite, and then have the Lucian to follow up. And U of A has not given them the chance to set up. They've been first to the objectives, they've been pushed, they've had their foot on the gas pedal for the entire game, and Sate has not had a chance to breathe.
Exactly, and it's the map control too, to just go kind of back to that a bit. It's like, your Zeri can just walk into the jungle and just take it. This is a character that is incredibly squishy, but when you're this far ahead and you have this much map control, it just doesn't matter. You walk in, take their whole jungle camps, they're setting up a vision line. Actually setting up a good vision line here to try to deny them from being able to approach the jungle, but the problem is all the camps are gone.
Yeah, everything is already gone. There is nothing to protect. Sure, you know if somebody comes in, but it doesn't help if you know that someone's robbed your house if your house has already been robbed.
Exactly, yeah. Unfortunately, you did not install the alarm system early enough, and now you're praying that somehow your magical stuff's going to come back, but fortunately your valuables in the form of 13k gold are already gone.
Yeah, that is an absolutely insane gold lead for this point in the game. U of A sitting extremely pretty. Mejai's on both the Gwen and the LeBlanc. Violent chill, like I said, they're coming in violent with no chill.
Absolutely no chill today. Can literally engage onto this minimum wage employee whenever he wants.
Yeah, you definitely don't get paid enough to stand around in a chicken suit all day.
Oh, exactly. And just be beat on just by like a LeBlanc the whole time. This is like literally the master. She's like all done up in her fancy suit, makes like, you know, a bunch of $1 million. It's a CEO literally right here.
You know, this game really is a metaphor for capitalism, John.
Exactly. Not the bit I thought we'd end up on today, but this is also probably not what Pepper ever thought he would land either. He's just stuck under a tower with a Gwen and a Lulu just slowly chipping away as he just tries to clear the wave around. But unfortunately, he might return to the ground like his fellow rocks very soon here.
Yeah, unfortunately, he is so far behind, is not looking rock solid, is getting challenged under his tower by the Gwen and the Lulu. The Lucian and Nami are here to cover, but look at the rest of the map. The Silas is coming up. If there was a Baron here, they'd have a great play on it, but it's 17 minutes into the game, John. It hasn't even spawned yet.
Oh, man. I did not look up the clock. My brain is a little stunned.
No, this game has been extremely cleanly accelerated from the U of A. And, you know, we were praising them before when, you know, they had all of these leads and they were converting it with clean macro. When they were diving under the tier 3s, Gwen was coming out of base. They don't care at this point.
No, they're just like, all right, we had our good like standard game, but they're like, we have a giant lead now. We're doing the run it down mid kind of game this time.
Yeah, they've shown that they can play cleanly if they need to, but I mean, 14 stacks on the Mejai's. Quick play is already on point. This Malphite has to ult. He will die.
Yeah, he will
the
die.
The ghost has been popped.
That's the only way he gets out of it. Shadow's just like melting him away. Yeah, the flash comes out at the end. He does have the heal though.
Oh, might get baited by the Nami actually.
Yeah, might be able to re-engage. All the flash comes out. That's a huge shutdown, and it goes on to the Lucian.
Yeah, this is exactly the injection of gold that this Lucian needed. 1,000 gold coming in from that. I mean, has the Gale Force, but if you look over at the counterpart, what else is happening on the map? U of A's taking the Herald. We look at LeBlanc, the mid lane is pushed. You look at bot lane. Bot lane's been pushed. Sure, Lucian gets to get some money here, but the Zeri is already on her quick plays as well. You've got the Magi on both of your primary AP carries. The Sylas has a Night Harvester. He doesn't need to build damage in this case. There's so much damage already, but it doesn't matter.
Because he has no chill. Actually gets the kill onto the Lulu as well, but yeah, I think it's worth noting though, because we were kind of talking about how they did play so safe, stable League of Legends last time, and they didn't merely make any mistakes to get punished. Well, this kind of shows that they are playing a little bit more loose, but they did make a mistake. Yeah, I agree with you that it wasn't like too much, but it shows that they made a mistake there compared to their last game. They played a lot more cleanly than this one.
Yeah, Sate has been in position to punish some of these overextensions, which is good. And you know, if U of A has several more of those overextensions, then they might be able to find their way back into this game. But until then, they're pressuring on this tier 3. Rift Herald dropped, pushing onto the inhibitor 20 minutes into the game. This Malphite is coming in super late. Does have the teleport, but I mean, the only flanking ward is super deep by the Baron pit. Zeri can jump in.
Yeah, no, Violent Chill has absolutely none of it. The Galio slams down onto absolutely nothing. It's like his Deep Fryer was empty at work, but manages to get the knockdown into. Violent Chill is out and sends the clone in to tank the tower for a little bit. And FaZe, he just doesn't care. The 80 carry is literally walking at the two engaged people who are supposed to get on top of him, the Lucian that's supposed to clean him up. And this is just, that's not indicative of how this game is going. The 3 people made to shut this man down do not matter to him.
You could say that this Zeri is unfazed.
Wow, you really put that pun in neon lights, didn't ya?
We do what we can. We like to have a little fun around here. Just like the U of A team is, you know, having fun in this game, pushing in 2 inhibs at 20 minutes. Can, you know, shuffle back, take this Baron if they want to. I think it's a little bit greedy to, you know, try to end the game from this push, but they can send 5 back. The Baron is spawned. LeBlanc has TP, but will probably just hoover up bot farm instead.
And they do have like total vision control down on the Baron side as well. Now, it is only the one control ward, as you can see, and then Sate has the one on the higher end. But that's going to be the main approach they can use to even get towards the Baron if they even want to maybe attempt to steal later on.
Yeah, and you can see Sate's entire team is running towards the Baron because they know if we lose this Baron, the game is probably over. And U of A have just taken a reset. They've gone back to the Ocean Drake. They're playing it slower. And now they know, okay, it's not a big deal as of yet. But that being said, now U of A's on Soul Point. It's Ocean Drake. If you miss your first engage on the side of Sate, and then Ocean Drake regen comes in, you don't have the damage to follow up and cut through that.
Exactly.
All right, with things slowing down here, 20 minutes into the game, 18-3, 49,500 gold to 27, 15K at 20 minutes.
This is an absolute insurmountable gap between them. And yeah, I think it's just down there. They're slowly going to finish off the jungle here, clear up their camps, take the Baron, and then we're just going to see one more fight mid, and that'll be it pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, there's almost no way to contest this Baron. Even if the Jarvan gets in and gets the steal, you would need the steal and a fight afterwards. And at this point, you know, they have been more aggressive in their itemization. You know, it's a death cap on the LeBlanc. Sorry, it's a Mejai's on the LeBlanc and the Gwen instead of, you know, I suppose, you know, there actually are stopwatches on both the Sylas and the Gwen. But Oxen...
Yeah, unfortunately, they know the steal's coming. They have the vision up there, deny it. Shadow just jumps over the wall, completely denies any chance of a hero play, and they're going to secure this Baron. They're down their jungler, and it's looking like it might be lights out for Sate. It looks like the Roman Empire has fallen again.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, those are the first stacks that Shadow has had on their Mejais. They were sitting with an empty book this entire time. It's almost like this doll didn't know how to read, but, you know, finally gets back into the action. AFK no more. But now with the Baron, they're pushing onto the Nexus turrets. It's going to be challenging to catch anybody out. Yeah. AFK Shadow maybe a little bit further ahead.
Yeah, Kami trying to get the engage on the AK Shadow. Well, they knock him up, but it just walks into Washington. They get the lockdown off from the Jarvan. Okay, the wobble combo we were waiting so long comes out, but it doesn't matter. The Stoop double stopwatches eat it up, and that combi is slowly being melted on the backside. The health totals are pretty low, but it doesn't matter. They have so much regen on the side of U of A, and it looks like the walls of Troy have fallen again, and U of A Amber secures their place in our grand finals.
Yeah, and like you were talking about at the end of that game, you saw the engage combination come through from the State Trojans. You saw the potential that was there, but it came through as they were losing the game. Steps in front of their fountain.
Yes. And, like, yeah, that's very simply not where you want it, because we kind of highlighted at the start of the broadcast. Like, if they got ahead, it negated the advantage that Comp had. Sure, you had slightly losing lanes for the side of Sate, but they were meant to be able to kind of keep up with their tankiness and kind of funnel into Lucian. Lucian went down early. The other lanes got way too far behind, where the point where they could just get solo killed by their counterparts, and that's just everything you don't need a team fight comp. And honestly, the best part about UVA's comp, they didn't need to team fight. They had
exactly.
so much cross map pressure, they just move anywhere, and it just does not matter about their team comp. They literally just completely negated their win condition on both fronts.
Yeah, the skirmish and split push threats from both the LeBlanc and the Gwen, the Silas roaming around the map. An exceptional game on the side of U of A Amber. Looks like it might be Amber versus. It's going to be Amber versus Shungite in our grand finals.
Exactly, the battle of U of A to see which team can play it better. And honestly, they both have had pretty similar play styles. I think Amber's leaned to like a little bit more of kind of the skirmish heavy, like really just playing around their solo laners like potential, where the other team has been a little bit more kind of the teamwork and kind of structure if I had to like place them on it. But they both are so good at like if they get an advantage anywhere, just turning it into significantly more.
Yeah, and importantly, the grand finals is first to 2, best of 3. So there will be time, to gain some further information, see how people are playing, and adjust further. Unfortunate that the rest of the tournament couldn't have that phase of adaptation as well, but you need to put in the work to demonstrate that you're capable of getting here, and both of these squads from the University of Alberta have demonstrated that. But what we're going to demonstrate now to you is our ability to throw to a break, as we will be back with the grand finals of League of Legends here at the Alberta Esports Expo. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Grand Finals of League of Legends here from the Alberta Esports Expo. You know the vibes. It's Ash and John. We're back, U of A on U of A combat in our Grand Finals here for League of Legends.
Yeah, we got the two teams that honestly completely just dominated their way through the bracket. Like, I hate to put it blunt, but there was a lot of stomps, and U of A was the deliverer of every single one.
They got the feet.
They got the feet. So
and they got the boots.
Yeah, now they're running into each other to see who has the better combat boots, which one has the studs in it. And it's time to find out which rock is better.
It's true. The boots are laced up. The players are in the lobby, and we're ready to get into it. Again, our Grand Finals is a best of 3. You need to win 2 games in order to win this one. So if we drop this first game, you can adjust, make that adaptation, maybe adjust your draft priorities, adjust what lane you're focused around. Both of these teams, you know, they had game plans that were focused on pretty much the entire map, where it said, look, we are better than you. We are going to win the game, and then we are going to also happen to have very good macro and take all of our advantages and bring them everywhere and end the game rather quickly. But getting into it, this is it. Game 1 of the Grand Finals, U of A versus U of A. And we will see where things go. First man off the gate is Caitlyn.
It's a very, very solid path. Both of these teams have used Caitlyn to quite a great effectiveness throughout the bracket. I think we saw Amber use it to probably the best effect when they just completely dominated with a Caitlyn Lux at our first set.
Yeah, and that is the team who the Caitlyn has been banned against here.
Yes. So definitely going to be interesting to see what they got to pick. I could see a lot of bot lane picks here because both teams have been very good about playing around it. But no, Maokai denied early, denying that jungler pressure. And just honestly, it's a very high priority pick as seen even in pro play.
Yeah, honestly, one thing I'm wondering is this jungle Sylas from Wusher Garvin was not something I was expecting and is something that really put in a lot of work. So I'm curious to see if that will get banned out. But again, you know, the highlights from that very first game that we had, the jungle Diana, the Caitlyn Lux, and actually it looks like a big jungle focus here coming through from, I believe, yeah, it's the Amber team with both the Maokai and the Udyr. Ashe is just broken. You can't get it through. And again, AFK Shadow is not allowed to play Shen at this tournament.
Yeah, no, he has been. AFK Shadow has had Shen banned against him every round, and actually Annie picked up on the first thing. Actually, Annie has been a focus for both of these mid lanes.
Yeah.
So it seems to be just a focus of what the team really likes to play around and is comfortable with. But it's interesting that all the bans went against Wushy Garvin, so these teams scrim a lot. So I have this funny feeling that might be where the gap is between the two teams.
Maybe.
Just with how much focus they're putting on it.
And our first Ahri pick that we might be seeing, again, you're going to have to pick something into the Annie that you haven't shown before. Anivia would be a bit of a curveball, especially blind here, but it is going to be the option. So a lot of, again, both of these mages focused on wave control early, but Annie with a lot more burst and Anivia with a bit more consistent damage. Of course, that Ice Shard on the E will pop you after a certain point. Both bringing CC from the mid lane, both bringing a lot of push and roam. Anivia should win out on that push war later on into the game when they get the ultimate. Curious to see if we get a bot lane pick here. No, we're going to take the Sejuani, so keeping it icy. Cool under pressure.
Under pressure.
And honestly, Sedge gives you so much engage, a consistent front line as well. One of the top tier picks, but yeah, one of the jungle picks that has gone under the radar thus far has been the Wukong, which I think is probably the best proactive dueling jungler in the meta right now. Really, you can force things early on the Sejuani. Wukong's early dueling, very powerful, and a safe pick in the bot lane for the Varus.
Yeah, definitely. When you see the Sejuani early, you know there's going to be potentially ganks earlier on. So I think the Varus should just play the long range, not really have to worry about that lane being pressured. It's very important, particularly in this very bot-centric meta, and with these two teams that have shown their ability to carry out a bot lane if required. And then Hester going to be picked here potentially, which is going to give them a very, very safe lane, but maybe not as much hyper carry potential out of it. Yeah,
so you're gonna need a little bit more damage from your top laner. I'm looking at something like Jax here for the red side. Maybe even a Camille or a Gnar. You need some supplemental damage alongside your two main threats in your Anivia and your Ezreal. Obviously, Karma to help the Ezreal push in the bot lane would be good as well. Varus has a lot of flexibility on who you can pair the support with. And looks like the Sylas is being removed.
And the Karma as well. Yeah, good call out there.
Yeah, so the Sylas is being removed from Violent Chill. They don't want... this wasn't one of the teams that played Sylas support, was it?
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. So that is that mid lane, very flexible, dueling, high CC and high impact mage removed. And as you mentioned, the Karma taken away from the Ezreal. can still go to even Ezreal Nami is relatively decent for lane control and such. Curious on the Jarvan ban, as I was expecting Wukong to go in the jungle, but this Jarvan ban tells me that Red side thinks that the U of A could be going top lane, and Gangplank comes through as another top lane ban. That's safe, scaling, high impact late game option. Don't do it. It's bad.
Do not pick the cat. The cat has been nerfed into the ground, has had her hair plucked from her body, and it's no longer worth picking. But actually, Zilean would be very fun here, but I feel like we're going to swap onto something else. But Zilean, oh yeah, it's just going to be the Lux.
Yeah, Ezreal Lux gives you so much control over the push. A lot of poke in the lane as well. You could see another Enchanter coming through. The Jax for the top lane coming through on the blue side, actually securing that the Wukong is in the jungle. Maybe they didn't have anything better to ban out in banning the Jarvan, maybe seeing if they could take the Jax for themselves. But it will be AFK Shadow up in the top lane on that Jax. And we need a support to round out this draft for the blue side. Probably something to stick with the Varus unless
it might be an Annie support.
It could be Annie support with the Kassadin going mid, and it looks like that will be the case. So Kassadin into the Anivia, both champions that do a great job of leveraging the power that's in Rod of Age of Seraph's Embrace in the current meta. So Twitch chat, get ready. I want the Monka S point 1 out of 16 as the game will go. But now we need a top laner to round it out unless they want to flex the Sejuani up. Singed would have to be a comfort pick. Into the Jax, I think this should still be Jax's favorite, but it is the Singed locked in.
And actually, Singed is very good into this comp because he does have the root on his, I think it's his E, or his W, sorry, which denies
has the grounded
Kassadin.
effect.
Yeah, that's a grounded effect. So it denies Wukong, it denies Kassadin, and it denies Jax. So actually you can get a great effect from that even if maybe he engages onto the back line, they won't be able to come back and peel if he lays it out properly.
Yeah, and this does give a lot more supplemental damage as well.
Yes.
The Singed will run into the back line and do a good amount of damage over time as well. The one thing to note for red side is it is a little bit magic damage heavy, as about half of Ezreal's half to 2/3 of Ezreal's damage can be magic damage. I think with some of the changes that's been levied a little bit, but if you look at the blue side, it's all scaling. You have Jax Kassadin, Monka S, point 1 out of 16.
Yeah, no, definitely to see. It's going to be interesting to see if they're even allowed to scale, but I think it's worth looking at. Obviously we've kind of looked at the game plans, but how can they kind of play around each other? How can they stop each other from even getting started?
Yeah, so if you're looking at the blue side, it's really your point of pressure early on is likely through your bottom lane. Because Kassadin, relatively weak early, wants to scale. Again, Monka S, point 1 out of 16. Got a point above the monitor. But then how that interacts with the red draft, I mean, Anivia gives you pretty much free prio over mid lane for almost the entire game post 6. Annie can, force the wave in consistently enough early on, but once Anivia has the ult, the wave is gone instantly. And so if someone needs to stall, red side has the tools to stall out sieges. They have the consistent longer range damage coming in from the Ezreal as well. I'm curious to see if this Varus will go poke to try to match those longer range threats.
Yeah.
And then I think the big question mark here is the Singed. Singed is a pick that, if you know what you're doing, can feel impossible to play against. You have this crazy guy, hyped up on who knows what, running around wreaking havoc in your team fight. But if your Singed doesn't know what you're doing, you just have a lunatic madman who isn't providing you much value.
Yeah, exactly. Just ints on the side, but it does give them a great amount of pressure on the side lanes. And just pressure overall all on the map. But what I'm really interested in seeing is that teamfight mechanic. I know I kind of talked about the W. Maybe it's not the biggest change, but how the Singed navigates that fight is going to be so important, because as you said, it's a supplemental damage. So the engage goes well. We still need the finish. We still need that extra to chunk them down before they can be finished off. And the Singed is going to provide that, and I think provide a way that maybe the ADC and stuff like that can't be peeled onto.
Yeah, also Ezreal Lux is so much control and poke damage in the lane that this Varus Annie, it's a lot of damage and upfront threat.
Yeah.
But it's not as, push heavy. Annie can harass with her incredible range on her auto attack, but Lux also is, somewhat comparable and provides a little bit more value with both the team-wide shield, whereas Annie's shield is selfish for herself. But it does mean that the all-in threat, come level 6 in the bot lane, will be stronger on the red side with the Annie support.
No, definitely. The stun comes down, you have them in the Varus combo, and then that's usually just lights out, because they can just stay out of the range, not even worry about it, and we'll have a lot of domination on the bot lane. So yeah, I think we could kind of almost sum it up like this. The bot lane is going to be obviously that pivotal point. We've seen it between how these teams play, but also like to shift it up to the top lane, because with these teams, they've all been really good at finding their advantages and playing into them, and those have commonly come from either the top lane or the bottom lane for doing these squads.
Yeah, and again, this Singed is a big question mark for me. I don't know how the Singed into Jack's lane goes as much. It's not something that you see super common. Singed is not a very common pick anymore.
Yeah, no.
But honestly, given even things like Rod of Ages is something that Singed used to build all of the time. Rod of Ages is broken right now. It's so good. You can go for a higher impact Singed in that regard. There are some notable interactions where if the Jax is pre-priming the counter-strike, the spin above the head for the stun, you can put the Singed W down and ground Jax before he can jump to you. But it is somewhat challenging to do because you have to read when the Jax is going to approach.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think this game is going to be interesting. The Wukong Sejuani also both have the ability to impact the map greatly. Team fight for both teams is spectacular.
Yeah.
A lot of solid direct engage. Wukong W E flash R, to get in and get onto the back line there. And then the Glacial Persian from Sedge is like the premier ranged, low commitment engage tool. Where you can throw it out. If you get something, you can follow up. If not, no big deal. We'll back off. Maybe see again later. I also do think that this Varus might have to go poke in order to deal with some of the challenge on objective setups. Things like Ezreal is very good at poking people both when you're defending the objective and when you're trying to contest the objective. But given that this Varus has Hail of Blades, I'm going to assume that they are going either on hit or crit, which means that they will be a little bit lacking in that poke department. Interestingly enough, this Kassadin is going Conqueror, which is not something that I have seen, and it's not something that I've done when I've played Kassadin in the past. It does mean that he will have a little bit of inbuilt sustain as these fights go on. But big level 1 invade on the bot side.
All the Varus look like they're going to get caught down at the bottom.
Yeah, burnt the flash.
The flip
but
comes
the flip
down.
from the Singed.
Yeah, it's flip into the Lux Q, and that is all she wrote. And that first one is huge. Onto the Singed. Kind of curious how that's going to affect that lane up there, but that first one is absolutely tragic, and he invested the flash too.
Yeah, and I mean, burning the Ghost as the Singed is fine. It's a much shorter cooldown, and there's really nothing early on that you're going to need the Ghost for in lane. So burning it there, the flip coming through, presumably a binding from the Lux as well on the side of House PR. Dark Seal is also the start for the Singed after the base, which means, that interaction with the Dark Seal giving you increased regen from your potions is going to matter in this lane. It was a corrupting potion start that's now been followed up with a Dark Seal. This Singed is going to have a lot of sustain in lane, and it's going to be challenging for this Jax to push them out.
No, yeah, even like back when the Singed was played quite a bit, like going into Dark Seal after was even frequent. Like the stack is nice, but you were really getting it for the extra potion effect because it gives them that mana sustain and that health sustain early and increases the damage of his Q with the slight corrupting damage on it. So really, really fantastic synergy as you highlighted there. And I think it's going to be down to maybe jungle influence on it because there's going to be a big advantage for the Singed early.
Yeah, something interesting to point out as well is that Gauche on the Annie has gone with the sweeper as well early on, which means that bot lane will have...
stun down, and they locked it down. The Lux has to invest in flash, but the stun is coming. I said that Ignite is coming down. That just finished off, and that is an early kill onto the Annie, and that is fantastic for them because they have now gotten on the board on the bottom lane.
Yeah, and this is disaster if you're on the side of U of A Shungite. Looking at your bot lane, you pick this Ezreal Lux to have control over the lane, and your only threat is that all-in from the Annie Varus because they have more consistent CC in that their stun can be targeted, whereas yours is a skill shot. Yeah, I think that this Singed, especially with the extra sustain that they've had, can just play a little bit more aggressively, push this lane, leave, walk away, try and influence the mid lane. If we look over at the mid lane, you can see the Kassadin's getting pushed in as we would expect it to. The Anivia with a lot of lane control and Kassadin not very strong early. With the changes to his E, it does mean that he can contest the push a little bit more, but Violent Chill is really looking to play for these later portions in the game and not lose out too much.
Exactly. Actually, I think that the early kill in the Annie is like just paying dividends already. You can see he's almost zoning the guy by himself. But oh, we got an early engagement with Ohami, kind of locking him down. The ground it goes down. See, so he can't jump out onto his tower, and he gets a lot of good damage down onto him. Obviously, not going to invest under the tower. Does not have the health for that quite yet. But Woshin Garvey's coming in for a gang. Ohami needs to get out of here. The poison's going down. Gets the ignite. Is going to probably be able to finish off AFK Shadow early on, and now the retreat is coming out. Well, Woshin Garvey does have double buffs and all abilities. Oh my God, is he going to be able to escape this with the
grounded?
Oh, he blocks him down too, and Ohami with the outplay of the century. Yeah, we talked about does he know how to play the Singe? If that didn't prove it, I don't know what will.
Yeah, no, extremely well played from Ohami's Singe there in the top lane. Winning in the 1v1 exchange, you pointed it out as it came through. The grounded effect on the Jax as the Counter-Strike was spinning meant that they couldn't jump in for that stun. Happened twice in that fight. And then, you know, unfortunate on the side of Wushy Garvin, getting minion blocked a little bit there, and then the grounded on top of it just means that you don't have the tools to close the distance unless you want to commit further onto the flash. Says it isn't worth it, backs off, Singed with the 2 kills early. This is honestly looking very good for the side of U of A Shungite after that, you know, unfortunate play in the bottom lane that has more or less evened out. Given that the push has come in, but...
Oh, Potato Drip gets the engage on the planet, down on the bottom. Okay, oh, does not layer on the Lux Q correctly, and that will be phased, getting out. So he's unfazed in that engage, just walking straight past the Lux Q.
Yeah, phased with no flash, but does importantly have the cleanse against all of the CC, so likely would have been fine in that regard. Man, every time we come up to this top lane, now that, you know, Ohami has demonstrated their ability to pilot this Singe successfully, I'm concerned for AFK Shadow. You know, they're up in CS right now, but they're going to constantly be pushed under their tower. Ohami's going to have first roam on mid lane. It means that in 4 minutes when the Herald comes up, unless AFK Shadow and Wushy Garvin work some magic to push that advantage back, it's just going to have to be something yielded. And then the pressure really comes onto this mid-bot side to try and secure the push in order to, you know, cross-map a Drake instead. But like we've been talking about, Kasten does not effectively contest the push from Anivia that early on. Yes, the Wukong comes up to ensure that the Kasten can shove the lane out, take a base, come back probably with a tier, in order to keep things going, but you know, this Kasten is built for the team fights, especially with the Conqueror. It means that you don't have the quick electrocute trades that you can take, whereas Anivia does have that keystone, but...
Oh, looks like we got a gank coming down here. Woshy Garvin engages, but a great Annie's Sun coming in to lock down House, and then Woshy Garvin just comes in to clean up the kill, and that is an easy pick down in the bottom lane for the side of U of A Amber.
Yeah, so you can clearly see that both teams have already recognized what their win conditions that they can play around in this early game are. Shungite going top lane and focusing on this Singe that is extremely far ahead. You know, this Jax forced back, doesn't want to burn the TP, so he's going to be just losing pressure. The Singe is getting plates. And meanwhile, on the side of U of A Amber, the Wukong goes bottom, and they attack the flashless Lux once again. House falls. You know, Wild Cobra has been able to escape from this, you know, alive and has been able to keep up in farm, but they're losing a lot of that lane control, and you saw they were pushed up a little bit too aggressively there with insufficient vision coverage, or maybe recognizing the spot a little bit too late. But either way, you know, both teams really playing to the advantages that they've created for themselves thus far.
Exactly, and it's kind of a flip of a script of what we've seen in the previous games too, with them being just so kind of unfortunately one-sided for a lot of the guard. They would get put in these situations, and this is the first time in this whole tournament that AFK Shadow has actually been behind. Every single game he has dominated. Like, it hasn't even been close up in the top lane. But here, he's behind. He's needing to play a bit more conservative, and this is going to show us another side of U of A Amber, because they actually have a weak side now. Every single game they played before, actually both these squads, to be dreadfully honest, have been so far ahead in both lanes, but AFK Shadow, I think, has yielded it the best of these two teams from the matches we saw.
Yeah, and you can see the Singe starting the proxy farm behind the tower, which means that this Jax is not going anywhere anytime soon. And you're going to have to commit multiple people to deal with this Singed, and you can see the Sejuani rotating over. Potato Drip understands that they need to be in the area to protect their Singed as they're proxying. You know, the Kastens finally, you know, Monka S 0.6 out of 16.
10 more to go.
But it's still a little bit of a ways away. You know, Potato Drip comes over the wall. This Jax could be dove here. Yeah,
they're looking to set up the gank. Oh, the stun used early, but he flips him back into Potato Drip's Waiting's arms, and now he's just running away. The Ignite is ticking down, keeping the stun on, and Potato Drip is just going to be able to finish off this kill. The Ignite comes down. Oh, it actually invests the flash, probably unnecessarily, and Ohami gets another kill on that and furthers that lead. 6 stacks on the Dark Seal, and what a fantastic top lane play from the jungler and top laner of U of A Shungite.
Yeah, that being said, though, blue side is able to cross-map this Drake. Wild Cobra should be able to escape just fine here. You know, not sure if the last tick of Ignite would have taken it, so I don't mind the flash from Potato Drift to make sure that you keep the Jax behind, force the TP out, because crucially, your Singe doesn't have TP. Your Singe is playing Ghost Ignite. You're playing for lane and not playing for the rest of the map. That being said, no flash here, but should just be able to Arctic Assault over the wall, retreat back. You know, would have been great if the Kassadin could have picked up a cleanup kill there, but even still, you know, level 7, still a bit of a ways before you have both that Q and that E max, and you have the considerable burst damage. But by out of mana here, nothing really should come of this. Again, Anivia will blow her entire mana pool to ensure that the wave is pushed. It has the catalyst as well to have some higher staying power in lane. If we, check back into the bot lane, the Varus is up 20 CS and is going poke despite having Hail of Blades. So is going Hail of Blades for the early laning trades to follow up on the anti-stun, but then is transitioning into the poke build in order to still have something to contest the Ezreal in the poke department on both comps.
Exactly, and a great idea to kind of invest more in that poke damage too, because you really don't need more finishers or more continuous damage as comp. You get that initial poke damage down, your Jax can go in, kind of slowly just beat down on people with the Wukong, and then the Casting comes in, cleans up. You hit 16, and you get any damage down on the Casting can easily follow it up.
Well, I think AFK Shadow might just be dead here.
No, I don't think Ohami might commit more into this. Does have Oshigarvin nearby, and also Goch is up in the lane there, trying to bait him down into a play, but he is not going to bite, and just returns back to top lane to get more CS.
Yeah, bot lane on the reset there, so Wild Cobra and House couldn't rotate over at all. Good timing to, take that first Herald. First Drake also going over to the side of U of A Amber. So some clean macros so far.
Oh, he gets W'd up properly? No, I think it's a stun.
Yeah, even still you're close enough, but you'll take this trade. You're forcing the Jax into a position where there is threat. Luckily, the Jax has the Wukong in the back pocket.
Yeah, FaZe has got onto Wild Cobra looking for the stun. Now Ghost is just looking to follow it up. Does not have access to the flash quite yet. Oh, the flash into the Q finishes it off. And then we can kind of jump back up top lane to see Ohami going in. Now Oshigarvin is close by if he decides to overcommit onto the dive, but does not go into it. But great pressure, a great presence from Oshigarvin to protect the dive onto his top laner. But bot lane is going in the favor of Amber as of right now.
Oh, Ghost is dead.
Oh my god, he overtime! The stun comes down. Obviously does have cleanse. Fantastic option to take that against this comp. Stays alive. And that's Shogunite getting on the board.
Yeah, no, crazy plays all around the map. Great from Oshigarvin on the Wukong to be in the position to cover for their Jax. Sej was on the bot side, and would love to see what happened with Ghosh there. Just stepped up too far. Probably didn't think that they were going to draw aggro. Thought they were out of range as the Q was flying in the air, maybe. Oh, does he get it?
I stole it from him. He literally has no chill. Like, where does this chill come from? He's just violent.
He's just violence. Yeah, Potato Drip has to be careful here. Didn't scout that pink ward yet either.
Oh, definitely. Actually, I really like the ward control in this thing, because we did, unfortunately, yet again with the domination too, like both teams were dominating the vision game earlier on, but here we have them kind of switching back and forth. They both have half control of the river. There's not really a hole up in the top lane, and I like to see that change, because before they were just getting away with having complete control of the map no matter what happened in the previous games.
Yeah, you do have to fight for your resources here on both sides, and again, if the Kassadin has Electrocute there, that Anivia is at half HP, one more rotation, you pop the passive and can go from there. But does have the Conqueror for the longer team fights. We'll have to see how that pans out, in 5-10 minutes here when we do get into that stage of the game. In the meantime, bot wave pushing in. This Ezreal is behind a little bit, but will turn into the poke machine. Oshigarvin looking for the gank. A Potato Drip is in the area to cover. Yeah,
Ghost does have access to flash here as well, so the engage is very much online. Does not know the Potato Drip is here. Gets caught out by the Lux ult, but Potato Drip goes on top, hitting on the ADC, and Ghost dies on the bottom part. Varus is mounting down. The Wukong ult is going on the back, trying to melt them down, but the Potato Drip is barely up. Varus finishes it off, and his Varus is going to be able to finish off this fight, and FaZe just gets massive kills off of that and has put themselves ahead in this game.
Yeah, 3 for 1 in the exchange there. Super well played by both the Varus and the Wukong in that. The Ezreal, you can see in the moment that it feels like the correct play. You Arcane Shift in so that you can get past the Wukong, past the Annie, secure the kill. The Varus is, dealing with the Sedge CC. But with the Herald on top of this as well, bot lane is over. The turret is gone. This Varus, is up 30 CS, has 4 kills. The poke is going to be super online. And Bai Loves You needs to be careful here because the Annie is in the area.
Oh, that was a fantastic wall to deny Ghost getting on top of it, but the Q is going to come out anyway. Needs to invest the flash, probably going to be able to pop the passive at very least, but potentially looking for a re-engage here. Does have access to Potato Drip, but does not overcommit, just wants the fight to stop. And that was a fantastic wall, like just blocking the Annie, not letting him get straight on top of him. But the top lane turret's been taken on the side of Amber, and Shogunite has taken control of the bottom. They're literally just splitting half and forth. The bot lane's dominating in one half, and the top lane is dominating for the other.
Yeah, but that being said, Shadow's down 2 levels here, and is not really going to have the ability to make much more of an impact. They're going to be stuck under their tower for most of the game. Potato Drip has been covering this Singed immaculately. And yes, both teams are playing to their strong sides of the map. But I think at the end of the day, the Varus being this far ahead only matters if you can also secure setup over the objective. Because the Ezreal and the Lux will still be able to poke out, contest the objective. The Anivia will generally have push for most of the time.
Oh, whiff on the ult. That's going to keep AFK Shadow alive. And the teleport coming in, probably looking for the return, but AFK Shadow does not manage to get in. And the teleport invested. Now, the Gaston was maybe going to get able to top of that, but that was a bit ambitious. And while that was all happening, the Dragon is taken by Amber.
Yeah, that macro play was illegal. They're taking Drake at the same time that they're covering for the Singed overcommitting. You should not be able to commit this many resources across the map this well. But U of A Amber calling out Shungai's bluff, saying, no, you're not going to cross map while you cut. You're going to cover for your Singed, which means that we can take the advantage on this side of the map. Root instantly
but the Root
cleansed.
goes down on top of the Lux, and the re-engage is coming in, and that is just a monkey and a little girl jumping on top of you, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, don't threaten me with a good time, John, but unfortunately House is not so happy about that experience.
Definitely does not want a giant panda and a literal monkey god on top of him.
Yeah, who would have thought? All right, checking back in with the state of the map, though. 2K gold lead here for Amber, 2 Drakes, and the Herald as well. We were talking in draft, maybe Woshi Garvin was the difference maker, soaking so many bans, and honestly has been extremely impactful in this game on the Wukong. Potato Drip has been there to cover for their strong side, making sure that Ohami can continue to play aggressively. Has been swapped down to the bottom side, and Ohami...
Ooh. Yeah, no, not much of an engage coming down here, but does not need to overcommit here. Violent Chill is able to secure onto the kill there. Ghost is roaming around mid, looking to get something started. But actually, we've rotated the ADC and the supports into the mid lane. Why did you think they did this?
Well, so as soon as you break the bot tier 1, there's really no need for your dual lane to stay in the bot side. There's a lot more places on the map that you can exert your control and especially your wave control that your Ezreal Lux is having. Top tier 1 broken by your Singed as well. Mid is the spot that makes the most sense. You have Drake coming up in a minute here. You have second Herald coming up as well. Mid is going to be the focus here. I would expect second Herald to be used to crack one of these mid lane towers regardless of who it is. And then if you look at who's in the side lanes, your Anivia can safely push out. She still has her passive, so she's not under much threat from the Jax. AFK Shadow, again, hasn't really had the opportunity to have much of an impact in this game, but will, over time, become that stronger split pusher that will be able to deal with the Singed in the side lane. And as the game goes on, this Anivia won't be able to answer this Caston, because the Caston will be able to jump on and deal with the Anivia, and that the wave clear won't matter. And you have a more proactive jungler in Woshi Garvin on the Wukong that'll be able to rotate through these side lanes as you're poking Varus and your Annie cover in mid.
Oh, it looks like House might get caught. Unfortunately, yeah, the tip of the range, there's the Wukong jumping in. And actually, we've highlighted mid jungle combos a lot, but on the side of Amber, the support jungle combo has been doing absolute work. The Annie into the Wukong engage has been the death of many a member of Sugar Knight here.
Yeah, when you have these two, looking for a dive here on the Anivia.
Yeah, Bias is going to get locked up. The passive might proc, but it does not matter. Has 3 members of Amber up here to just slowly work through the egg, and they can turn that into another advantage. Probably just going to go straight for tower here, and let's see if Sugar Knight can respond on any other part of the map.
Yeah, there's no prio. Bot lane's pushing in. The Ezreal can't commit past the river, because if he goes too far, he will die to this Wukong. They know the Wukong's top, but even still, the Ezreal can't commit. So there's really nothing gained here for Shungite. The Dragon isn't up until, just now. So the cross-map potential wasn't there either.
Yeah, Woshi Garvin going to go on Hammy, but Hammy's just going to run away here, keep the pressure on, but no, maybe going for re-gauge. That might be too much, because Ghosh is there with the stun. Locks down Ohami, but Ohami has so much health now. In the classic rule, don't change the Singe, but you might be able to do it. But FaZe is able to last the stun there, but no, he gets out. Has so much health with the Rod of the Ages, and the stacked Corrupting Potion. He's just able to escape that relatively unfazed.
Oh, Violent Chill, though.
Oh, Violent Chill is looking to have the violence returned onto him. Getting hit by every single piece of CC I've ever seen in the game. Pulled him back into the thing to stop him from dashing and root him in place, and Violent Chill has absolutely no escape from that situation.
Yeah, Ohami played that perfectly, getting the grounded effect onto the Caston to prevent the Rift Walk out, can't flash out either, and then flips them at the exact angle to go from the tip of one side to the other side. Caston could not move that entire time, dies with flash, Rift Walk was up, but you just can't do anything when you're locked down on the grounded.
Exactly, to layer the CC perfectly to just deny our Caston from having that. And now looking at the map, we do have the Dragon coming up in about 40 seconds here. It is a mountain though, so I don't know how much focus they'll put onto it. But where do you think the teams are going to kind of go from near that? We've kind of reset a little bit.
Yeah, so the thing to note is that the Singe doesn't have TP, so the Singe really needs to play around bot side, which means that, your Anivia doesn't have TP either. So this is probably the last time Anivia is going to be able to push out this wave if they want to be here for this Dragon contest. And then on the side of Amber, you can send your Caston bot side. You can send your Jax top side because their teleport is up. The top tier 2 is very, very low, so they need to send someone. But if you send someone to deal with the top side, then you're either lacking a member to deal with the collapse on for the Drake, or you're losing prio in mid. So the rotation here for Shungite is challenging to set up. They do send the Anivia to max the Jax, but it means that this Anivia won't be here. Their teleport is coming up very shortly. And actually, the Jax is coming in right now for the collapse.
Yeah, no, they got the engage onto this ADC on the other side, but no, All Shadow comes in. Oh, he's going to get a stun on the 3 members. They're just blowing up floors. Wild Cobra on the side, though, trying to blade up the ADC, but FaZe manages to win out on the fight. And now it's just remaining as Potato Drip and Ohami. They might be 2 tanky boys, but they have lost all of their damage. And that was a fantastic rotate from Amber to secure themselves potentially the dragon and then move on to taking over one of the towers.
Yeah, and again, we were just discussing it on how this Anivia, didn't quite have the teleport up at the same timing. So the Jax can back off, TP in for the fight, gets the flank. Ohami is a lot of the strength on the side of Shungite, but it's damage over time. It's slow. The Anivia, it's damage over time. It's a little bit bursty, but it's still generally kind of slow. And same with the Ezreal. It's not, the high impact burst that comes from the Jax jumping in for the stun, the Wukong follow-up, and this Annie support has actually been putting in a ton of work. Gosh has been popping off on the side of Amber.
Oh, no. Gosh, I think, has been the hero of this game. He's been coordinating with Motion Garvin to just take control of so many different situations. And even when he doesn't have his jungler in tow, it's just been able to change so many fights. A Violent Chill just kind of getting a little poked there, wants to get away. But I think highlighting that Gosh has been... You feel like he's the support, but this man is playing like he's a mid laner with how he's been rotating around the map.
Support carry, for sure.
Most indeed. Now, we are kind of looking at them kind of resetting here. So I like the Vision Shungite actually has kind of down on the red side now, so they can at least avoid bleeding more into their jungle. But I think Amber kind of just has a very big foot right now if they're up 4K gold.
Yeah, Vision isn't super deep on either side yet, but again, 4 minutes is the countdown until this Mountain Soul. And this Mountain Soul, for this skirmishing team with the Jax Wukong, the Annie, and the Kassadin especially, if a Kassadin gets to jump into your backline with an inbuilt shield from the Mountain Soul, it's going to be disastrous to deal with. Rod of Ages at 6, we can check back in. Monka S, 12 out of 16. He's getting there. He is getting stronger. Tier's almost stacked up. It's going to have the Seraphs before the next Drake fight for sure. Oh, and looking over, the Ezreal still needs to build their tier up. The Anivia still needs to build their tier up. The Singed is really the only point of power. Sitting on 2 items, almost has the full stack on the Rod of Ages. But it's at the point where I think the Jax is strong enough that they can actually look to take this fight.
Yeah, I know. Ohami has kind of got a good spell rotation here, but AFK is trading very favorably, throws him in. The Ignite is down to 9 heal, but the ult is popped by AFK Shadow. Flash invested to get down the stun, and Ohami's just running away, trying to slowly burn him down. But Shadow, he comes back, he's been crapping all game, and he manages to get the kill. Then they've rotated on to Potato Drip. They're just flipping the script. They're going to look for a little bit more than houses here, but no, they're not going to overcommit. And they've completely switched the script of this game. It's been Ohami Potato Drip just absolutely dominating on the top side, but AFK Shadow just gets the basically solo go onto him, and then Potato Drip gets completely rotated on when he tries to come and bail his top laner out.
Well, we talk about the roaming potential as well from both the Annie and the Wukong. Gosh and Woshi Garvin have been teaming up in order to cover this Jax as they're attempting to split push out. The top tier 2 is still extremely low, so that's essentially free gold waiting for them at any point. Sure, you get 1 tower back. Oh, actually, that's the minions taking the top tower. But speaking of...
Oh, yeah, Violent Chill's getting caught up. Potato Drip needs 1 more set of rotation. They have invested the flash. Now, they are slowly...
They're on the Baron, John.
And they have complete control of this, too. They're going to lock down Potato Drip with the Annie into the AFK Shadow Stone. AFK Shadow, as we highlighted, has the damage to melt through it now. FaZe manages to pick up the kill on the back end, and they're slowly melting down. But AFK Shadow, he's just running into 3 of them. He gets the stun onto the Lux. Oh, not quite. That was great use of the blast cone to get away from that. And now Ohami is kind of just slowly whipping apart. But this is fine. AFK Shadow is the least valuable member of the team, and they're just getting the Baron for free on the back of this. They finally shut down the Jax, but they got the Baron. And I think Amber's definitely happy with how that turned out.
No, that Baron sneak was illegal.
Right?
With so many low health members, as that fight starts to break out, but they'd have the tools to jump over the wall, deal with the Sejuani. There's no longer a threat of the steal. And like you said, AFK Shadow is strong enough now that they can jump into 3 people, almost take a kill from it. And meanwhile, this Anivia has no teleport, wasn't there for the whole fight. Sure, she gets a bot lane tower, but this Kassadin is now completely online. Lucy Boots alongside the Rod of Ages and the Seraphs means that, 14 out of 16, the game is starting to accelerate. 9 stacks on the Roa means 15 is coming soon, and that means 16 is coming soon, and that means bad news for Shungite.
Oh, I completely agree. And again, their bastion has been Ohami, but he can't even split push right now because the Jax can match him. The Cassidy, once he hits 16, can very likely match him or at least just get away from him. So it's like, really, what do they have to play through outside of just kind of good macro rotations and team fight now? But all of their members of that make up that team fighting core are just at weaker points in the game than their correspondents on the other team.
Yeah, and the silent performer has been phased in this game. 7-1-4 on the Varus, a ton of poke.
Oh yeah, that's going to be at the engage onto there. There's a bit of a split fight. And Potato Drip is trying to take out the ADC on the back line, but Bai is managing to slowly escape, wasting a ton of time. Potato Drip, he can't even, he's going to win this fight against the AD carry. That's a huge shutdown. That's a goal distributed onto the team now. FK Shadow might be a little thing. Ohami is slowly placing away, but Shadow, he's looking to get on top of him, slowly melting him away, and they have huge advantage of him. Now the teleport is coming in, maybe trying to look around this fight. Potato Drip goes for another re-engage onto the Jax, but is instantly melted. The flip back, Shadow's into the backline though, and that's probably not where you want him. Gets all the damage on the Bai. The passive is procced, and Wild Cobra's just trying to slowly poke away, but that is a fight that looked like Shunga Knight could have taken it, but Amber recovers it after Potato Drip unfortunately re-engages in a probably unwinnable situation.
Yeah, no, not sure about the re-engage there, but this Jax is completely online. 2 items done, the Sunderer and the Wit's End mean that they get extremely tanky against this primarily magic damage team as they stack up, gaining the attack speed. The healing coming through from the Divine Sunderer as well means that they have so much staying power in this fight that even though, they don't have a traditional frontliner, the double bruiser frontline of this Wukong and this Jax means that Amber is able to just steamroll through these fights. The squishier members of Shungite have been caught out of position a couple of times. And, Kassadin, 15 out of 16, the clock is ticking, and the clock might be over for Violent Chill, but the collapse isn't quite there.
No, Hami is trying to set up on the Baron, but yeah, Ghost is just denying him. See, they're playing it back. They're not letting themselves get caught out. Now, they do get off the Dragon here, and that might be...
This is an important contest.
Can get on that. Yeah, they need to stop this because this is sole point. But the re-engage from Amber is very, very pitiful here if they are able to get it, but they do not go for it. Now they're maybe just trying to pick some kills on the back. Ghost is playing on the side. Potato Drip is engaged. The Wukong is down, hitting up the Lux and the other. And Team Money is on the back. You see that? Oh, Hami's trying on the back. They're going in. Violent Chill. It's a huge E, just absolutely eviscerating them. Shadow, the hero of this story, has come back, and he's just playing out of his mind now. He was completely just denied early, but he's hit so many pivotal stuns, just setting up his bot lane to just completely clean up the fight. This man knows how to play from behind, and it shows.
Yeah, and honestly, the re-engage there from the Sejuani looking a little bit disjointed. Nobody was in position to follow up on that, so sure, you get a stun on a pivotal member. I mean, this Kassadin should be fine.
Yeah, you can just kind of zone away. Like, sure, you got buy-in here, but you got R, you get out, it's okay.
And now, honestly, Ohami needs to look out, because this Kassadin, the Riftwalk stack stacking up, there's 16.
All right, we did
24 minutes into the game. He's a turbo-accelerated. Monka S is flying, hopefully.
12 high, 16, boys. Game's over. That's it. Back her up.
Wrap it up. Yeah, 8K gold lead. This Jax freely able to split push. The Wukong 4-0-10. We look at Violent Chill on the Kassadin. 4-1-4, up in CS. And again, this Varus did get taken out in the last fight, but still 4-2-5, 3 fully completed items, so much poke, and the long-range follow-up up almost 3,500 gold over their lane counterpart.
Yeah, but Potato Drip is looking to try and catch up with Violent Chill, but as I said, Violent Chill has so much health at this point because of the Rod of the Ages that you can't really just engage on him willy-nilly. You need enough people to do the damage, and he can just buffer the R and get out of there cleanly. And now they're looking to punish that overcommit and just take a big advantage, potentially mid.
Yeah, Yomu's popped from phase, maybe trying to look for an angle on this Anivia. Not sure about that one. Maybe getting a little bit too hype. You got to calm things down. Amber can play this slowly if they want to. Stall out for a little bit longer for the cleanse to come back off on their Varus and then play from there. Wukong's flash is coming up shortly as well. Their Baron is run out, but another is respawning in a minute 25. You have another 3 minutes until their next attempt at the Soul comes up. 8,000 gold ahead. They have free reign of the map as well.
Okay, Bai is looking for a wall potentially to lock those two in, but it is not going to happen. And I think what's actually been almost like a bit depressing at times to see is the combo of Ohami and Potato Drip was actually a thing they were able to exert a lot of control with. But both these champions are just not doing enough damage at this point to contest literally anyone on the other team. It looks like we are posturing for what might be the last fight. So we have to engage onto Shadow, but he's fine. He's got a ton of health. Getting on the deflect, and the wall negates the other team from coming in. And yeah, it's kind of just a fake engagement on there. Things invested, but Violent Chill, they're looking to catch him down, but no, it's Potato Drip who's got out. Luxall Wex into the entire team, but Violent Chill is in the back line, and it's just absolutely eviscerating the carries of this team on the side. Phased is just finishing off the AD carry of Shungai, and this is looking like it's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely beautiful team fight there from Amber to split up Shunga Knight, take out their carries, and just not let them focus down anyone on their team.
Yeah, 5 for 1 there. Wave in the mid lane. Could be the end. They don't have they don't have TPs to stall this out, so kind of sitting here awkwardly waiting for this minion wave to come up. 20 seconds, could be enough to end the game here, but like you were saying, just exquisitely well played. The ability for both the Jax and the Cassin to jump into the backline. Varus with long enough range in this poke build to be able to follow up from so far away. Sure, the wall was spectacular to deal with the first engage, but it was the re-engage after where Shungite started to contest the space a little bit too quickly, and it's led to their loss here in game number 1.
Yeah, I can just focus down the Nexus here. Absolutely no problems. And that will be Sugar Knight taking the first game of our set. Or sorry, Amber taking the first game of our set. And that's, of course, the nice thing about this, though, this is first to 3. There were actually a lot of things that were going right in the early game for both of these squads. And unfortunately, it was about the mid game where things went really, really sour for Shungite. So I think if they take some time, maybe ban some of these problematic champions, think about their game plan a little bit more, I think we might have an absolute banger second game on our hands.
Yeah, when you draft for bot prio and you lose bot, it's unfortunate. When you draft for top prio and you win top, it's great. And then you draft for mid prio and you can't leverage anything off of it because the enemy jungler is popping off. It's kind of unfortunate to see. I don't think it really came down to the draft itself. Obviously, you can laugh, point level 16 casted, ha ha ha, you fools, why did you let the game go on this long? But Casted was level 16 to 25 minutes.
Yeah.
It was a super accelerated throughout this game. And honestly, I think if you're Shungite there, you can just kind of take the step back, recollect, and say, okay, what went wrong there, and what do we need to do? Because the early game was close. It was contested. Both teams were playing around their win conditions well, but it was the ability, especially that Annie support pick, and the ability to pair up with the Wukong. Again, Gavin had like 4 or 5 jungle bans leveraged at them.
Yes.
And still was left with a high-tier, high-impact champion in the Wukong, and it meant that their skirmish around the top side was amazing. It meant that they were able to cover for their bot side. The Annie was able to, help push out the lane, leave, and affect the rest of the map. I think you either need to double down as Shungite and pick something more lane dominant, or you need to be able to match the roaming.
No, exactly, because Hammy did get that big advantage early, but AFK Shadow was able to kind of just weather the storm. He got the correct support he needed from that roaming duo we just talked about, and then was able to leverage him back. And then we saw at the end of the game, it's like, sure, they got the advantage on the Sin, but it just did not matter. The Jax scaled up, and then the rest of the team came along with it. So it just, yeah, they got their win condition, but it was just easily matched and then denied later on.
Yeah, playing around, that mid-game team fight when you're not allowed to set up for the mid-game team fight, when you're playing into scaling, it feels bad, but we'll have to see what adjustments can be made. We're going to cut to a break, but we'll be back shortly with game number 2 of our Grand Finals here for the League of Legends Grand Finals at the Alberta Esports Expo. But until that break comes on, we're still here. We're hanging out.
We're enjoying. You guys get to enjoy.
I don't know how quickly. Actually, the players I think might just be. I see them queuing up into a lobby again, so we might not even
be. It back?
We might not be taking a break between the games that we have here. So this might just be the immediate run back.
Immediate run back there. Yeah, this is like I hate to make fighting game references during the league bracket, but this is like when you're grinding ranked and the dude's botting. You're like, no, run it back again, now.
You want the run back. I think if Shungite could have the opportunity to take a few minutes to rethink things, I think it could be valuable for them because, again, I don't think it wasn't a draft gap. They didn't get gapped in draft.
No.
They had win conditions to play around, and they were set up to succeed. But they're losing bot lane when you're picking a bot lane for prio and poke, and lane control kind of falls apart. At that point, Lux is essentially useless.
Yeah.
Because you have a squishy champion that isn't allowed to step forward to try to engage or try to support in any way. Maybe if you think that you're going to lose bot lane, maybe you pick an engage melee support. Maybe you look for a Nautilus or a Braum or something that can, deal with some of this incoming damage. But yeah, honestly, like there's a bunch of different ways that you can go from this situation.
Yeah, no, I definitely So sorry, we're just talking to production real quick. I think we will be going to a break here real quickly before we start the next game.
Okay, so they are having the moment, which is good. If I was Shungite, I would want a moment after this as well. So round 2 is coming up right after this, after round 2 of us throwing a break. We'll be back with game 2 of the Grand Finals of League of Legends here from the Alberta Esports Expo. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Game 2 of our Grand Finals here of League of Legends at the ALBERTA ESPORTS EXPO. You know the vibes. It's Ash. It's John. You can read. Twitter's down there. Peep the bio if you care. But you know what you should care about?
What?
Is this Game 2 of this Grand Finals.
Ooh. Well, Ash, what do we got going on here?
Well, so, if you missed Game 1, U of A Amber picked Cassid and Jax, Wukong Annie, and Averis.
Ambitious.
Game was even. Mid-game comes around. Roaming Annie Wukong, kind of good. Pretty goated.
So they just let her out of preschool and she just roamed around the entire map getting kills?
No, she got her teddy bear with her too. She comes strapped.
Oh, yeah, she comes strapped. she got the gang behind her.
But yeah, so, you know, U of A Shungite needs to make some adjustments.
Yeah.
Or the same thing is going to happen. There's too many, there's too many ways with, there's enough champions in the game. There's like 150 something.
It's too many.
Do you know that this game's been out for like 12 years, John?
Yeah, I know. This game is like half my age, and it kind of hurts my feelings.
Do you know that I've been watching this game for almost 10 years?
Wow, that's a decade away.
That's a decade I'm not getting back.
Ayo!
All right, but here we go.
The Shen instant ban. They will not let AFK Shadow play Shen. It's just not happening.
Yeah, and importantly enough, they do have the ability to select side that they want. And Shungite have said, look, we want blue side. We want the first pick. Having this counter pick has not really been able to work out. The Singed got, a decent amount done, but definitely not enough in order to warrant it. So I like the adjustment of going over to blue side. I love the Annie being banned.
Yes. Definitely we saw just how much the support on the side of Amber was just able to just cruise around the map, just blowing everybody up, bringing along her monkey pal, and it just completely changed the pace of the game.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Amber actually banning out the Diana this time, whereas they were... Actually, I think both teams have played Diana in the jungle, now that I'm thinking about it. So banned for both sides. I actually love Udyr in this meta, so I respect that they're just getting rid of it, saying that's not going to happen. The Maokai ban as well. Slight jungle pitch. This first pick could be anything. If you're Amber, you're happy to respond from here. But on the side of Shungite, I want strength in the bot lane, and I want more agency from the jungle.
Yeah, because the main thing is they really did fall behind there. There's almost a kind of not really like a jungle gap at times, but they had a huge advantage just the way the Wukongs were able to rotate around the map, just take so many advantages, and just kind of scale up into the late game. Like, he actually put the Sejuani behind to the point where the tankiness just almost wasn't really like enough to kind of keep up. And the Caitlyn picked here early, so that shows the bot lane proud coming out, so I think we might see a response here. Either picking, just safety in one of these two picks, and then I imagine the support will kind of pair along with whatever. Probably going for maybe a Karma with the Ezreal, or a Lux or something along that with Averis.
Yeah, I would expect to see Ezreal Karma here, something that will contest the push that's coming out from this Caitlyn. They don't have to pick Lux here, but you're expecting them to pick Lux because Caitlyn with Lux, as with Caitlyn with Morgana, it's so much push, it's so much kill threat, and it really opens up that champion to accelerate into that win condition of going around, pushing towers, and then don't even get me started on Caitlyn's late game. Caitlyn's late game is absolutely disgusting. Caitlyn used to have the power trough where, she's strong early and then drops off a little bit in the mid game and then is strong later. But with the change where Caitlyn is allowed to build IE second, it means that there isn't really a drop-off.
Yeah, no, she just stays consistent the whole time, and the Lux coming in, as you predicted, just going to give so much lane prio over that, but the Ezreal and the Karma will be able to stay a little bit safer, I think, on the back end. So I'm just to see if they go to the pick. I feel like they almost want to pick a jungler here just before Morgan get banned out, but there might be some prio on the top as well, because we've seen how important that lane is to carry between these two teams.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind just picking the Sejuani here, but interesting, they're going to go for the Xin Zhao, which is a very different look in the jungle than what we've seen so far. It's not tank engage, and it's a little less CC, and it's more a follow-up. Xin Zhao, of course, can only go forward, and a Kha'Zix from the other side. Okay, so a spicier matchup in the jungle, for sure. We now have a lot more damage. This game is going to be more explosive.
Yeah, that is for sure. We have two high damage picks on either side and already two bot lanes that are able to just... The one can just completely lock you down. The other can kind of zone around, poke away to allow the Kha'Zix to just come in for a free engage. Yeah, the Darius coming out here does not want those carry tops available on the top. And actually the Ornn, too, to deny that just like rock-solid tank that you can play up there as well. So I feel like we'll probably just have another top-side ban here to kind of just squeeze the champion pool between those two players.
Yeah, I think based on both of these drafts, roaming mids go up in priority a lot, hence the Cassidon ban. Something like Rise, even the Annie or the Vex that we saw previously, Ahri would work as well. I think any kind of roaming mid would be great for both of these teams. They're both set up to play around their bottom lane, especially with Kha'Zix. it doesn't really have the same, top focus dive potential that something like an Elise could have. That, interestingly enough, was left open.
Oh yeah, you're right. Elise is just like completely gone.
And yeah, roaming mid coming through for Shungite, for Amber, sorry, and they go with the Galio. Yumi is dead. We know this.
Yeah, it's like, oh, the guys, they're going to pick it. This is never a bait. There's no way.
It's never a bait. Honestly, I would like to see the set here, or anything that can contest push, or even sets from what we've seen has been a bit of a comfort pick for Baya Loves You.
Yes.
So going to comfort here in this last game, because again, it's do or die here for Shungite on the blue side. If they lose here, that's it. You made it to Grands, but nobody remembers second place.
No, that is for sure, especially when you guys are just so dominant throughout the whole bracket. It kind of brings it to the point of, okay, well, these two teams are so dominant. It's like, really, who comes out on top here has the bragging rights. It's like, okay, we showed we were the superior team.
Yeah,
here, and Sion.
And Sion is, the premier tank left open, the default safe blind top laner with everything else remaining, either that or Gnar. And, if AFK Shadow goes to this Fiora, this is saying that, we have the late game insurance in the split push from Fiora. The Fiora can punish the Sion early. Kha'Zix's coming up with her as well. It can be impactful, but this Fiora is definitely something that you need to perform on. The Renekton is safer, and again, now the Amber comp makes a lot more sense. You look at it, it's all early mid game. You have Renekton for the lane control. You have Ezreal Karma for the lane control. You have Galio to follow up on the engage, and you have Kha'Zix to roam around and wreak havoc. Whereas you have, a lot more scaling on the side of U of A Amber, especially, we didn't mention it before, Baya Loves You did swap to the Victor, did not lock in the set, and now you have a very late game team fighting focused draft here on the side of Shungite. You have your main tank in Sion, your secondary engage and follow up in the Xin Zhao, you have your late game AP control mage in the Victor, and your Caitlyn Lux to have something to easily play around, where this comp is trying to play through bot lane early, and then is trying to extend from there, take plates, push towers, play around dragon fights, scale up, and even if they don't win the game early on through Caitlyn Lux, you're going to have a huge Sion and a Victor that's going to be able to one-tap, a relatively squishy lineup from the side of Amber. There's no true tank. You have the Renekton in the top lane, which you expect to win lane. Kha'Zix can challenge the Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao normally an extremely good duelist, but Kha'Zix into it, you will have those isolated matchups in the jungle.
Yeah, definitely. They can kind of go some fighting between it. And actually, I think worth highlighting too is between the teams, both these lanes are actually, all these characters are able to stay actually so safe. So I think the ganks are going to be quite difficult for a lot of these characters. Sure, they have the gap closers, but Victor, he can play around his range. Caitlyn has net to get out and traps. Galio has just full disengage with his E and even taunt, and just being relatively tanky early on. And then you have go down into just the Ezreal Karmas. It's one of the safest bot lanes you can play. So I think making the jungle impact might be a bit difficult. So we might see even more roaming because they're bringing enough people to secure those kills. Do not let those dashes come down. Do not let basically the prey escape, if you will.
Yeah, exactly.
We do have the Kha'Zix hunting around on the map.
But we've been saying this all day, and this game is no exception. Bot lane is the focus. This meta is very bot-centric, and you can see the Caitlyn Lux and the Ezreal Karma, two premier pushing duos. You have to ban the Ashe every game because I have to imagine that based on how these supports have played previously, if you give them both the lane push and the safe low-commitment engage from the Ashe arrow, they will take over the game with it.
Yes.
And importantly enough as well, the Karma will have a lot less impact roaming in comparison to the Annie had last game.
No, definitely, yeah. Just lacks kind of that hard committal CC that we see on just the burst damage overall, particularly later into the game. So yeah, the Addy, you're able to just kind of roam up, just get those guaranteed stuns and do just a large amount of damage. But the Karma is more like this supportive pick. Maybe she actually might be really good if you're trying to counter a gank or if the lane already has pre-set up CC. But a lot of the lanes don't really have that, particularly the Victor. Sure, you have the W, but you need to lock them down first, right? So I think it's a great point to make. It's a little bit less effective.
Yeah, but that being said, both teams very clear win conditions. Play through bottom. Shungite's looking to scale. Amber's looking to win through the mid game. And Amber's shown that they have been able to win through the mid game in a lot of these plays. That last game was very close until it wasn't. When the mid game turned around, that third Drake fight, whole game switched on its head. And they've drafted a comp that is definitely going to play to that. Kha'Zix can scale reasonably with W evolve, but not something I would expect here. You have Ezreal and Karma to deal enough poke. I don't think you need to play, poke engage style.
No. I think more focusing on the finish is definitely
I think this Kazakhs can focus on capitalizing on the work that's been done, diving in alongside this Renekton as the fight starts to get messy. But if the fight doesn't get messy and Shungite is able to set up around objectives, play front to back as their comp is set up, you have insane late game scaling in this Victor and this Caitlyn. If we can get to 30 minutes in a relatively even state, I think Shungite is extremely favored.
No, I definitely could not agree more. They just have the comp perfectly set up for it. And it's just really going to be down to kind of denying it. Basically, can they win kind of early to mid, and then we have just the trying to get to late game as best as they can. The thing is, they actually can do it quite safely too. Where let's go look back at the St. Trojans comp. Well, they needed to actually kind of scale up and get there first, and they were very exploitable early. That is not the case, I think, here with the Shungite's comp, where they do have a lot of safe picks.
It's well rounded. Sion. You do expect it to lose to Renekton, but it's not like Sion is a weak laner.
No.
Sion still has a lot of threat and, demands respect, and that it's not something that this Renekton should, in theory, be able to just run over in lane. Now, if AFK Shadow wants to have a pop-off performance, this is their opportunity to. They're set up with the Renekton, with the Kazakhs in the jungle to follow up on it. They are the majority of the crowd control for their team. They need to go in to allow the Galio to follow up. And it's really going to be if Shadow can play that role as this Renekton.
Exactly, and even it's definitely the person to do it as well, because you saw they were so behind on the Jax early on just because of great jungle pressure and how the lane went, but they were able to stay sharp, let their jungler and everyone support them, and they still came back and carried the game, particularly in the later part of the game. I mean, in a very, very impactful way. So if you're going to put someone's shoulders to carry you on, I think AFK Shadow is one of the best people to do so.
Yeah, 100%. And again, it is Shungite on the blue side and Amber on the red side production if we can get those swapped over. And I think, like we said before, it's going to come down to playing through bot. 5-man invade on the side of Shungite. Not a lot going to be accrued here. Just some vision, tracking where Garvin will be in this early game. Press the attack on the Ezreal as well, so looking for a little bit more consistent damage. And AFK Shadow is playing for lane. It's Ghost, Flash, Conqueror, Renekton. They're not interested in teleport flanks. They are interested in taking their advantage and pushing it through. And Ohami not going for Grasp, going for Phase Rush.
Oh!
So it will be a little less durable, but will have a lot more movement speed as these fights go on. First strike on the Victor, especially into the Galio, is pretty expected. Nothing else here is super surprising for me. No cleanse on either of the bot laners. There is an exhaust as opposed to an ignite, with an ignite on the Karma.
They're going to be cheeky.
Which makes sense.
I mean, they're very least trying to steal the red here. Because Shadow, oh my god, they're waiting. They're actually being so patient. I really appreciate this. And they wait for him to go away so they get the steal. But they are stealing the blue down on the other side. So sorry, no, rather they're not. I can't read the map. But they are going to steal the red away, and that's actually very impactful into someone like Kazakhs who can get such a big benefit out of the red buff. So it's going to be a big damage buff just taken away, and this allows the Zenz out to take a very engaging approach. And they might even do a cheese gank up into top, which we have seen from them before.
Yeah, that being said, though, this should just turn into vertical jungling on both sides where the Kazakhs will invade and steal the enemy red later. But here we go, the level 2 gank from Potato Drip.
Yeah, it's coming in. AFK Shadow saw this from a mile away, is able to get back towards the tower.
I don't even think you need to burn a flash here. You just walk away.
Yeah, no, you can just chill out. Has the life total go with it.
Oh,
and Phase is going down earlier, but Wild Karma's melting down. The Karma should be enough to finish it out, but the exhaust wisely used on the Karma to even it out, but no, he manages to trade back, put too much pressure to that, and Phase gets on the map, which should have been a Wild Cobra kill on the side of Shungite.
Yeah, a bit of a disaster in the bot lane. We're going to have a little bit of supportal combat. Tether will complete. Mantra Q.
Oh, I should be able to kill off the auto. Yeah, there it is. That was a wonderful rotation there. And damn, bot lane is opened up for Amber.
Yeah, and this is not what you were hoping for. You could saw Wild Cobra was desperate for that kill and that engage. Stepping forward again to try to contest.
No! Oh, then they thought about, it is, you're isolated. The Kazakhs going to do so much damage, and man, they are bleeding from the seams already. And Amber has drawn blood and is looking to just carry it forward. And this comp that we did highlight is going to be so explosive.
Yeah, and this game has become, they're just going to stay there. There's no reason for them to leave.
Yeah.
You need to send more people to allow this bot lane to farm because, the Kazakhs will get as much money as they need in kills at this point. The Ezreal will get plates. And you can see, the Kazakhs and Karma are just roaming about. The Galio's looping in. But this is looking, kind of similar to our last game, where the bot lane advantage, really needed to happen there for Cobra and House, and just didn't. FaZe and Gauche pulled through. But Ohami has been winning this lane as the Scion into the counterpick Renekton so far.
Yeah, no, doing a fantastic job of trading back. And honestly, Ohami was the highlight of Shungite in the last match. And we do have a Violent Chill going in, getting the taunt down. I don't think it's quite going to be enough. Yeah, no, gets stunned out of it. That's going to stop the passive.
The back.
Yeah, Potato Drip is rotating in here.
Oh,
Great
crucial
the
miss
W.
on the Wind Becomes Lightning.
Oh my God, he's going to. Oh no, it barely. That was such a key miss on that stun that almost did not happen.
Yeah, I mean, if the Wind Becomes Lightning connects there, you have to burn the flash as the Xin Zhao dashes in, and then he has to flash to follow. Maybe you burn a couple more summoners here, but I think the Galio still goes down there. And now you can see the Renekton starting to get their footing, starting to turn this lane around as the Scion has run out of Corruption Potion stacks. So a lot less sustain left there, where the Scion was trading very aggressively early on and then had the sustain advantage over the Renekton.
Looks like we do have some tussling down the bottom lane, but it's more just like, I don't know if he's going to go for this full roam or just kind of act as a mobile ward. Yeah, they're trying to bait him in face. This is playing by himself because they're pulling down Woshi Garvin. Oh, House needs to not fall for this bait. Gets locked down. That is isolated damage from the Kha'Zix, and you're going to absolutely explode into that condition. And bot lane just is so bad right now. It's not going great.
John, what have we been saying all game? All day even. The game is won through bot lane.
Mm-hmm.
And Amber has played that exceptionally well. They understand that this bot lane is behind, and they need to succeed. If this Caitlyn Lux does not succeed, they don't draw time and stall out for this Victor and the Scion to become useful. And the Xin Zhao can't do it all on their lonesome. You know, the Scion has a bit of an advantage that's honestly probably mostly been evened out at this point. And having to play into an Ezreal Karma that has the advantage is extremely challenging because they have more poke, they have more push, and especially when the Karma has flash, they have the CC with a flash root in order to deal with it. That being said, a big whiff here means that they could turn on Gauche here.
Yeah, they're looking for the root. They're kind of slowly pacing away, but Gauche wisely plays in the river to make sure that a follow-up gank couldn't come. We do have some scuffling up in the top lane. I don't think AFK Shadow is going to be able to get the kill, but is knocking him down. But Gauche walks into a trap on the bottom thing. They're trying to turn it back onto Woshi Garvin. Potato Drop is coming in, but no, they wisely just disengage, not letting anything happen. And man, just so much back and forth across the map here.
Yeah, and the Xin Zhao has to be careful as well because the Galio's rotated down as well. This could turn into a bit of a fiesta in the bot lane if Potato Drip isn't careful.
Yeah, no, Potato Drip get pinched, and Woshi Garvin engages onto Potato Drip. Potato Drip is trading back favorably, but Violent Chill waits on the cooldowns to get it down at optimal times, and the bot lane has jumped onto Lux. And a Wild Cobra looks like they're going to be the last victim of this battle. And that was a great Q over the wall from FaZe, and Violent Chill can just dive.
Burning the heal for the dive. They want it all. Teleport burned, but it's way too late.
Yeah, way too late. Like, you're not going to be able to impact that. AFK Shadow has control of the top, and all of these lanes are unfortunately just going down. The only saving grace is Bai does have a slight lead in mid, but it doesn't matter when the Galio can just roam these two fed lanes and just make a huge impact there. Now Coach is going to try and fight Bai, but Bai has full combo here, but look, the Galio ult, the shield comes down, and FaZe is able to turn it around, and Bai, unfortunately, is going to go down to Chill. I'm writing their names wrong. Violent Chill. And while I talked about the advantage, but, you know, Caster Curse is a bit of a drug.
Yeah, it is a very real thing, unfortunately. And Bai could have been in a great spot in that play had they not teleported in. Could have been a plate or two in the mid lane. Continue to, take their advantage as the one person who's, now in a clear advantage, given that the Scion lane has evened out. And it's not tank Scion. This is full AD Scion. This is Prowler's Claw Scion with the Serrated Dirk early on. This Scion is here to one-shot someone. And honestly, I don't blame them. You are one of the people who has been performing well. Let's see if you can put it on yourself to take over this game. Build the damage on the Scion. But we'll have to see, because it is a riskier play.
Exactly. Oh, FaZe is staying in the bush. Oh, hits that max range Q. Now Wild Cobra just needs to back it out of here because they do not know where the Kha'Zix is right now. They completely lack vision up in the jungle, so you just need to back here, play it safe. But because the Kha'Zix is up the top, they can get an advantage up there because they're pretty confident that the call has gone through.
Yeah, and this Kha'Zix won't be seen on the Scuttle Crab here. Can go around, can look for this Xin Zhao as they're in the jungle. Yeah, and Kha'Zix will win this trade for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Just backing away, though, the Victor did have first rotation, and the Victor, like we were mentioning before, is one of the main points of strength on this Shungite lineup right now. So respecting the Victor, able to rotate in to cover Xin Zhao taking their blue. Violent Chill, though, picking up those 2 kills over the course of some of those exchanges means that they have a lot of their damage a lot sooner than they would have. They have the Sork Shoes already, 5 stacks on the Dark Seal. And I don't think there's going to be a lot more advantage for Ohami in this lane unless AFK Shadow starts really overcommitting. You can see that things are going well, But Shadow, they only care about the push. They're not as concerned about anything else.
Yeah, no, and Cobra really can't out-trade FaZe at this point, and that's honestly very concerning considering how the bot lane dynamic between those two is supposed to go.
Yeah, even with the Lux coming in, you could see that, FaZe still has so much pressure and control. Full Essence Reaver at 8 minutes into the game. This Ezreal is extremely far ahead, and the amount of control that they're going to be able to bring to the game as they rotate around is exceptional.
Exactly. Yeah, and then Violent Chill, you can see, like, he's not even spending a lot of time in the lane. He's just focusing on mid, clearing it out, trying to set up these potential bottom plays. You can see, yeah, the Victor can kind of just poke the Galio out and slowly get them. The Galio just waits, comes back, clears the wave out, and just rinse, wash, repeats. So now you have pressure on the bottom lane just because of how Violent Chill is rotating. And honestly, Vi can't really match that. Now, you do have the Q engage onto the bottom lane. You're looking to get down house, but was right at a tether range. Has to flash up to the tether, manages to hit. Oh my god, he puts it right past the Lux, gets the kill. And that is FaZe getting his 4th kill of the game.
John, I think it's over.
Yeah, I hate to be a doomer, but I think it's over, Chief.
Yeah, it looked like maybe there was a chance with, Bai having, a reasonable spot, but even now, the Galio is able to take advantageous trades. You look at Ohami, they're doing well. They are up nearly 30 CS in this lane into the Renekton, but they're building full damage, which means that they will need to probably take out 2 people
to make
in order to make a big impact.
And just, yeah, huge get up potato drip here. The Galio comes down, and oh my god, whoa, she just jumps onto Lux, and she instantly evaporates. And then Violent Chill almost maybe going down on the back, but just tanky enough to survive. And during that, I wasn't even like paying attention to where the Lux was. I looked down, they're gone. They're just done. I think that was like 1 Q.
Yeah, exactly. This Kha'Zix is level 6, has the evolved Q. The isolation damage is insane. Has a serrated Dirk as well. They took a Rift Herald that, I don't even remember happening, but it's sitting there in the inventory of Wushy Garvin. So at some point, one of these lanes is going to get blown wide open. Maybe you send it top lane to give AFK Shadow a little bit more help there. Looking for the all-in here, but there's no support. And, I think Renekton should win this, but I don't think Renekton wins this enough to, catch him before he can walk back to his tower. But AFK Shadow...
if he has Ian stun, maybe? Oh, he's going for the re-engage, tries to knock him
I
and
think
that was a bit too ham. And that's AFK Shadow picking up the solo bolo up in the top lane.
Yeah, Ohami really living up to their name on that one, just going a little bit too far on the re-engage. Saw that they were tanking tower and tried to re-engage while they were still in tower range, but not quite enough. The Karma Root will trade this out relatively evenly as, the Renekton is still here and still has their flash.
Coming? Oh yeah, Wushy Garvin is on here, and that's going to be isolated damage, and as well. He just instantly explodes. Honestly, didn't need everybody else. It's enough damage on himself, but this does mean that FaZe is in the bottom lane by himself. He's dodging all the skill shots. Oh my god, the feat was so good, but it wasn't quite enough for the full rotation of the bot lane from UFA. Shunganite.
Yeah, but also crucially, the kill went onto the Lux.
Yeah.
The kill didn't go onto the Caitlyn, which could have been, what they needed to get back into this game. It was a huge shutdown on a FaZe, and now Bai's going to get dove, and honestly, unless they need to flash early,
there's not much you can do here.
And even that isn't enough.
No, just a really, really good cleanup, and Wushy Garvin is just fed out of his mind to the point where, yeah, Evolved Q is doing about 50 to 75% health of some of these on some of the carries here.
Yeah, Duskblade at 12 minutes as a jungler. Yeah, because your Kha'Zix is 4-0. Why not?
Potato drip, yeah, I mean, even the earlier Violent Chill was down, but those 2 kills they managed to pick up just managed to propel them into this game, and now they're so tanky and doing so much damage that you can't even hold. All these waves just don't have a counterpart that can react to them.
Yeah, look at them. They're just standing in the face of the tower. The Kha'Zix wraps around on the backside, picks up the Lux that's trying to rotate to the play.
I mean, I mean, I hate to start a bit, but I look away, House dies. It's just, that poor guy is playing Lux against a fully fed Kha'Zix. I'm sure anybody who's played solo queue has had this unfortunate experience happen to them.
Yeah, Amber is just one step ahead of Shungite in all of these plays. They always have one more member rotating up. They understand that someone will have to come in order to defend this play, and they catch them out in the jungle as the rotation happens.
Now, at least the one nice thing about Ohami going lethality, it allows him to clear the wave in about 1 Q, which means he doesn't have to interact with AFK Shadow for an extended period of time, and that's allowing him to get this big farm lead and actually trade, not like quite evenly, but enough that he just doesn't die and he gets a lot of life back on the back part of it.
Yeah, that being said, though, this Renekton is going Ruin King first, which... normally would be good into this tanky Scion, but the Scion is not going as tanky, but it does mean that this Renekton's dueling is going to be insane. Both dashes down, this could be their opportunity.
Oh yeah, full charge coming down. Now the rage stacks are on AFK Shadow, so can re-engage to get stacks. Oh my god, he's the unstoppable, just kiting around. The Fury stacks are gone, get the flash out. And that's a fantastic outplay by Ohami there.
Yeah, and Potato Drip was rotating up as well, so even if it wasn't enough, gotta watch Ghosh on the back.
Yeah, Ghosh going to get the empowered Q, hits both the slow. It's going to be enough now, able to get the grasp onto one of the others. They are focusing down Wild Cobra, but no, it is housed. Locked down to Woshi Garvin from nowhere. RKOs him into the ground, and that is Wild Cobra going down.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Oh, wait, that reference is too old for you kids. My bad, my bad.
John's got to work on reading the room a little bit there, but luckily he's not getting married anytime soon, so he doesn't have to worry about that.
Hey man, I got a receding hairline. I'm practically 35.
Yeah, well, you know who might be feeling 35 after this game is Shungite, because they've been slow to react to all of the plays. They've been kind of one step behind almost since the word go. You know, this Scion is now the only point of power on this team. Potato Drip on the backside though. Shadow's got to be careful. Pops the Ghost.
Yeah, no, Shadow just trying to get out, uses the Ghost. It still has the empowered Q to get life back, so not really in a big risk here. Oh, the
Woshi
Garvin's in, instantly eviscerates him. The Galio is there. Honestly, almost didn't need that, but the extra armor was great to ensure that AFK Shadow did not potentially go down in that fight. And yeah, it's the Woshi Garvin
I think Lux
show.
might be dead.
Yeah. I'm so sorry, my friend. Okay.
I saw the Kazakhs near the Lux on the minimap and just thought to myself, they're gone.
Yeah, they're gone. There's not much you can do for that. It's a very unplayable situation. And now the support is dueling the mid laner, but luckily FaZe is there to follow up and finish off the kill. And up on the top, you look away, and Ohami has died. And it's honestly just the Woshi Garvin show. This guy shows up in your lane, he walks up, it's like, hey, do you like sketch comedy? You're like, no, not really, but then it kills you because it sucked. Hey man, sometimes you gotta watch really trash television. You know, some people watch Keeping Up with the Kardashians, man. I watched the Woshi Garvin show.
We just needed to let that moment sit for a while there. And so we did 16 stacks on the Mejai's for Violent Chill. Again, violence with no chill in both this game as well. That is the second Herald picked up. Not sure what happened with the first one. Honestly, there was too much fighting that, you know, I couldn't see where that one got dropped.
Oh, Hammy is going to his namesake, though, just running straight down with the minions. The minions completely blocked her from going in, but Woshi Garvin arrives on the scene.
The Herald on the backside to take out the tower. This dive is free now.
Oh, yeah, he's missed out the W as well, but that doesn't matter. The Q is doing so much damage, but the ult is able to escape. Over-invests on the flash.
Yeah, tried to flash in front of the Scion to interrupt him, but the train had already left the station.
Yeah, no, you can't. There's no brakes on the Scion train, and it does manage to get out on the escape, but they take a dragon off the back of that, and just Amber has so much control of the map at this point. It's just so scary for, honestly, Sugar Knight to be anywhere.
Yeah, and they're going to take a tier 2 off of this. You know, Rift Herald got the second charge up. They're pushing mid. Okay. Violent Chill, you know, can probably ult to someone to escape at this point as soon as the Zhao is on.
He doesn't have ult online, actually, so he's going to have to take this fight, but it doesn't matter. He can just duel the jungler. And
yeah, Ghosh comes in, you know, picks up some money.
Yeah, an absolute kill comes and pats himself on the back like, yep, all me, all me.
Hard work and support. But yeah, this game has been even more clinical than the previous game. And again, stemming from that bot lane advantage means that the Kazakhs can start to get ahead. Pops the Ghost. Oh, that was the smite, sorry. I saw the blue and I'm like, okay, what are they looking for?
Looking to go ham, but yeah, see, they have free reign in the jungle now, and it's kind of just Shungai just trying to really just not get picked out in more situations, but they can't really exert any pressure on the map because they do anything. Woshi Garvin shows up and one-shots you.
Yeah, even this Karma, you know, this Karma now has a full stack Mejai's on top of the Shirelias, which means that, you know, they're going to run at you, and you are going to die.
Yeah, it's just a classic combo of Woshi Garvin and Ghosh. Honestly, these two have been like the anchor of this team. Their roaming potential has just been insane. They've always been working together, getting so many kills. And this one is Woshi Garvin a bit more fed than the other, but the Wukong oh my god, Potato Drip. Well, wait, he actually might get the back of the fight of this. The Lux ult hangs down, but it was not enough. And Woshi Garvin gets out of there alive. Did not have his helper Ghosh, but did not need him today. Decided to go for a solo appearance.
Yeah, and here's what, you know, is the worst part about all of this, is that Amber has been on the map for a very long time. There's a lot of money on all of these players that hasn't been spent yet. You know, there's 2K on the side of the Ezreal. I think the Renekton just based, and I think the Galio probably based recently as well. But the gold lead is massive. The map control is massive. This Lux has done, frankly, nothing this game. Hasn't really had the opportunity to.
I was going to say, in his defense, he kind of just exists and then gets queued by Kazakhs, so...
And now Ezreal's going Quickblade second. I don't even know if this is good, but it probably is.
Honestly, getting more damage down early is probably fine. I mean, maybe it's just he wants to use more abilities before Woshi Garvin one-shots them. You know, wants to get a few more spell rotations and then keep the hands warm.
That's true. You know, you need that extra 0.4 second cooldown off on the Mystic shot so that you can make sure that you get the kill. Double dash, flash, pop the Nos. It doesn't even matter, although it might. Shadow's taking the turret for a long time.
Oh my god, it's going to go down. This is a pivotal mistake. Obviously not going to make a huge difference on it, but that is by getting another kill. And as we have kind of touched,
Cobra's dead.
Oh yeah, no. Goodbye, Cobra. And yeah, it's the Goon squad. Like the Woshi, Garvin, and Ghost is going down. Yeah, they're down in the bot lane. They're turning this all around. And Hose has looked away. And oh, he's going to get out with one health. But Woshi, Garvin probably is going to look for the W. But no, it's phased from downtown. That was a quick play there. Brought it back. That was it. Quick blade diff.
Quick blade stiff, man.
And yeah, they're just taking control of the bottom lane here. They're just running it down. I mean, this whole game came to this thing because, as we were talking about in draft, one of the main advantages the Shogun Knight squad had is they could play safe around their ranges. But Amber got so fed that it doesn't matter. They can run through them, get away from any poke damage they're going for. And Ohami, much like his name, is just trying to finish off, get one more kill before the game ends. And it's just running it down. And unfortunately, we got a lot of slows and taunts and everything like that to get the Undead Scion off of you.
And like you can see what this Scion can do with the Prowler's Claw with all of this damage and the phase rush as well, but everybody else is too far behind. No one can make space for the Scion. You know, the Victor doesn't have, you know, he can't pack enough of a punch to, you know, really zone and control space with the laser.
Yeah, no kidding. And yeah, just Woshi Garvin just kind of able to pick on Potato Drip here. And it has the Scryer Blooms. Is honestly just wasting time trying to get the execute, but I don't think it's going to be enough time on it. And yeah, Woshi Garvin's just going to rush him down here. Jump comes up, he goes down. And like another kill onto Woshi Garvin, getting him to 11 kills.
Yeah, 11, 0, and 6 on this Kha'Zix. You know, we were excited when this pick came through, and clearly we had every right to be because, again, we were, as we mentioned it before, this duo of Woshi Garvin and Ghosh, the support jungle from U of A Amber, have been the difference makers in this game.
No, yeah, they've been everywhere. Like, you just look around anywhere, the Goon squad, as I'm jokingly calling them, has just kind of showed up everywhere. Like, because Woshi Garvin has almost enough damage to just instantly one-shot everyone except Lux. But Ghosh is there to make him faster, just get the little bit of extra damage he needs, and then they're just able to finish it off as a duo. And now they're just going straight towards Baron. There's honestly not a lot Sugar Knight can do because Potato Drip did go down there and has just respawned. So free Baron, they're probably going to look for towards a play, and we're going to probably have one more fight before we might be all she wrote. Though the Dragon is coming up if they want to go for a little bit of win more, you know, feel good about themselves. But
yeah,
I think we'll just
it doesn't even give them the sole point. It's 2 Drakes at this point. You know, you have your Baron buff. You have so many members with so much strength. Almost, you know, a little bit embarrassing that Violent Chill is still missing a page on their Mejais at this point in the game. You know, could have popped ult on something else. You know, Wild Cobra's dead. There's nothing new here. House is on the same screen as this Kha'Zix, so you know they're gone as well.
Gets the Zoe down. Knows their fate is sealed. And 13 kills on this Kha'Zix. You can see he can just jump in, get a hit, and that's it. Like, that's all you need. He's fed out of his mind. This is the solo queue where you're like, all right, guys, it's 15 minutes. Can we go?
Yeah, and again, this Scion did not go. I mean, okay, I'm not sure how.
Woo! He got the ward. He got the ward in the Nexus.
He got the one.
He got the ward in the Nexus. That's a victory.
I'm not sure how they ended up there, but they ended up there one way, shape, or form. You know, Violent Chill has the flash, so it does need to, you know, clean things up a little bit. Obviously, you know, they're playing fast and loose. They know.
Oh, he's on the same screen.
They know.
I'm sorry, only how. He's just cherishing it. He really appreciates this gift.
Well, because, you know, there's the control ward that they dropped on the fountain.
Yeah.
And they want to make sure that they can tell future generations about it. Just jumps into the base.
Oh my god.
Just jumps into the base. You have the reset on the E. You know, you hop in, you hop out. Ghosh, the true and stoic defender of this control ward in the enemy base.
Oh, if I had to fathom a guess, they're going to almost end the game, destroy the ward, and then end the game. There's nothing more disrespectful than that. This is like going up to the moon and ripping the flag out right as humanity builds a Dyson sphere.
Neil Armstrong who?
I think we finally look at a Ghosh Aldwin.
That was good. That was better than I was expecting.
Thanks.
Unfortunately, you know, Potato Drip's dead.
Yeah, and it's kind of just a bloodbath at this point. We're kind of looking towards the map, and Galio's just doing a split push. They all got Baron buff, just kind of get some gold.
Okay, crucially, Ghosh has decided to continue playing this game, has left the base.
They killed the ward.
And the ward is dead, so, you know, game's over now.
Honestly, I think the ward just represented Shungite's hopes and dreams, and Ghosh has crushed it, much like him and Woshi Garvin have crushed them across the map with their duo play.
Yeah, it's been an absolute clinic. Same screen.
I just, you know, I can act cool and play-by-play of this, but oh, he goes in, presses Q! Oh my god! It's been kind of how this game goes.
He did go in and press Q though. He also pressed W.
Oh, Oh, there we go. Presses W and a Q to finish it off. And that will be U of A Amber, and I got to be dreadfully honest, absolutely stunning fashion, runs over Shungite, and has secured themselves a stunning 2-0. Two of these teams just absolutely cruised through the bracket and just kind of dominated everyone in front of them. But Amber was the better up today. Two 20 to 25-minute games with incredible leads between the two of them. And hey, that's the moral victory.
Hey,
they
avenged the ward. On the Scion.
They avenged the ward.
The 1K shutdown on the Scion. I mean, health bars are kind of low. There's a TP on the Galio.
There's TP on the Galio.
I mean, they probably can still end, though.
Yeah, no, they have enough damage to one-shot them.
Cobra!
Oh, almost managed to get the final outplay, but goes down. They have enough AD to finish this off.
And with that, your champions of League of Legends here at the Alberta Esports Expo is U of A Amber with a 2-0 victory. John, there were levels in this tournament, as we saw it. It was one team getting stomped, Amber winning. It was another team getting stomped, Shungite winning. And then it was another team getting stomped, Amber winning. And another team getting stomped, Shungite winning. And game one was close for the first 20 minutes, and then the mid-game exploded.
Yeah.
Game two was lost at minute 2.
Yeah, it's that bot lane play that just went so horribly wrong. They could capitalize that into an advantage, and honestly, the rest of the game was just kind of set up that every lane went down. Ohami up in the top lane was kind of their rock for quite a while. Bai was there, but I cursed it. I'm sorry. And then he went down to that, and then it was just Ohami kind of up on his island, just like, oh, the world has fallen to nuclear warfare while I'm up here farming away with my Prowler's Claw.
Yeah, and you saw it in that bot lane engage. The Scion could start to get work done, but at that point, everyone else is too far behind. There's really not a lot that you can do. Nothing but congratulations to the U of A Amber squad.
For sure.
Dominance in lane, solid macro as well.
Oh, yeah.
Which normally, you see a team be super dominant in lane. You expect the finish to be a little, not super clean. Obviously, this game is not the game to look to for the clean macro at the end, but all of their other performances extremely clean. And I wish we could have another game for you guys, but that's it. A dominant performance from the Amber squad from the University of Alberta wraps it up. And speaking of wrapping up, John.
Well, anyways, thank you all for watching the Alberta Esports Expo for the League of Legends tournament. I was John the Batman Hat. You guys can follow me on Twitter, BatmanHat_cast. I usually do fighting game events, but I also do League of Legends and sometimes Valorant if I'm really feeling like it. So check my Twitter to get updates and get on that. But Ash?
Yeah, I've been Ash. Y'all can read bios. Hang on, how do cameras work? Twitter's down there if you care. I used to do more. Now I come out and have fun on a microphone with some of my friends to bring you what we think the esports experience should be, which is, sure, I'm in a collared shirt and a jacket, but that's so I feel important. But the reality is, we're two guys who like watching League.
Yeah, I just want to sit here and watch some video games, man.
Bringing you the experience of two guys who enjoy watching League. So thank you, everyone, for tuning in. This event overall has been a massive success. I'm not sure if we have anything else on this stream for you for the rest of the day, but if you do, you'll see that in a moment. And if not, we will catch you next time.
Have a good night, everyone. Psych!
But given that we're still here.
Well, given that we're still here, so, have you ever heard about esports? No, just kidding. But, of course, well, I guess while we're still here, I'd like to give a shout out to Asa for putting on this absolutely fantastic event. We highlighted it went well. I had a great time. The fighting game stuff was fantastic last week. Last week. Yep, Brain is here.
Brain is working.
League was great today, and I'm excited to just kind of enjoy the venue a little bit before I head out. But Ash, have you ever considered Kha'Zix queuing a low health champion? Hey, they're announcing Pokemon VGC. If you guys want to know,
congrats to the VGC champs.
VGC. Hey, I mean, that shows you the variety of games running here. They got Pokemon running here. We had fighting games running. We had Splatoon. That was a banger bracket. Go watch that. Seriously, that was so good. Yeah, that was a great show. We've had some other PC stuff over on the other stage as well. We had League of Legends and Rocket League today, Valorant yesterday. Really diversifying, trying to represent, all of the scenes that are here. I think the only thing missing at this point is rhythm games. Yeah, really. And we actually have surprisingly small but very loyal scene for that. And there is a great scene for rhythm games in Alberta as well. But yeah, you've got VGC, you've got Splatoon, you've got FPS, you've got fighting games, you've got Smash, you've got PC stuff. There's really not much more you can ask for in an event like this, and that's why it's the Alberta Esports Expo. It's a celebration. I have to remember how cameras work because it's actually over here. That right up there.
it is the expo for esports in Alberta, and this event has been a stunning success. This event was planned expecting 500 people, and there were 3,000 people who registered for a ticket.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
huge shout outs to all of the teams involved, all of our sponsors, of course. You've seen their logos carouseling around. Yeah, I mean, that's it for us. We don't have much else to talk about,
So
as
we're just waiting for the cut here, but
we will
are
try
just
this
going.
again. Production, I don't know. If there's anything else you want us to talk about, we can do that. But
can do that,
if there is not, thank you everyone for
Okay.
tuning in
Have
to
a
the
good
Alberta
night.
Esports Expo, and we will see you next time. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Alberta Esports Expo for the grand finals of Rocket League. I'm Ash. You've seen me. You know the details. I'm joined by Jordan from TGS. How you doing, man?
Honestly, happy to be here. Stoked. Having a good time. We are winding down the final moments of this event. It's been a heck of a weekend.
Oh, it really has. You know, it's impressive what, just the sheer scale of what everyone working on this event has been able to accomplish. And, coming down with our final event, I'm pretty sure.
This is actually going to be it, folks. We have a best-of-3 grand finals coming your way with Rocket League here momentarily. Players are just getting in the lobby, setting up all that important stuff in the background here. But Ash, let me ask you before we hop in, what's been your highlight from the weekend?
So I think my highlight from the weekend has to be I was competing in some of the fighting games yesterday. Undernight is the game that I love. There's 3 people in the city that still consistently play that game, and it's me and my 2 friends who I made through playing fighting games. And the top 3 were me and my 2 friends that I made playing fighting games. Had a incredible grand final set. Didn't win this time, but that's all right. Reset, made it back into the losers through grands. Our monitor was turning on and off all the time. It doesn't matter. We had a good time, and that's what events like this are all about. The glitz and glam and all of this. It's nice to have, but really at the end of the day, it's about people coming together and sharing, doing something that we love. We talk about it a lot in the FGC. It's fighting game community for a reason, and it's about the people who come together to try and make something happen.
If I could sum up this event into 2 sentences, games were played and memories were made.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
We had, and as is classic for ASA events, more games than probably needed to happen.
I mean, it wouldn't be an ASA event otherwise, and
Exactly.
honestly, we're just happy we were able to stuff it all in what feels like a small window when you're actually in the moment to slide in every game and every moment possible. But really kudos to the team across the board. The ASA squad really poured their heart and love into this event, and I think that was reflected in the experience everyone had today, and really just a lovely opportunity to see these players and these competitors and spectators come out. And Ty, you are blocking my camera shot right behind there, so I appreciate that, bud. But get the post in. We got to get the social plug in.
Oh, of
just
course.
try not to block the camera if at all possible. But look, honestly, heading into some Rocket League action here, we have some university teams playing, I believe, so we're gonna see some pretty high-level content. Honestly, Rocket League, for those not familiar watching at home, obviously at the simplest level, ball in net, and we're off to the races. Oh my goodness, and we're already 10 seconds in.
10 seconds in, U of A against the Kodiaks from Lethbridge College. 1-0 right off the bat. Clean, beats the defense. Tried to read a fake, and it looks like Ketchup, Season 9 Grand Champion, bringing it home early.
Yeah, that's quite the way to start a match and quite the way to kick things off as U of A gets an early start here, and they are heading to the sky looking to make a play there early on, and U of A is trying to get out of their own zone.
Yeah, if you've ever played this game at home, the one thing that looks probably very different from your games to these games is the ability to move and control the ball in the air. This game is set to have an infinite skill ceiling because there's so much that you can try, but Ketchup, man, 2-0 off the bat, 32 seconds in. U of A's coming out hot in everything they've entered this weekend.
No kidding, it almost looked like they put a little mustard on that one because it had a little bit of spice on it. A little Dijon mustard, so to speak, but Ketchup putting U of A up 2-0 in this first game in this best-of-3, and only 30 seconds in, I'm really seeing some dominant plays coming up from the U of A side as they try to keep ball control in the Kodiak zone.
Yeah, clear out from the Kodiaks here, but the offensive will begin once again. Challenge in the air, beats the first, but 3 people there.
A huge opportunity here as the pressure is mounting on the Kodiaks as U of A is able to keep continuous control.
Oh, what a pass!
Shot.
Just setting up Ketchup for the Hattie.
Absolutely. A great half-wall play here. Huge air roll to pop that into the center for Ketchup, and ready and waiting for that initial touch. Put it on the back post, and 3-0 scoreline, and we're a minute in, and I got to imagine the Kodiaks are feeling the pressure at this point.
Yeah, as you've seen, though, this game is extremely volatile, and one mistake can mean so much. So U of A has to continue playing clean, because 3-0 and 3 goals in a minute can happen just as quickly the other way. But as we're saying, important defense there. As 4-0 at this point, you start to worry.
Yeah, Specton with a good opportunity there, wasn't able to capitalize fully on it. Kodiaks finally get out of their own zone, but aren't able to maintain control. A little bit of a 50-50 there as that one's going to bounce towards the center line. U of A is up in the air to play it. Again, no serious control at this point. Another half-wall opportunity here. Play towards the front of the net. Centering opportunity, shot on net, but the Kodiaks are there to save it out.
Yeah, not quite the spice that they needed on that shot. But that being said, Kodiak's hasn't really been able to muster much offense so far. They've been able to clear, but really not been able to muster a counterattack after that point. It's really just buying themselves time and space.
No, and again, you have to have consistent control and consistent opportunities, especially when you have those air-to-air plays. You have to be able to make a calculated pass. Otherwise, it's just an immediate turnover and a redirect to the other end.
Yeah, and exactly that, calculated. Getting a touch isn't good enough. You need that touch to be good and meaningful.
Yeah, and let's remember, there is a rotation that's happening. So normally you have one player that's your attacker who's pressuring the other team in their offense or defensive zone, one player waiting to pick up any loose ball or opportunity that may end up in the center line there, and then a defender who is watching that back goal line is, big opportunity there from Nuvo, but wasn't able to capitalize. And again, that defensive line is
a fake, not quite enough.
Burst with a huge save out.
Yeah, U of A probably needing to refresh their boost at this point. Boost is the one resource that matters in this game. You can make magic happen with boost, and without boost, you're really not too much. But who's putting in probably more than their fair share of the work is Ketchup being able to capitalize on all these offensive opportunities.
And no kidding. That one was, so to speak, a little saucy for Ketchup.
You got to put a little extra on.
Yeah, absolutely. 4-0 here, 2:10 left in this first game here, as U of A has really put on a show early on in this match here. Kodiaks need to find something, I think, now if they want an opportunity, and that's not what you're looking for if you're the Kodiaks, as U of A is going to make it a 5-0 scoreline.
Yeah, the rotations have just been a little bit sloppy. Maybe it's the nerves of the stage with Kodiaks. There is a huge difference in, playing in the comfort of, presumably where they play at the university normally versus coming out to a LAN like this. But, you have this first game to shake off the nerves, but they're going to have to really bunker down in game 2.
Absolutely. Let's remember, folks, normally when these players play at home or online, they're subject to server ping and all this other stuff. Everyone here is playing on the same local network, so inputs should be as tight as possible. There should be no lag or latency that they're experiencing, meaning you have the highest skill opportunity to see crazy plays. It's a huge flip reset over the top there, and U of A is unable to finally capitalize. Another shot off the net, Ketchup off the bar.
Yeah, and here's the counterattack for the Kodiaks, but the rotation comes through, ball goes high, and not much left to be done on that offensive play. Counterattack opportunity here now for U of A.
U of A wanted a backboard touch there. He's able to get it. They're going to send it back down towards the center of the Kodiak side. U of A with more pressure.
Double touch, a little high.
Good opportunity there. They are going to be able to capitalize.
Bar down just
Line.
barely.
Oh my God, how did that stay out? I have no idea why that ball did not go in. That was a pixel off for being a goal.
Yeah, Kodiak's getting bailed out on that one a little bit, but I think they're going to need more than luck if they want to change the tide of this set in game 2.
If you're the Kodiaks, you better go kiss that post because it just saved you a goal.
It's working miracles, and unfortunately, it's been working a little bit harder than this Kodiaks defense has. They're going to need to tighten things up if they want a shot in the second game.
Coming down to the final 30-second mark here, and honestly, the opportunities are dwindling. I haven't seen the zone pressure that Kodiaks need, but a huge save there from Verse, who's able to save one out and keep this scoreline as tight as possible.
All right, wins the challenge, but loses the 50 after, and Kodiaks have not been able to gain any semblance of control. Capitalization on the missed clear from the defense.
And Ketchup may have put the final sauce on the hot dog as U of A goes up 6-0 with 19 seconds left in this best of 3.
When you have those opportunities, to reset the momentum of the play and get offense mounted, when you're this far down, you need to capitalize all of them. And like we mentioned before, it can be one mistake that means the difference between the ball and the net and not.
Absolutely, and that's the thing I love about Rocket League is how quickly the momentum can change and shift, which can change the course of a game, a series, an entire tournament even, depending on what happens. Final moments here, tick down. Remember, folks, the game does not end until the ball touches the ground, and that's going to do it. U of A goes up 1-0 in this best of 3 series.
Yeah, and Ketchup was who we saw putting in a lot of work, but you can look at the scores. Everybody else has been putting in their share of effort as well in order to set up their offensive player in order to capitalize on these opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, Ketchup did have 5 goals there on the scoreline, but let's remember there's a bunch of assists coming out there, some other opportunities, and we saw some amazing plays up in the air to make those opportunities come across towards the center where Ketchup was fed, really, to be honest, some easy opportunities to bury the ball.
Yeah, and it's that same, again, there's 3 people on the pitch. It's a team game, and where those rotations come in, making sure that you're able to deny boosts from your opponents. You know, the resource management is what allows a lot of the magic in the game to happen. And if you can, you know, strangle out your opponents by denying all of their resources as you're continuing to keep pressure on, then when they do have the opportunity to clear the ball, as we saw in that match, Kodiak's just didn't really have anything left in the tank, which means that the offensive counter doesn't mean that much. But here we go, getting into game number 2.
Absolutely. And one thing you mentioned there in the break and something you mentioned earlier in the last game was boost management, right? The boost management we saw from U of A, able to control not only their own zone's boost, but most of the mid boost available on the field, meant Kodiaks were continuously on the back foot, just trying to maintain their own speed and have opportunities to save things out, because without boost, you're not getting very far up in the air.
Exactly. And unable to, you know, capitalize on some of these 50s. Clean block on the defense there. Ball goes high, should have the opportunity to clear as U of A rotating back. Nuvo looking for a shot.
Woo! Nuvo!
Double touch off the top post. Puts it in the back of the net.
That was a pretty shot there, Nuvo. That was a little saucy. That was a little some shenanigans on the crossbar there. Holy cow!
Double touch pinch off the crossbar. You can't paint them better than that.
Someone's clearly been practicing their ones. All right, let's see what Kodiaks can do here. As they're kind of hemmed in their own zone, but U of A is all, you know, collapsed into one corner as they're finally able to demo one out and relieve some pressure there. Kodiaks bumped their own player in front of the net there. Challenging opportunity, but U of A is going to set themselves up at a huge shot right off the top corner.
Yeah, demo to take the defender out, but just unable to capitalize. Clearance opportunity coming through, but again, they've not been able to win these 50s trying to get the ball out of their own zone.
And Nuvo, with just a well-timed play to be there where the ball was on the corner, had enough boost to get up quickly, and an awkward off-angle shot that didn't hit the wall a second or a third time, allowing a straight shot onto the net there. Kodiak's on the back foot, weren't able to make a save out. U of A 2-0 with just about 4 minutes left in this game.
All right, opportunity missed there, but again, this offense has been smothering from the University of Alberta. You know, Kodiaks from Lethbridge College unable to, you know, really mount much of a counterattack because, again, their resources are gone. They don't have enough to, you know, capitalize on these reversals in offense. That being said, you know, Verse with a chance, but bump there, Ketchup picks it up again.
Out here bullying the Kodiaks defender and sending him, you know, skyrocketing towards the midfield when that's not where you want to be when the ball's in front of your own net. Specton with enough boost to play this out. It's going to get one touch there, setting up Ketchup. Ketchup wants to go for the double there. Ooh, great save there by the Kodiaks. Another shot from Nuvo
this
off the
crossbar
bar.
is putting in work, though.
This is the toughest crossbar to beat that I've ever seen, and oh my goodness, Kodiaks are able to finally get on the board in this series.
Yeah, the U of A overcommitting slightly on this offensive play, and finally, you see a 51 means a ball in the back of the net.
Absolutely. 2-1. This is a completely different reality than the last game we saw here, as Kodiaks were unable to get on the scoreboard in that last game, whereas this is a tight match and only separated by a goal with plenty of time left on the clock. I think we're far from done in this series at this point.
Yeah, and even that one goal will do huge things for the morale on the side of the Kodiaks. It sucks when you're just sitting there losing and it feels like there's nothing you can do about it with a smothering of the offensive bin. But as soon as you get the opportunity, now there's life back.
Nuvo wanted that opportunity there from the centering play. Ketchup's going to center it one more time. Ooh, big demo on the back line there, but they're all caught up on the other end, and Kodiaks might be able to capitalize on this. Ooh, barely saved over top as Specton had to be careful on the crossbar.
Yeah, it could have been dangerous with a double commit on the defensive play there. Ends up working out for the side of the U of A, and now the counterattack here, Ketchup in center. Nothing off it.
Let's see if Kodiaks can capitalize on this momentum in the rush. Flying's over, looking to get a touch on it. Doesn't win that 50 out. They're going to have to regroup in their own zone as the pressure's mounting from the U of A side.
Yeah, offense starts in. Verse there, though, able to get the clear. We'll have to see, though. The pressure is never relenting. Always somebody in position to keep the ball in Kodiak zone.
Ooh, and Nuvo is able to bury it off the early bounce there on the back wall. Again, just a floating opportunity there. Ketchup pops it up. Again, a dangerous commit from Nuvo. If you don't hit that ball, you've left your defense wide open, but as long as you bury that in the net, we are on a 3-1 scoreline with just about 2 minutes left in this game number 2.
All right, off the kickoff. Beats one as Nuvo's bringing it around. Ketchup to pick up afterwards. Sets it up for Specton.
Oh my goodness, what a save there from the Kodiaks as Specton had an awesome back angle shot there, and another big save coming up from Flying Silver as Kodiaks are standing on their heads, toes, wheels, toppers, I don't know, on their goal line.
Yeah, anything that they can to keep this ball out of the back of the net, but beats all three. Not sure if the communication fell apart or, yeah, you see triple commit on this left side.
And just a mad scramble off the goal line. Everyone's in Nick's comms, not sure where they are. The triple commit leaves the net wide open. A minute 30 left and 4-1 for the U of A side currently. The Kodiaks have their work cut out for them.
No, they really do. Definitely still possible though as opportunity, but nothing off of it. And now the the counter-offensive begins again. The pressure's mounting. Flip off the back wall. Beats his own man as well. And Verse finally with something. Flying Silver with him as well.
Ooh.
Stalled on the back wall. Beats one.
Oh, not able to follow up on it there as the ball was floating in the slot, looking for a goal opportunity on the Kodiak side, which would have put them within 2, but we are down to the final minute in this best of 3.
Oh, and Ketchup from half field, from midfield even, just smashes one clean through top corner. Look at this. You can't make a shot better than that.
The lights begin to dim on the Kodiak's chances of winning out the series or pushing it to a game 3 as U of A on a 4-goal differential with 55 seconds left.
Yeah, with 4 unanswered, we were talking about morale earlier. Once 2 or 3, you can shake that off, but 4, that's crossbar again,
5,
man.
Yes, there's 6. And frankly, I don't know how you shake this mental if you're the Kodiaks, if you're trying to dig your way out of this hole. That's a lot of asks to put in 5 in the next 45 seconds.
Yeah, and it's not even been one thing that you can pinpoint. It's been you've been out-rotated, you've been out-pressured, you've been out-defended, and you've been outshot.
Yeah. And frankly, U of A putting on a show, and really I want to applaud their team skill. And that was a huge flip reset from Nuvo there. Was able to get the slight flick on it. Ketchup's going to try and capitalize in the slot. But really, the passing plays between the U of A squad, huge shot on net there, first with the big save. U of A is really putting on a showcase of the skill that you see when you play as a team as Ketchup buries another one.
Yeah, exactly. You were talking about the roles that each of these players has earlier, and you can really see that come through. Ketchup's who we're seeing a lot of action from because that's their job. Their job is to play up and look for the opportunities that they've been very successfully set up for by the people in the back.
Absolutely, and if you want to make the parallel to soccer, football, for those of you watching all over, Ketchup's your striker. His job is to put the ball on net and make things happen and score goals.
What a pinch off
What?
the corner wall. We're gonna have to see that one again.
Hang on. Off the ceiling, the drop roll. Oh, Specnon, that was filthy. Woo.
Yeah, I think that might have been outlawed in a few states down south. So
yeah, that was illegal. Thankfully, we're in Alberta, so we'll be okay here. But that was a dangerous play. As final 10 seconds wind down on the clock here. U of A is not done though, as Nuvo wants another one. They want double-digit goals, let me tell you.
Yeah, no, they have a statement to prove here, which is, look, we've been given the opportunity and this stage, and we want people to know that we've come here and we mean business.
They are asserting their dominance as the leading squad in Alberta currently at the Alberta Esports Expo. And again, final seconds here as Kodiaks are going to try and put one more in, but let's hear it for your U of A squad as they are going to take this Grand Finals best of 3 away with the W.
Yeah, 2-0 for the University of Alberta. Congratulations to them coming through. The practice and preparation, it shows. They were clean on all fronts, outshot, out-rotated, out-defended. Resource management was clean. Just any metric that you can look at, they were a step above.
Phenomenal job by the U of A squad. They're going to walk away as Grand Final champions for this event. And that, unfortunately, Ash, is going to do it for the Alberta Esports Expo.
Well, Jordan, I'm so happy that I had the opportunity to, bring the last event here at the Alberta Esports Expo here to everyone both in the venue and tuning in at home. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you hopefully in not too long, but whatever they got cooking in the back, you know what the kids have been saying, you got to let them cook, and we'll have to see what they're cooking up next time. Folks, have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Take care, and be safe.